All right. I got enough cameras. So I'm going to selfie stick this one for the beginning.
Cool. Neat little camera.
I know. All the gamers or the IRL streamers are using it. Okay.
What is it? HDMI out?
Yeah, it's HDMI out, and it's got this little USB cable that's going back into a battery that I can. That keeps it charged for like 15 hours. So, and the battery's charging the live view and this. So, yeah, we're doing real good. There we go. And then just go like this. And that way you and I can kind of just walk in. And I'll turn it like, there's Tim. Hey, Tim. How you feeling?
Warm one out there.
Yeah, it is. I can see
Mr.
that.
Sinclair.
How are you, sir?
I'm hot.
Uh-oh. It's going to get worse.
When I got on my flight yesterday, it was 18 degrees in Milwaukee. This is a bit of a sticker shock. I'm still trying to get over. It's hot.
I came in at 10 o'clock last night. It was 80 degrees.
For me, that's, well, I don't know what time it was, like 9 o'clock we got back. And it's for me, you know, in my head time, I'm like, you know, back home at 9 o'clock, it at least cools down a little bit. Here, it's
Let's go. Ready, guys?
Like your land.
All right. We're about to walk in to the WFX Show, the world's largest church live streaming show, with Tom Sinclair and Tim Kolbeck.
How we doing, guys?
As well. We're live on Twitch, just to let Tess know. Here we go. We're going in. That means the show has not started yet, but it will very soon.
20 minutes.
20 minutes. Hey, guys.
Good morning. How you doing there?
Good morning. Yeah, right
Yes,
here.
it's there. I see it. Yep, go ahead. Have a great day.
All right. So here we are at the 2018 WFX Show.
Cool. Cool. Can't wait to get started. Look at all this stuff.
This is going to be too much fun. Let me slowly pan over here. So the PTZOptics booth's over this way, all the way in the corner over there. And then this is like the 100 side. So we could start over here. We could start over here. We can mosey over wherever you want to go.
Let's start over here.
All right, let's start over here.
I'm going to go do booth setup. I'll
All
see
right.
you boys.
Sounds good. Now, whenever we find a PTZOptics camera, we have to point it out. I already saw one over there. But, Tom, I wanted to start with a little interview.
Oh, my goodness.
And you just mosey along, take in the technology as you want, and I'm just going to fire off 43 questions for a streaming legend.
43 questions. Do I get a grade on this?
Yeah, you do. Tessa's going to grade you.
Okay. Well, let's go.
All right, let's do it,
Let's
Tom.
go. Let's find a camera.
When was your first live stream?
First live stream, 2008.
2010 years ago.
Yes.
Wow.
Yes. It was a soccer tournament. We did 23 soccer games in a weekend using a laptop with a webcam duct taped to a
23
tripod.
soccer games. Jeez. And what camera did you use?
Probably the Logitech 310 or something like that.
What town did you grow up in?
Charlottesville, Virginia.
Charlottesville, Virginia.
Yeah.
Did you ever have a mentor that helped you along your way for live streaming? No?
No, it was all...
They're hard to find if you can get one.
Well, but 10 years ago, there was nothing out there.
Yeah.
You know, the people that knew live streaming were keeping their mouths shut. And everybody else was just floundering around.
I could understand that. So it was almost like a boys club, if you will. A club. If you knew, you were in the club. If you didn't, good luck.
And the biggest key was finding the right search term on Google.
Mm-hmm.
What do you call this thing? You know? If somebody said it was webcasting, which is probably what it was back then, those words weren't on my radar.
Mm-hmm.
I'm thinking live video from a PC. You know, it was the Wild Wild West. And still is, but it's a little bit more mature.
So going back to your first ever live stream, what software were you using at that time?
First live stream was was Ustream. So it was straight from the camera to Ustream.
Wow.
It was very primitive. Very primitive. I mean, the first live stream, we had no graphics. We had no nothing. We would take a clipboard, we would write the score on it, and we would put it up in front of the camera, and that was our graphics. That's great.
Oh, I love it. So, are you related to Martin Sinclair?
Yes.
Ah.
Yes.
For those who don't know, who is Martin Sinclair?
Martin Sinclair is the CEO of vMix.
Ah.
And the founder and the chief technologist and 23 other titles.
Yes.
And I'm all the Sinclairs in the world are related, so we know we're related. Not sure if it's 7th cousins or 19th cousins.
Now, what is the name of your company?
Eastern Shore Broadcasting. And everybody thinks we're in Maryland. Because the Eastern
Shore, yeah, that's kind of where...
There's another Eastern Shore down
it keeps going down, doesn't it?
In Alabama on the Gulf of Mexico, across from the city of Mobile.
Now, what was the job you had before Eastern Shore Broadcasting?
I had, for 20 years, I owned a company that did home inspections and commercial property inspections.
I see.
And we did 7,000 to 8,000 of those over 20 years. And I sold the company 2.5, almost 3 years ago. Yeah, 3 years ago next month.
Wow, congrats. So it's been 3 years.
Yeah.
Wow.
But I've been doing this,
streaming for 10
years. And finally, we got to the point where I said, this is a full-time job now.
That's amazing. Now, some people may know you as a streaming idiot. What is this streaming idiots craze that's going on?
The streaming idiots is this idea that everybody that comes into live streaming for the first time, at some point in that process, they say, gosh, I feel like an idiot. Because they've screwed up something, they forgot to start the recorder, or they forgot to start the live stream, or the camera was facing the wrong direction, or they had no audio, or, fill in the blank. You guys know the story of the kind of screw-ups you can have. And everybody feels like, oh, I'm such an idiot. Everybody else out there knows what they're doing. So the idea was to lower the bar and say, okay, we're all idiots together. Let's learn together. Let's find the right setup for what we're doing. Because the setup is different from sports to talk shows to churches. It's all different, as you know, because you guys are doing it too.
Yeah, we've all felt like an idiot at some point. I know everybody has. Now, here's an interesting question. Who started this Streaming Idiots group? Because I heard it wasn't actually you.
It was not. It was not.
We started by
It was Jan and Marie Lind.
Jan and Marie Lind.
From Denmark.
Oh, wow.
And they said, they hoped after 2 or 3 months that we might have 50 members. And here we are, a year later with 2,400 or something.
Wow.
Like
and it's really an exclusive family. Not just anybody can get into this group.
It really is.
You have to be a live streamer. Clearly.
Well, and about 4 of every 5 people that applied don't get in. We're trying to get the right mix of folks.
Which is so important to do.
Yeah.
George, look who's photobombing us. How you doing, George?
How are you, sir?
Good to see you.
Nice to see you.
Hands full, but good to see you.
Tom Sinclair.
Hey, George.
George Klippel.
Nice to see you.
Photobombing us. This is the Live U Solo sales manager for the USA?
U.S. and Canada, director of channel
Canada.
sales. That's right.
How about that? I'm
Looking
so glad.
forward to tomorrow, the big giveaway.
Woo woo!
Can't wait.
Let's not forget, we're giving away a Live U Solo, 2 PTZOptics cameras, a Wirecast gear. Can't wait.
I know. I can't wait either.
I'm so glad you came.
Yeah, I am too. I'm in booth 834. Come by, say hi.
834. We will stop
That's
by.
right. Please do.
And I have some things to talk to you about,
Okay.
so I can't wait to see you.
Good to see you. Didn't mean to interrupt, but I saw you
No
there
problem.
looking.
Yeah, look at us doing our thing.
I love it. Bye.
See you guys. All right, so who do you most admire in the live streaming industry right now?
Besides you.
Besides me.
Besides you. And besides Tess.
And besides Tess.
I really would have to say it's Martin.
Yeah.
Yeah, Martin Sinclair. Because vMix is amazing software that is grossly underpriced for what it does.
Gross is a strong word.
As a vMix reseller, I could sell it for twice the price.
You almost could. Yeah.
I almost could for what it does, for the kinds of things that it does. And it fits so many needs. I mean, he has anticipated what so many folks need because he listens.
Yes.
I mean,
he does
his
listen.
ears to the ground
Yeah.
to see, what are people talking about, what do they need, and really trying to meet the need. And there's a heck of a lot to be said for recognizing needs and meeting needs. I mean, and his company is small enough that he can respond.
Yeah, he does.
So he is tops on my list.
If you don't know Martin Sinclair and his partner in crime, Tim Vandenberg, check out their YouTube channel because, and you really have to kind of follow along to see how quickly he's rolling out releases, how quickly he responds to not just the chat room, which is kind of like a bunch of people who are throwing stuff out, but they use the forum.
Yes.
The forum where people can vote on feature requests, and once it gets to a certain level, it gets put into the product. All right, I'll give you that one. I'm with you there. So when did you start live streaming for your church? Now, tell us about, what church do you attend?
Grace Anglican Church in Fairhope, Alabama.
Okay.
And we started live streaming maybe a year and a half ago.
Okay, a year and a half ago.
Maybe 2 years. I don't know the exact date. And it's a real bare bones setup. You know, it's a gaming laptop with a Ethernet cable going out to a PTZOptics 12X Gen 1 camera. and that's it, and vMix, and internet.
And there's like a lower third, I think, maybe.
Well, anything that's built into vMix.
Anything, okay,
yeah.
gotcha.
Yeah. But nothing fancy, nothing special.
Wow. So year and a half. So being in the industry for 4 or 5 years, I remember in the beginning, 4 or 5 years ago, it was like, should we live stream? Is it going to keep people out of the church? But now, coming at like 2 years, now like last year, this year, it's just not a question anymore, I feel like. Is that true?
For churches that have never done it, it's a real question.
Still a
It's a
question.
real invasion of privacy.
Okay.
A worship service can be a real intimate, very personal experience. And to suddenly open that up to unknown hordes of whoever, it takes some getting used to. And churches have to kind of grapple with that. Let's say you've got somebody in your church that you don't know it, but they're in a federal witness protection program. You don't want to be streaming their face all over the world. No. So every church needs to go through that process of talking about it. How are we doing?
Yeah.
We've had churches that will put a line of tape in the sanctuary and say, if you sit in front of this, you're going to be on camera. If you sit behind this, you're not going to be on camera.
Oh, that's great. That's smart. So you've been through some of these more in-depth conversations where a lot of considerations are being made. Because I'm sure some of those questions will get asked here. This is my first time at the WFX show, so I've never really been thrown into the lion's den, if you will. My brother, Matthew, and Patrick have gone for 4 years now. It was in Louisville, Kentucky. It was in Nashville. It was in Dallas. Now we're here in Orlando. And they always came back to me and said, look, volunteers are a big issue.
Yes.
Privacy is an issue. So I've heard the issues secondhand, so I'm really excited to be here. And what denomination is your church?
Anglican.
Anglican. So how long have you been with your church?
I was one of the founding members 18 years ago.
Wow, congratulations. That's a big deal. Wow, 18 years. And what's your favorite holiday service?
Jeez. I'm not a big one on
The holidays. Okay.
Yeah.
We can skip that one.
No, that's all right. That's all right. My favorite holiday service, I got to think about that one. Let's come back to that one.
Let's come back to that one. The reason why I asked is, some of the churches that we work with, they live stream a Christmas or a special. That's where they really put a lot of extra work into it.
Right.
And I don't know if there's just a lot of people who went to that church who have moved away, but the live streams tend to spike, and a lot more viewers tend to watch on the holidays. I don't know if maybe they went to one service and they want to watch it again when they come home.
Well, and what we find every week is we have members of our church that are traveling, or they're not feeling well that Sunday morning, but they still want to be involved. They still want to be connected. They don't want to miss the sermon. They want to see what's going on. And so we get tons of views from members that can't make it for one reason or another, as well as folks that used to belong to the church, have moved away, have had trouble finding a good fit on a church, so we've become their de facto.
Well, and there's so many people who are moved, they're church shopping, if you will. And, I've gone through a process of church shopping with my wife. I was raised Quaker. My wife's Lutheran. We're going to raise our kids Lutheran. And her church at home in St. Louis is, they're not live streaming yet. They'll do some, they'll do every once in a while, but not regularly. And so I'm going back next week to help them really get that cemented. Because for my wife, she really likes to stay involved. So
that's her home church.
That's her home church in St. Louis. And everyone knows if you have a home church and you move, it's like being uprooted almost. And you got to get connected back. So I'm doing that for my wife and also for the church there. And it's just going to be great. I'm going to try to take people along for the ride and see what it's like, because they have videos. I think a lot of churches have videos on their YouTube page, but they're not actually opening the live window to the world. So and it allows churches to obviously create a lot more videos.
And live is a whole different creature.
Oh, it is. It totally is. I'm getting a text message from Tess. Are you going to keep an eye on the chat? Oh, good question. Oh, we're getting chat rooms. Dan wants to know what exhibits you are seeing and the show that surprised you most. Okay, guys, I'm going 43 questions. We got to go faster, I think, Tom. 43 questions with Tom Sinclair, and then I'm going to keep my eye on the YouTube chat room. But I want to do this just to get this on camera, so sorry about this time. We're going to go a little faster.
All right.
When did you decide to build your own studio? This is outside of the green screen studio that you have in your house, your new studio.
About 10 years ago.
And where is it located?
It's in Fairhope.
Fairhope, Alabama?
Yeah.
What do you love about building custom PCs?
Oh, man. I love every part of the process. I love dealing with clients and saying, what do you need? You know, what do you want to do? That's really where it all starts.
Yeah.
What do you want to do? Well, I need these specifications. No. Let's forget about that for a second. What do you want to do? Because we can worry about the nuts and bolts once we figure out what you want to do today and what you're thinking about doing tomorrow, so that we build in some future-proofness. And that's probably my favorite part. I love the nuts and bolts part of assembling the PC, testing it, trying to break it, and every now and then, I do break it, so we have to replace a piece. And it's not that I'm breaking it, but we're really testing to see what components are going to stand up for the long term. Because we put a 3-year warranty on all our hardware.
Yes. Which it's incredible to have when you're relying on it so much. Now, how many custom PCs would you say you build every year?
I don't know, 20, maybe 30.
Wow, almost one a week.
Tracked.
What's your most popular video on YouTube?
I looked that up the other day, and it was some stupid video I did back in 2014 that has like 40,000 views.
Wow.
And I think it was just, it had the right thumbnail, it had the right title, and it just got lots of
It must have been the hobos.
Hobos did well, but it wasn't hobos.
The hobos capture card.
The hobo capture card, yeah.
What's your who is your most consistent viewer that you've had for the longest period of time?
You mean besides you?
Someone's got to be more consistent and longer than me. I love tuning in, but I can't be your top.
Dave from the West Coast.
Dave Edwards.
No, this is from the Northwest.
Oh. If you're out there,
we
Dave.
Won't use last name.
Okay. No last names.
He's probably in a witness protection program.
Did you once predict that Facebook Live would be a passing fade?
That was my 2017 prediction. Yes, it was a fad. It will not last. It doesn't have legs. They don't know what they're doing. Nobody will watch.
Oh.
Yeah.
How many children do you have?
I have 3 boys.
3 boys. When did you get married?
In 1979.
Where did you meet your wife?
At summer camp. We were camp counselors.
Wow.
We had the proverbial summer camp romance.
Oh my, yeah, that's pretty
It was a moonlit
classic.
night out in front of the dining hall when I asked her to marry me.
Oh, that's beautiful. That's when you asked her to marry you?
Second year we were on the
Oh
camp
my
staff.
God, it didn't take you long. Yeah, it didn't take me long to ask my wife to marry me either.
When you know.
When you know, and you guys are still together. It's a beautiful thing.
In spring it'll be 40 years.
40 years, wow. Where did you go on your honeymoon?
Panama City Beach.
I've been there. You gotta love it.
Nothing left of it now.
Yeah, it's
All got
quite
wiped
different
out
from. Oh goodness.
by the storm.
Is this your first time at the WFX show?
It is.
I know you've been to the NAB show. How many times have you been to the NAB show in Vegas?
3 NABs.
3 years. How many years have you hosted the Streaming Idiots Meetup?
2 years.
2 years. So this will be the 3rd in
It'll be
April.
the 3rd in April. Yeah, we're trying to find a way to have a venue big enough for everybody and still have a live streaming element.
Yeah, it's good. Can you tell how much has it grown?
Well, we started with about 25 people the first year, and then it was 100 the second year. So this April
it quadrupled.
9th is a Tuesday night. NAB, set your calendar. Make sure you're in Las Vegas at NAB Tuesday night for the Streaming Idiots Meetup. We'll probably have it at Scott's place again and get a huge tent outside and put in some.
It was packed.
Yeah. Well, it was packed last year. Yeah, you
packed.
couldn't move around.
It was so packed.
And I was worried about how the studio was going to take the kind of wear and tear.
Yeah, it was big. It was packed.
And it'll be fun, and it's a great opportunity for the folks during the year that exchange text messages and phone calls and emails and Facebook messages to finally meet each other face to face.
Yeah.
And there's just nothing like a face to face meeting.
Let's keep walking a little bit.
Keep walking.
So how come you don't use vMix Social?
Because I'm one guy.
Yeah,
And one guy.
I get you on that. You can have it automatically go, but that's not necessarily ideal either.
And here's, it's a strategy thing. And the strategy is that I want to push people to my website.
Yes.
And so what I say is, and they've heard it before, hey, if you're watching us on Facebook or YouTube, come on over to easternshorebroadcasting.com so you can get in on the chat.
Yes.
We get all the chat people in one place. I know that goes contrary to the social media rules, but we're trying to get everybody to our place because they can see all the ads that we've got. They can sign up for our email list, and they're on our real estate.
Yes.
If Facebook disappears tomorrow, people will still be going to easternshorebroadcasting.com.
I like it. I do like it. That makes a lot of sense. Now, do you remember when you hit 1 million views on your YouTube channel?
Never.
Oh, you still have it?
We're at 850.
Oh, sorry. I thought you made a big deal about that.
No. We hit 4 million minutes.
Oh, 4 million minutes.
Yeah, sometime last year.
What company do you most admire in the streaming industry?
He knows what answer he wants to have to that question.
And it can't be PTZOptics.
And it can't be PTZOptics. And it can't be vMix. And it can't be my own company. Oh, geez, I have to think about that one.
All right, we'll give you a little more time.
The top three are already eliminated.
Top 3 are eliminated. What company is doing the most to enable everyday live streamers? And it could be any company. No, I'm not going to restrict you.
Logitech.
Okay.
The Logitech C920.
Yeah, it's done a lot.
$58 is a great quality camera that has a half decent microphone in it, and you can go live streaming for $58.
That's a good point.
And that for so many folks, other than the phone, that's an entry point.
Yeah.
And I've got folks that stream sporting events with Logitechs. They stream their church, or they use it as one of the cameras for their church. When you need that still shot while your PTZOptics camera's moving to its other position, they're using a Logitech for that.
I like it. You could have said Facebook and redeemed yourself, but that's all right. I'm just kidding. So what's one tip? What's one tip for a small church that wants to start live streaming? Give them one tip they could help them, have a better start. Whether they've already got the equipment, and let's say they've already got a live streaming system, but they want to be more effective.
Get a broad base of support in the church.
Yeah.
Don't surprise anybody. People are down on what they're not up on. And a surprise is always a bad thing for something like that. So get a lot of people involved. Get the buzz going within the church. Get people excited about it. Help them buy into it. And that's going to ensure the long-term success, because they're going to make sure that they tell their friends about it. They tell their family about it. And they check in on Facebook on Sunday morning so people can see they're in church. And they say, what kind of church does Paul Richards go to? What kind of church would have him? I want to look and see. Oh, they're live streaming right now. And boom, there you go. It's a marketing program in and of itself.
That was one of my favorite tips you gave me.
Having people
Good morning, WFX exhibitors and attendees. The show floor is now open.
The show is open. All right, guys. Well, I guess that's gonna I guess it's time to start it up. That was almost 43 questions with Tom Sinclair, Eastern Shore Broadcasting, the streaming idiot. So, look at this. Tom's already playing with the stuff. All right, what should we do, Tom? Should we do our? I gotta get the chat room out.
Get the chat room out. Let's see what we can do.
Got to get the chat room. All right, let's pull this out. There is a way to do the pop-out chat. Okay, guys. Almost there. Okay, desktop version. And then I'm just gonna pop the chat out, say hi to everybody. Apologize we're a little late here. PTZOptics. Boom. Okay, live now. Got it. All right. Now, this is one of the things I learned here is that you can pop the chat out. And that way we're just looking at the chat. Okay.
All right.
Small. Okay. Let's get to the top. Hi, Dan.
Dan's there. All right.
Sargam Sound Station. Caleb Migora. We're going to answer your questions, guys, and we're now looking at the chat. Hi, Dan Quay. Hi, Christopher Kywell. Hi, Caleb. Hi, Rakesh Patel. All right, we are ready to jump this thing off. King's Treasure Church Center from Ireland.
All the cool folks are in chat.
This is great. J. Ira Audio Productions. Jules Vincent. And James Mons wants to know if Epiphan is here. Yes, they are here. And all right, I guess it's time to get started.
We got to go look at some of this stuff.
We got to look at some. So let's start from the front, I guess.
Okay.
Okay. So you guys just stop us when you think you found something cool, and we're just gonna let it go. Hi, LCC Video Ministry. All right. Now I said I would stop. We said we'd definitely stop by Stream Monkey. But I'm just gonna follow you, Tom.
You're gonna follow me.
I'm gonna follow you.
Well, you've been here already.
I've already been here, so oh, they're using vMix. That is cool. Hey guys, how's it going?
What's going on?
Look at this.
Nicholas, Stream Monkey.
I see vMix. Hi, Nicholas. How you doing? Good to see you again.
Good to see you again too, man.
Nicholas, tell us a little bit about Stream Monkey.
All right. Well, Stream Monkey is a live and on-demand streaming service. We do both. We do web streaming. We do multi-site streaming. We help people out with internet, trying to get them the fastest speeds that they can, and we just try to create a super simple and super reliable service.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, the rainbow effect is actually part of our overlay.
Nice. So,
you are the streaming pros, Double Dog Dara. So let's go. All right, cool. I see you using vMix here.
Yeah, so we don't build our own hardware, and so when we provide a solution, obviously the first step is always hardware, cameras or encoders, different things like that. So we can help out with doing that. For example, vMix is an option that you can use to live stream to the web, and you can also use it to decode a multi-site stream. So because of vMix and a lot of different capabilities it has, we can bring in a stream using some software that we have to make it super reliable, between encoding and decoding connections. And vMix can see an IP input, and then I can engage the instant replay feature, and now I've got a DVR multi-site solution.
Wow, yeah, because how are you doing that? Because I know you can't do RTMP into...
So we do UDP for the multi-site streaming.
Wow.
So when we encode, we can encode out to our multi-site server in UDP, and from there we can generate an RTMP stream, send it out to the web, and then we can send it to the other sites. And because it's a server in the cloud, we can send it to as many sites as we want to at one time. And because we have those connections, like the encoder to the cloud server to the decoder, we can manage that connection in between and make it correct for packet loss and different things like that to make it super reliable and low latency. So, and then what we do is, we've got that decoder bringing it into the computer from the cloud, and then it's shooting it over to vMix with an IP input, UDP, and then from there we can record and play it back whenever you want.
Awesome.
Very cool.
So
this is so cool.
I got to ask you a question.
Yep, all right.
Is it all right for me when I find people like this to invite them to come on my show?
Yes, of course, of course.
Okay, good.
Yeah, definitely.
Have a show on Wednesdays.
Oh yeah, you
streaming.
right? And you talk about vMix and you talk about different things like that. Yeah. We actually had a guy that came over to use our service because he was on your show, I think, or in your forum, and somebody mentioned Stream Monkey.
Okay.
Yeah, so there's a lot of opportunity for shaking hands and talking. Yeah, man.
Sorry about this.
No, it's okay. It's okay. This is important.
Take advantage of.
They're saying the audio is excellent, by the way. Thank you. So where's
All right,
where's this UDP thing you're talking about here?
Okay, so if I this, because we're on a conference floor and internet is not so great, I kind of am just showing you from a file. But if I'm faking it for the show floor here, but if I want to bring in an IP input, I bring in the input here from Stream, and then I have a software running in the background.
Mm-hmm.
I just send it down a specific port, and it comes right in as an input, just like one of these.
Same way we'd set up one of your cameras.
Right. Wow.
Yeah.
Can you take a picture of me and Mike?
Yep.
Yeah.
All right, Mike. Let's get a picture together. And yes, we are using the IRL backpack with the Live Solo. Tom's taking a picture.
Sweet.
All right, cool. So that gets us to, we got Stream Monkey off the list.
All right, let me get you card.
Good. We got Stream Monkey, check.
They are off the list.
Well, yeah, that's not the right way to put it.
We're going to have to come back and visit with them some more and see this thing.
This multi-site. Now, a lot of churches have been talking about multi-site. How many churches really, and this is a question for Nicholas, how many churches really have need for multi-site streaming?
Hundreds.
Yes.
Really?
Yes, hundreds. So it's kind of the thing, you grow up in an area and then you find out that all these people are not necessarily you get so big that you need to like overflow to other sites. It's more so you create a community, and then all of a sudden that community starts coming from 30 minutes away, 45 minutes away, and then a church can identify, hey, we've got this group of people that keep coming from 45 minutes away. For example, let's say they use our live streaming service. They see the analytics, all these people showing up. Let's say we're in Orlando, and then they say, oh, we got all these people driving in from, Claremont, or we got people driving in from, like Disneyland area, all this kind of stuff. Why don't we start a site that's closer to them, and then, and then all of a sudden
And it doesn't have to be a
we're
big
there
city
too.
to do that.
I'm
in a small area, and I can name 5 churches that have multi-sites.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay, so I had no idea. It's a thing.
Yeah.
Wow. Very, very nice. Hi from
Great.
Bolivia.
Yeah, definitely.
Hi, Tim Manny from Bolivia. Mr. Fox 580. Yeah, we're kicking butt over here. They said the quality video is good, the audio is good, stream is synced.
That's awesome.
Now here's something I wanted to try real quick. Tess is going to do an intro. We forgot to let her do her intro.
Oh, no. So we need to break away.
Are you here, Tess? Can you do a quick intro for us? And the reason why I want her to do it is because this is pretty cool. We're doing cloud mixing, which I think is pretty sweet. So let's see. If you're in the chat, Tess, let us know. But yeah, it's so good to see you, Michael.
Yeah, man.
It's great to be here. We'll have to stop by again. I love the booth. And what's the deal with this flamethrower over here?
All right, so if you enter
Obviously we can't try it.
Flamethrower, you might be walking away with it.
Oh, I can enter to win that thing? Look at this. You got a coder here.
Just
Are you
doing
coding?
some, doing a little.
We got a young Martin Sinclair over here.
Propane?
Yeah.
I want to enter to win this thing. I'm sorry. I have to. How do you enter to win this thing? What do you do? Oh, that's it? Can you scan me?
Social media thing. Yeah.
All right, scan me. I want to win. I've wanted one of these so bad. And they're like limited edition, right? There's no more of them?
Yeah, there's like 20,000 total.
Wow. I love it. I don't know if you're out there, Tess, but we were thinking about letting you do your intro. So much cool stuff here at the showroom floor. LCC Video Ministry is doing multi-site live streaming in Black Hills, South Dakota.
Yeah.
Nice.
The radio voice.
Very nice. All right, well, we got a lot of stuff to do here. I want you guys to tell me what you want to see. But here's something that's interesting. Over here, this is the VER. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead, Tess. Do your switch over real quick. Go ahead, Tess. Do your intro real quick. Tom and I are going to do a little bit of planning. Tess is going to go ahead and do her intro.
Break a leg, Tess.
All right, the boring company flamethrower, says Matt Davis. Hi, Matt. So we got to plan our next spot while Tess covers us for a couple minutes.
All right. Well, you want to do something related or something unrelated?
Well, I think we need to be strategic because we want to start here. And I know. I think I saw one on this television. I thought. Yeah, it was just on the TV for a second, like a picture.
It wasn't in use.
No, it wasn't in use. It was a picture of one. Yeah, we actually have to be careful all the way. By the way, Tom, anyone with copywritten music, we should probably stay away from.
Okay.
It sounds like they're playing Taylor Swift or something.
Well. I mean, have you run the floor to see who's using your cameras here?
I haven't yet. No. This is my run.
Anybody that's got something that's live, not a video recording.
I'm not seeing anything on the TV. All right. Hi, everybody. How are you? Thank you guys so much for joining us virtually for our edition of WFX Coverage 2018. We hope that you're enjoying the show so far. We've seen some pretty cool stuff like that Boeing flamethrower. That's insane, as well as a great conversation with the guys over at Stream Monkey. Paul and Tom, you guys are doing a great job. Keep up the good work. Make sure you're saying hello in the chat because Paul and myself are going to be there to hang out with you. We've got a lot of questions about how we're making this happen today, so I figured I'd do one quick little overview of that. We are using Easy Live Cloud Server to mix in the cloud. We are sending a stream from vMix as well as a stream from LiveView to Easy Live, and we are then sending that out to Facebook and YouTube. So thank you guys so much for participating in that with us. Be sure to share with us in the chat exactly who you want to see. Make sure we stop by those booths and ask the questions that you want to hear. Reminder, the giveaway is tomorrow, not today. So if you're hanging in for that, we'd love to have you stick around, but we are announcing the giveaway winner tomorrow. So enjoy the rest of the show, and I guess I will send things back to Paul and Tom.
They were just like, how did you just do that? Tess must be on now.
Well, what you're doing, what you and Tess are doing is a thing.
Yeah.
It's going to be a thing.
It's going to be big.
Yeah, it's the same. It's similar to what they did with the 18-hour live stream from England, and then it passed we're live.
Yeah, we're back.
We're back. All right.
Thanks, Tess. Wasn't that cool? Give Tess. Tess is gonna pop in every once in a while and say hi.
Good job, Tess.
This is interesting, Tom.
Yes.
Hear Technologies. Do you want to? Because I mean, there's a lot of hearing impaired.
Are you familiar with that?
No, I'm not.
Okay.
Are you?
No.
And we don't even have to stop there if you want us to. But I know there's a lot of hearing impaired in the church. And what they end up getting is a pair of headphones, and that connects to the...
And I won't say it pointed their direction, but there's a technology now where there's some hearing aids that are equipped with a little receiver.
Induction.
And you can broadcast. My mother's got one of those. She forgets to wear it. All right, well, I want to find somebody that's got a camera.
I know. All right, let's keep going. I mean, there's a lot of stuff here. Oh, Boxcast is, I hear about them from time to time, but it's like a box that streams. Yeah.
Yeah, so the total gray bag, yeah, the same thing, same capabilities, and then the last one, this one.
There was a cool lighting company right there. Let's take a look at this really quickly. Because lighting is a big deal. Now, you're going to see, lighting is such a big deal that you're going to see, like, maybe, I'd say 20 to 30% of the booths are doing lighting. But this one looked interesting to me, Tom. Hey, guys.
Hey,
can you show us this? Now, does this relate to that somehow?
Yes.
Okay, can you walk us through this?
What we do here is DMX software for controlling lights. So what you're looking at here, this is our software, and this is our 3D visualizer. Basically, the way it works is we tell the software what type of lighting fixtures you have in your installation. You put them into the software, it creates a 3D image of that. And then you can program different looks and everything using the software to control your lights. So this is just some pre-made stuff we have in here already. Purple rain, okay. It's just an idea of what kind of you can do with the software.
Oh, wow.
This stage is just something we made in the software here, but you can create whatever type of dimensions and setting you have, whatever lights you have. All the lights that are in our system right now are profiles that we've created, so any new lights you have, you can ask, we can create those. It's basically just an easy way to get some complex looks using our software and our existing
So
hardware.
it's really easy for a volunteer to operate.
Yeah, you would basically, I tell people, especially in this type of environment, you would have someone come in, create whatever looks you want. Right. Then your volunteer would just come in and just click a button. You can have them click one button, the same button to go next, or just down the scenes, or however you wanted to create it.
Awesome.
That's cool. So it's got a lot of flexibility from a creation standpoint, but then from an ease of use standpoint, you've just got a couple scenes.
Yeah, well, as many scenes as you want, and however you want to run them. You can even have it to where if it's like a set event or a set course of action you're going to take, a set stage show, you can have create a cycle that puts all of these in one. You just hit the cycle, and it starts everything one after the other, just like that, and it goes down the line. Or if you have like some audio playing, you want to sync up the lights to that, you can have things like MIDI time code or different audio cues and everything the video can send to tell it when to hit your scenes and that sort of thing.
That's so cool. Sunlight.
Yeah.
Check it out. How much does that cost?
Depending on how many fixtures you have, it starts out at about $4.99 and can go up to like $1,600 depending on, that's for the hardware, depending on how many types of fixtures you want to control.
Now, Tom, they do want to hear about the audio. ADA, hearing impaired audio. Okay. Should we go to that one?
We'll go that one.
All right. If you guys want to hear, thank you guys. So, this is for the Clubhouse kids. Hi, how's it going? Hey, we're live streaming. We have the Clubhouse kids here. Is this an ADA hearing impaired solution?
No, sir. This is actually just personal monitoring.
Personal monitoring. Okay. Those are cool, though.
Yeah.
So this is for musicians, I see.
Because otherwise they don't know what they sound like.
Yeah. Now, would the musicians actually wear those big headphones?
Or their in-ears, like the picture showing right there. Live, it's usually in-ears. Or a wedge.
I like it. So you could have, I see, so it's like, here's the drums, bass, the click track.
Whatever you need, you just dial in your own mix and you don't have to bother the engineer.
Musician gets one of these. Wow. Does it support Dante?
Yes, we are Dante enabled, with Waves enabled, AES.
AES?
Whichever one you want, whatever flavor.
So there's just one Ethernet cable?
One Ethernet cable to each mixer.
Wow, that is cool. And you've got 4 outputs? No, you got left and right.
We've got 2 headphone outputs, the 1/8 and the 1/4, plus we have 2 balanced line outputs, so you can go to a wedge. You can. A lot of houses of worship use this to go to their radio feed. They'll have one where they just come out of the balanced out, so you got a stereo radio feed. It's just right there.
Pretty cool.
You could. One of the things you could maybe do is you could create a custom mix that didn't have the copywritten music or something for your stream.
Are you kidding?
Thank you. Thanks for letting us see that, Max. All right. So
we'll keep ADA hearing stuff on the back burner.
Somebody wants that. Yeah, we didn't find it. Sorry, guys. Zoli really likes the cloud backpack and the studio switch. Yeah, we're going to do more of that. Just in the chat when you want to test a break-in with some vMix Social. I don't know what she even did on that. We don't really see what she does, but
that's the
that
next
is cool.
step.
Isn't that the next thing?
4-inch monitor.
Oh, yes.
So that you can monitor the feed, whatever it is, whether it's you or her.
I could hear, but I just like having the chat here because I've got 2 wireless backpack, 2 wireless cellular signals plus a Wi-Fi thing, and my phone's on the Wi-Fi.
Picture of you. I mean, you've got all this gear. This is too much.
That's funny.
Hold on.
So now lighting is going to be fun. I know people are going to want to see that. Do you want to look at some speakers?
Let's look at some speakers.
I've never worked with a church and did like a full install. Have you?
No.
But if you were to do something like that, this would be...
Sound is such a science.
Yeah, let's see if we can learn something here, because this would be really interesting.
Korean lady who knows something.
This is TW Audio, and they're not playing any copywritten music, so we can definitely check them out. Hey guys, we're live streaming right now,
Okay, great.
and a couple people in our audience wanted to know about setting up a sound system in the church.
Okay.
Can you kind of walk us through what are the things you should think about?
Yeah, I mean, it's all about, first of all, getting the idea of how to do it, right? So look into the room, make a simulation, so with ease and so on. So making the right positions where to place the speakers, then using the right speakers, but at the end, of course, very important, doing the right tuning for the system, right? So because, I mean, it's not about, I'm a manufacturer, so we are manufacturing TW Audio, and I think we're producing quite nice stuff, but at the end it's not about the stuff itself, it's about how to tune it, right, and how to attach it, and how to couple it to the room, that it works perfectly there in the environment. So that's, I think that is the most important thing, and of course also the sound engineers doing the right things, and to train, to show up how things can be done in the best way.
Perfect.
So
do you want to look at some of your products here?
Yes, we can do so.
Look at that thing, man.
Yeah, this is right. For instance, here we have it's the first product we already started.
Okay.
Not already. I started with the company, so in 2004. It's a very compact double 12-inch horn-loaded and 3-inch diaphragm compression driver. So two-way, like in the older days, horn-loaded system, but very compact, very small, compressed, so that you get a lot of vocals and mid-range and power right in your face coming out of this small box, right?
Power right in your face. I like that.
So
how big of a church would it be for something like this? Like if you had two of these, one on each side of the...
Exactly.
How big of a space would that be?
Yeah. So you can easily, here with this box, you can easily cover, let's say, 100 feet with a really direct sound in your face. So this is a typical box for something where you maybe not need a line array. So it's not always where you need a line array, but if you have a limited budget, for instance, and small space of height, so this is a very good idea to do it with this speaker.
Are you the owner?
Yes, I'm TW, exactly.
Wow, he is. Look, he is TW.
Toby Wisner.
Yeah, because here someone's saying here, Jay Lira Audio Production says yes, TW Audio, great sounding speakers, highly recommended. That is Thomas, the owner.
Thank you. Yes, exactly.
Very nice. Wow.
I have my brother, so we are two brothers, Bernard. Mostly Bernard is coming to the fairs, but this year I was coming over by myself and have a lot of fun.
Are you from Germany?
Yes.
Guten Tag.
Guten Tag, hallo, wie geht's?
Good.
Yes.
All right, wonderful.
That would be an idea. Or also, if you want to have a quick look on our Vera 20 on the new.
Let's take a look. Let's take a look.
This is first of all a line array, which is nothing special, right? So double 10-inch, 1.4-inch exit 3-inch diaphragm HF in the middle. So first of all, it's very compact. So compared to other systems, so as compact as possible, as lightweight as possible. But the interesting thing is here on the back, because I mean, not for church installation, because this is more for touring, but anyway, it's very interesting to see how it works, because this is a special rigging system that we are doing. And here you can see these two sliders where we have in every box, and we have one pin as always, right? But the funny thing here is you do not need to disconnect pins if you fly up the system in the air. So the system normally comes ground stacked in the dolly for travel. So this right slider always is free, so you can then attach here your angle, for instance 1.5 degrees, and if you now have the frame here and lift it up, the system automatically goes up to this set angle. So, and then you close this slider. And that's how for every box it's going. So at the end, you are not pinning, because the pins are always together. Always four boxes are together. And it's just about setting the angle here and then pull it up and close. So also easy to handle for
German engineering.
I love it. It is good.
Very good. Very good.
Yes, so subwoofer. So if I have more time, I don't know when you are when I'm done. So just tell me.
Yeah, well, you know what? We'll come back.
Yeah, okay.
Especially if people in the chat room want us to.
Yeah.
They're saying the audio sounds really good.
Okay.
Not out of your speakers, out of for the stream, but this is great. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Why don't you guys get a picture together?
Of course. So.
Ready?
We're gonna do this.
Yeah. Wait, but put the speaker in between. Ready? All right, ready? 1, 2, 3. Got it.
Great. Thank you very much.
All right.
Yes, thank you.
We'll see you soon. All right, now I want to just peek at what CCI Solutions has. They're an integrator, but it's interesting to me what they bring to the show, because they could bring anything. Right? They're obviously drawing a crowd, and they have access to anything. So I'm interested to know, what do they think the church market wants? So let's take a peek. This is CCI Solutions here. Director of Awesome, I like that. Look at this. So we're live streaming right now.
Awesome.
We're doing a showroom tour.
Great conversation coming from TW Audio. Paul and Tom are having a great trip around the WFX show. If you're watching live, this is live, so remember to say hi in the chat. Wanted to give a special shout out to Dan Slider, Maggie Liam, and Alexis over at PI Engineering. We know that they're working hard and keeping our stream live on their feed. So make sure you're saying hi so I can give you a shout out too. We have keep getting questions about how we're doing this, switching back and forth between our studio and live action in Orlando, Florida. We are sending Live View Solo's signal to Easy Live cloud mixing server, as well as a signal from vMix, can be done with other streaming softwares as well, to Easy Live, which allows us to switch between our studio and a live action camera at WFX. So wonderful setup there. Let's get back to the show and see exactly where the guys are headed to next. Keep your questions coming in the chat.
Between directional and omnidirectional.
Well, directional mics, you're going to reject audio coming from different areas. So directional is going to be, I want to pick it up just from here. So that's all it's going to pick up. Omni is going to come from everywhere.
I see.
And I typically like the Omni because it gives me, on the broadcast side, more of a room of the...
More of a room. Gotcha.
Yep.
Now, these are like lapels here?
Well, so these are...
They're not lapels, sorry.
Instrument mics.
Oh!
And so what you do is you grab a 49.9 and you have different clips. And so you can, these are magnet, you can mount them to pianos, you can attach different clips and use these on all kinds of instruments, violins, guitars, everything. This is actually, if you look over here, these are all the clips
Hi, Alan.
available.
Hey, how's
From
it going?
DPA.
Yes, sir.
Big fan.
Your name?
Paul Richards.
Paul, nice to
We
meet you.
use DPA, all DPA at our studio.
Oh, fantastic.
We're live streaming right now. So we've got about 100 people watching on YouTube and Facebook.
Nice.
Mainly churches interested in this type of technology. We looked at the headsets for the pastors,
Yes.
the instrument mics, and
Yes.
that's kind of where we got to so far.
Okay, very cool. Yeah.
So what's this?
So this is the, well, Mike was, you want to keep going, Mike?
Yeah, you're good, you're good.
So this is our $40.99 Devote system.
What did you say, $14.99?
40, like 4099.
4099.
Okay.
Which is just, it's the mic.
It's the mic. It is our instrument mic.
That's
and
only $40.
No.
$4,000.
$40 will get you a clip.
Okay, yeah.
But that's important because the microphone itself can be used on any instrument that you have. So one microphone lists at about $620. That comes with a microphone, a clip, the adapter, cable.
So $40.99 is the part number or something?
It's the model number, yes.
Okay, yeah, that was confusing.
I know. But you can take any of these mics and put them on any instrument just by switching out the clips. So like this one right here has the magnetic piano clip on it. But then you say, hey, you know what? Like last week my church had the live piano. This year we don't. This week we have a violin. You just take this clip off. Like that. Comes right off. Put the one from the violin. Slip that right on.
Oh my goodness. So the whole kit
is for different instruments.
It is, and it's for
so that you're ready to
using
go.
the same mic.
Same mic.
Oh, that is too cool.
Yeah. So if I had a guitar? Absolutely, that's this one right here. I just used that this past weekend. It was amazing, because what it does, as a guitarist myself, I love the sound of my acoustic guitar. Right. I don't love the sound of my acoustic guitar through a DI, or even though I have a great pickup inside of it. It doesn't sound like my guitar. Yeah. So this makes your instrument sound like your instrument. You know what I mean?
What if I had a stand-up bass?
I do. It's actually
look at this.
Look
right
at
here.
that.
Underneath here.
It fits in the strings just below the bridge.
Does this show all the instruments that it does?
Does not. But it shows the polar patterns and the frequency response. I can quick give you the rundown of what we have. So I have the stand-up bass, cello, guitar.
I was going to ask about the cello.
Yep. Violin. This also works for the kick drum, because the rim on a kick drum is pretty wide, so you can use that for the kick drum. Yes, this microphone will make a kick drum sound amazing. This is our horn, like our bell, so you can use this for trumpet, sax, that sort of thing. This is our drum clip, so it clips onto the rims of toms and snares. I also use this for a banjo. And then we have some universal clips, such as this, that Velcro straps that allow you to put it on a clarinet or some other instruments that may not.
That's cool.
And we also have one that screws onto a stand, so that you can actually put it on the stand instead of on the instrument. So what's your tone?
And when you
guys are into solutions. Absolutely.
You can basically
you've got a great mic,
but it locks it for this little mechanism, so it's not going anywhere.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, think about it. If you're going to be spending $600 on an instrument mic, right? That has one purpose. Then you need to be able to justify that. But what if you have an instrument mic that can be used on any instrument? You know, I've even had there's been instances where this mic's been used for crowd response. Really? Quiet. Wow. And then, because the beauty of our microphones is that they are so linear that it's essentially what comes in is what comes out. And so if you're not having to fight an EQ that's been designed for a specific application,
John Lindy said that the DPA HQ is like 10 minutes from where he's sitting right now. Where's your headquarters?
So our U.S. headquarters is in Longmont, Colorado.
And where's the European?
European is, I'm saying it correctly, I think it's Denmark?
4088, that's where he is.
Okay.
He's watching.
Oh, fantastic. Yeah.
If you're going outside, you're going to
get we were just all there last week, saw the factory, saw the being made by hand. It's amazing. Yes.
That's what you guys use in your studio.
Yeah. Oh yeah, we love them. Mine doesn't have this wide clip. It's just one single earpiece.
Yes, this is the brand new one.
That's the new one. Oh, okay.
This is the brand new 6000 series.
Wow.
So we just changed the game by making a 3mm capsule. What you have is a 5mm, which still sounds phenomenal. But we were able to shrink the size by 60%, make it IP58 rating. So if you really want to, you can go swimming in this thing. I would not recommend that.
So it sounds just as get this. Take this one home from you.
Yeah, I'll take this at the end of the show.
Oh, at the end of the show. Okay. All right. Well,
that way you don't have to back up and settings like that.
Thank you, because these are so difficult to pack up and send back. They take up so much space in my carry-on.
And they're really heavy. Yeah.
They're very heavy. No, this just got announced. It just got released. I'm taking orders now, and we'll be shipping in a month or two.
Wow.
Thank you. Absolutely.
Thank you so much. So what else? These guys always bring good stuff.
Are you down?
I am.
You're down?
Yeah.
I live in Cochrane.
Really?
Yes.
Oh, that's so cool.
My card.
Yeah, please do. Here, I'll give you mine too. I'd love to have you on the show sometime. I really would. We have a live show every Friday.
Oh, nice.
We're with PTZOptics.
Yeah.
Our studio's in Westchester.
Yeah.
And I'd love to have you on the show because this stuff is really interesting.
Awesome. Whatever you want. We can cater to whatever it is. Just down the road.
Cool. That sounds awesome. We'll go out to lunch soon. All right. Can we keep going, Michael?
Sure.
All right. What else you got for us?
Well, video-wise, again, it's just a taste. Hitachi studio cameras is what
wow.
we have here. So we have this is their 5500. They work really well when it comes to LED walls, not having a lot of moire effect, looking good with those there.
they come. You know, you have a CC unit, you have paint control on these.
Look at Tom going at it. What's this here? You got like a little eyepiece and everything.
Oh yeah, that is sweet. You got your light controls.
Oh my gosh, what does that mean? Like it actually is like PTZ control.
Hi.
How are you?
Kenneth, hi.
Hey, how are you?
Nice to meet you.
Camera.
This is actually
Wonderful.
our
We're on a live stream
Hitachi.
right now.
Yeah, we're live streaming.
We're live streaming.
Okay.
Do you want to tell us a little bit about the camera?
If you want me to,
yeah.
I just jumped in, but you're
Jump
live
in.
streaming.
Jump
So
in.
this is the ZHD 5500. This is a global shutter sensor, 1080p. It's one of our best cameras ever. So no, I don't want to live stream it. So I just got here, but
Okay, I apologize. It's all right. Look at that. Beautiful. 3G. That means it's 1080p 60.
1080p 60, 24, 30. It will do all formats. We could also upgrade the camera to do 4K and ST2110 over IP, should you want to.
The chat room is saying, but do you do NDI?
Not yet.
So NDI is not a standard. So NewTek won't tell you it's a standard. So ST2110 will become the standard. NDI is not. Do you work for NewTek?
No, we don't.
Okay, so why NDI?
Just someone in the chat room. Why NDI? Why do you want it to be NDI? Well, we'll see if they say something. Where are the PTZ cameras, Michael? I work for PTZOptics.
Booth is only so big.
I know. Well, take my card. Our booth is over on the other side of the trade show, and I'd love to have
Nothing like getting
a partner with you guys.
Sure, we'll come over and talk.
No,
Yeah, for
and
sure.
I'll talk about NDI all day, but that's fine.
Good.
All right. So let's keep going. Thank you, guys.
Thanks. Yeah, that was
Poor guy.
I feel bad, guys. Go easy on them, guys. Don't ask about NDI if they don't support it.
Yeah.
Okay. Wow.
Yeah, they're. All right, so we've looked at microphones. We've looked at monitors.
Do you want to look at this giant thing? Oh, this is no. I can skip this. What do you think?
Okay. It's a video board, right?
Yeah, it's a video board.
And they're running.
It's a Ross Carbonite. This is like the kind of similar to a. Listen to how loud that is. Jeez, this is what NewTek calls. You know what this NewTek calls this? Heavy metal. Because it's all hard silicon SDI.
Yep.
And none of it's IP. Anyway, maybe we should skip it for our audience.
All right.
All right. Let's
make our way through.
You want to cut through? All right.
So what are you guys working on? We've been sort of circling the same area.
Yes, Mr. Fox. NDI is essentially like an IP video format. It's not a standard, I guess.
It's a transport mechanism.
Transport.
Using your existing infrastructure.
Now, we haven't done any audio mixers yet. You want to see if we can get a rundown from a rep on an audio mixer?
Well, we've got some here. We've got some there.
Oh, and there's some here too. Allen and Heath
Allen
is
and Heath.
really.
Yeah, let's go see what they've got.
All right, they're well known, I know.
And we want to do some lighting. Ooh, that's a video wall. That's the back of the video wall.
Look at that. Look at how it's blinking and everything. It looks like a robot.
It looks like a cyber. You know, like
It's alive. It's alive. It looks like it almost has like little cameras too. I mean, which one of these computers is going to come alive? Oh wow, look at that. So Allen and Heath is well known. It's a small one here. I'm going to grab one of the reps because I want to have them. Hey guys, we're live streaming, and I was wondering if a rep could walk us through some of your products.
Absolutely. Hey, Kevin. Okay. See if I can grab someone else then.
We have to demand that we get someone to help us. Now, one of our questions, obviously, IP is interesting.
Yes.
You know, AE67 is a free one, but there's also Dante.
There's quarter inch.
There's quarter inch. We're looking for USB, right?
That's right. Dumb it down for us, please.
Switch there. There we go. All right. We'll get somebody to talk to us. We're at the Allen and Heath booth. This is a
network and USB on the back of this guy.
Oh yeah, I see that.
Right there.
USB 2. Now sometimes USB 2 is just for firmware though. But I'm seeing everything's on the network, huh?
Yep, looks like it is. Looks like it is.
Hi, Pat. Nice to meet you. I'm Paul Richards. My hands are full.
That's all right, Paul. Good to meet you.
Hi, Pat. We are live streaming right now on YouTube.
All right.
And Zoli actually has one of the Allen and Heath boards, and he says it works great.
Awesome. That's
So
great to
what's
hear.
new? We'd like to just kind of pick your brain, take the audience through a little tour here.
Cool. Awesome. We're happy to be here at WFX today, so thanks for asking us. We have a bunch of... let me pause for just a moment, reset my head. For the show here, we're working both from starting at our D-Live series, which is our flagship series of product.
Let's show that. What is that?
D-Live is a system that we use that's incredibly effective for house of worship applications, and we have a couple of different series. And what this is a full digital mixing system. This is a network system. What you're seeing are some beautiful looking control surfaces, but this is just basically the giant mouse and phone charger that we include for a system that the processor, which is an FPGA processor, is actually built into this I/O rack right here. And the idea is this is a 128 input by 64 bus output mix engine, and the brains and the processing, which all of that lives on an FPGA. It's a 36-core processor that's on a Linux system, so it's rock solid, super dependable.
Everyone loves Linux.
With phenomenal audio quality. So for the price point, I'd put this up against desks that cost 5 times as much. It's super effective for the house of worship applications. I'm lucky enough that my church I actually volunteer at had D-Live prior to me joining the Allen and Heath team, so I get to mix on these regularly.
Wow.
So recallability and everything that you'd hope for in a dream for a great digital desk. And the cool part is all the components that we have in either the S-Class or the C-Class, you can build to the size and need of what your application is. So you don't have to buy one gargantuan desk. You can use what you want for control surfaces, the I/O that you need. There are modules that we can access as additional connections on a network system, so you can build it cost effectively with all the quality that you'd hope for. So this is our C-Class. We also have the S5000 over here if you'd like to take a quick shot.
So hold on.
Yeah, absolutely.
Hold on.
We're into
ask some questions,
okay.
Tom.
Oh, great.
And so this is going to be a house mix.
Okay.
But we can also do a separate mix for the live stream.
Absolutely. There are 64 assignable output buses in this architecture.
64. We only need one.
Yeah, but you might find that you could use either mono or stereo, or you could add a quick mix if you decided, hey, I want to remix it, so you'll do something else. But what's great is you could, as an example, in house of worship applications, since we're at WFX, most folks like to keep some type of archive, and they might want to do stems, so you could use a multi-track so we can get the mic input and we can get the lab or whatever else it would be. You could record that to a computer with a number of different systems. It'll interface with DAW systems, and your streaming outputs could be entirely
Hi, Marco.
and separate from what you're doing for whatever the front of house applications would be. So, house of worship application, broadcast. There's so much of it, either streaming or television or whatever else anybody's using. This will give you full independence for that as a separate split output, if you wish, either from this desk, or we can also control and use as part of the ecosystem some of our smaller, less expensive desks as just a broadcast or one streaming output.
I think that would be a good idea. Let's start with the smaller, less expensive ones, just so we can wrap our head around. I'm not going to lie, it was coming out a little Chinese. Not because you don't know what you're talking about. I'm just trying to. All right, so we got XLR inputs. We've got an Ethernet connection, and essentially you can pick your board because it's Ethernet connected.
A little bit different than that. You can build what you want for control surface because it's networkable, meaning that we have a bunch of different things you can choose.
in the D-Live ecosystem. Then our smaller architecture consoles, the lower price point consoles, we can still tie into that as another network device.
Yeah. So and Tom, your question was exact. So John, Jay Lira Audio Production is saying, will it work as a splitter so that the audio on the live stream with a dedicated mixer for the live stream? So let's take a look at the smaller ones first, if that's okay.
Yeah, and we'll answer that question specifically.
Okay, great. Because I think it'll be easier for us to wrap our heads around the smaller ones to start.
Yeah, you bet.
Oh, I see you got an iPad too. That's something everyone knows what that is.
Yeah, absolutely. So the idea that we've, if we look at this series, which is our newest offering called the SQ.
So I'm seeing an SQ5,
an SQ6, and an SQ7. This is the little brother to our D-Live technology. D-Live, we took that FPGA. I'm going to geek out for just a minute. We've got that 2496 processing, that amazing tone quality, phase coherency, and all the versatility, and we put a little brother version of it together. Now, D-Live is 128 inputs by 64 bus outputs. You guys don't need all that. Tom's scenario was like, look, I just don't need that much. This is, let's say, if I just threw a number at it, let's say it's 1/10 of the price point. Instead of $50,000, it's $5,000 street price. And what we have is still the same audio quality. This thing sounds as good as a $250,000 desk. It's using an FPGA processor. We've just got a slightly smaller channel count. It's still extraordinary. Each one of these desks uses the same architecture, so they all are 48 input mixers, and I mean real microphone
all
capability.
Yeah,
regardless of the number of handles that are on it. Yeah, so we have lots of layers that you can work from.
Let's take a look at this SQ5 and just like kind of walk through the whole process.
Sure. So if we look at an SQ5, it's 48 inputs. Now I've got some tracks playing back on the top layer, but this will show you that I've got another 32, up to 32 inputs assigned there. Here's up to 40. I've got some stereo inputs. These are effects returns. All the effects are built into the console itself, so you don't have to worry about purchasing anything else externally. We do play well with others. If somebody was really attached to, hey, I have to have my Waves or my other plugins that I want to be able to run with this, or I want to have Dante connectivity.
I want to stop by Waves too. I love Waves.
Really high quality stuff. They basically, we partnered with them to build a card as an interface for their server systems so that you can load Waves plugs into our desk. Cool. So it works.
Do you have your own plugins?
We have our own plugins, and we have a really...
Do you see how his eyes just spark?
Yeah,
yes, we do.
This desk is capable of running what we call our deep processing plugins from D-Live, and what's great is our emulations are incredible. They're included in the D-Live. You have to pay a little bit. You can purchase them online and authorize this desk, but you could run those in. So if you want really tweaky, high-end modeled compressors, if you want to have the what we call the 76, which is an 1176 model for a compressor that were modeled after the ones that were in Abbey Road, like really high-end stuff. And it's available and you can run in it. You don't need to have those plugins. The stuff that comes stock with this, I've used for church and live production, and they work great. But if you really want to geek out a little bit, they're all available.
I love what plugins can do for a simple streamer, taking the quality of even equipment that's not the best and making it sound compressed and much better. Show us a plugin, just for those who might not know.
I don't know that I have all the plugins loaded into this, so let me see what I do have. Let me get back to here. We'll grab an input. Simply here, we go to the input here.
Because this is like your affordable model, right?
This is we have less expensive, but this is the sort of middle
Small
of the road
church,
for us.
Kind of
ideal. These have been just
the
a huge
iPad
hit for that.
is basically a control surface for this.
Yes, and I don't know if it's current. No, it's okay. I currently do have this connected to this desk.
Oh, look at that! Some motorized faders.
Yeah, absolutely. Everything's got full recall, including preamps on all this stuff, which is important.
High quality preamps are good.
Very, very high quality. All 2496 capable. So this is our control setup, and one of the things that I think is unique for us in our iPad app is it allows you to scale that so that you actually have some real fader resolution on the glass instead of trying to tweak it in this little space. And then the opposite of that would be if I were to grab a mix. As
very nice interface.
If I pull this up and I go to my graphic EQ, now I can do just the opposite. I could have real fader throw on the EQ for a very subtle adjustment. I think that's a nice feature that they've included from our engineering team, and I thank them for that. This is scrollable, as all Allen Heath apps are, if you like it that way, and we've got 8-channel banks if you want to jump around faster, depending on how many.
Because you can monitor all 48 channels, just like boom.
Absolutely, you've got everything here.
What an interface!
Yeah, and we can set up soft keys and, you can run all of the soft keys and the features that are on the desk from the iPad, including now we can do routing from the iPad. And I've even had a couple of guys that want to do what you guys are doing, where you might be walking around a room, the desk may be fixed in a station. You could use a wireless in-ear monitor, connect it up to the PAFL that you could route out, and you could even have remote PAFL if that's what you wanted.
That's
wow.
awesome. That's awesome.
What's PFAL? I'm sorry.
Pre or after fade listen.
Blue. But it means
it means
go anywhere
queuing,
in the house and you can tune it based on that spot.
Oh.
Yeah, there you got it.
How do you do that?
Yeah.
You can just plug it right into the iPad and hear it?
Yeah.
The mix?
Yeah. Well,
and then you can walk anywhere you want?
Yeah,
exactly.
Oh, it's a wireless set. It's not coming from the iPad?
Right. Yeah. Right. So you're controlling it with the iPad, but you're listening based on a wireless plug-in. All right. Now, let's say that I've got a live streaming system here, and I want to bring your audio into my system. I can do it, analog, but that's not as much fun.
Multiple outputs, however you guys need it, we'll provide it. So you have analog I/O on the back of all of these desks.
Okay.
So there's 16 inputs, and I think, look at it, this one's got...
Take a look.
Yeah, if you'd like, that'd be great.
Can just barely see.
I can turn this a bit if you'd like.
Okay, yeah.
So we've got analog input and output on here. In addition to that, we have what we call our S-Link, which is our smart link for Cat5 connectivity for all of our digital boxes. So whatever we've had either for legacy product all the way up through our D-Live product, you can plug in those remote boxes and they'll connect with a single Cat5. So for you guys...
So it's not a network in the internet, in the IP sense, but it's your own...
Actually, it is, in fact, a network in the IP sense, but we have our proprietary protocol so it can auto-identify. So that works really well, and what we can do is use our legacy boxes or our new stuff, and that can give you whatever remote capability for digital or remote connectivity really inexpensively over a category cable. In addition to that, we also have a slot card on the back of this that you can load for things like Dante or the Waves card to give you those other capabilities. So we can talk to our stuff, we can play well with others, and we can be part of larger network systems as well.
That's awesome. That's awesome.
Great questions.
So when you guys are closing up the show tomorrow afternoon, we're going to come get this.
Yeah. You're not going to need it.
And you won't have to worry about packing it up.
Yeah, we have some rules about distributing only through our dealers, but I'm happy to pair you up with somebody, so that'll work out well.
That was a good save.
Good.
All right.
All right, cool.
All right, Paul, this is fun.
Thank you so much.
Guys,
We're learning a lot and showing a lot of people. Some people have Allen and Eve mixers and they already know all this stuff, but a lot of us don't know. So.
Well, and in the church environment, you're going to come into a situation where they haven't been live streaming, but they've been doing great things with audio.
Yeah.
And so now you're going to have to interface with the audio that already exists. And the key is to be able to have something like this that not only can do the house mix, but can give you that special mix for the live stream. Because, if you've got a huge drum set up here, you may not be miking that thing like you would need to for a live stream. And so suddenly a live stream, if it doesn't exist here, it doesn't exist on the live stream.
Right, so to give you guys this one last thing to talk about for your live stream capabilities. You could have a relatively inexpensive desk. This one is $3,000. There's a street price on it. So you
Street price.
Street price. That's the minimum advertised price. So you kind of look at online and those types of things.
That's what I did.
So that's
very
what.
reasonable.
Yeah, absolutely. For all of its capabilities. Now you could just do a mix for front of house, and you could have a separate streaming output here.
Right.
And you could control that. You can control a separate set of outputs. Let's say on glass, if you wanted to do that way. But more often than not, if it's a broadcast mix or streaming mix, somebody wants to have some faders. You can connect two of these desks with a single Cat5, and they'll see everything that's on those desks.
So you can operate one from the other.
Yeah, and you could actually have that in a separate room or a different part of the facility, or you could bring them together for certain events. So not really expensive.
It's just a giant Lego set.
I hope so. That's a great analogy. I think I'm going to borrow that if you don't mind me plagiarizing.
That's all right. I plagiarized it from somebody else.
Yeah, it's good.
We're getting a question in the chat here. Now, the USB connection that you mentioned, does it support ASIO?
Yes, ASIO is typically the driver that you use for Windows type devices, and we have an ASIO driver that's available for it. There's a USB-B connection on the back of the device, and that will allow you to interface with for instance,
USB-B?
Yeah, which gives you a full 32 by 32 inputs by 32 outputs over USB into a laptop, as an example.
Wow.
So you can have that as a multi-track recording station.
Yeah, like if you're using a DAW.
Like vMix that will accept all 32 inputs. When you use vMix, then it's a set the streaming mix separate from the net. Are you familiar with vMix?
I'm not.
It's a live streaming software, and it has the ability to bring in all 32 channels that this guy can produce as if it were a DAW, and then mix those.
Work internally in there.
Yeah. And then output it as a single live stream or as multiple live streams.
And Christopher's asking, so there is no USB-B on this?
There is.
There is, with the sports audio.
It's
I didn't
on the
see
back
it.
here. Yep. It's
next
very
to the
small,
Ethernet connection.
next to the Ethernet connection, somewhere back here. Forgive me because I can't see it. But
Oh, there it is.
there it is. So that is a 32 by 32 interface.
That's what you want. Like if you're connected to a computer to get the stream in there.
That's going to be one of the
built
easiest
in.
ways to get it out.
Wow, this is really high quality stuff.
Analog will be the easiest way.
No, this will be beautiful for sound and recall capability. A couple of the digital advantages as we go. But a fairly analog, easy operating, intuitive interface. So hopefully it'll keep it simple for your folks out there.
Thank you, Dan. I appreciate it.
Yeah, absolutely. Guys, thanks for all the time.
Tom, can you take a picture of me and Dan?
Oh, it's Pat.
Oh, Pat, sorry.
That's all right.
Here, well, let's get in front of these babies. Thanks, Pat.
Yeah, you bet.
This has been Alan and Heath Hour with Pat.
Guys, thanks.
That was a lot of fun.
Do you have a card? Is there someplace I can check?
I have my card, yeah.
I do a weekly show on live streaming. Paul does 3 shows weekly on live streaming. And of course, we're live streaming right now.
Absolutely. Guys, thank you. I really
Thanks a lot,
appreciate all
Pat.
your time.
Thanks, everybody.
Enjoy the
Great
show.
questions. I almost forgot about ASIO. How did we forget not to ask about ASIO, Tom?
Oh, we were getting there.
I found a PTZ camera on the television. We have to talk to Church Streaming TV.
Okay.
All right, guys, we're here.
Hey.
How's it going,
Good.
Robbie,
How you
Chris? How are you?
Good.
Hey, Robbie. Paul Richards.
Tom Sinclair.
Give you guys one of my cards from PTZOptics.
Okay. Yeah, we know you guys.
We do a little weekly show called Streaming Idiots.
Okay.
I like that.
So we're live streaming right now.
Okay. Awesome.
And we've got an audience on here. We wanted to ask you guys a little bit about churchstreaming.tv and what makes you guys different.
Great. Well, we are a streaming provider, and what we have done is tried to cater to churches only. So we built a platform we feel like is perfect for churches. Not only the features and the platform, but the support as well. So that's where we like to hang our hat, is a streaming platform designed just for churches.
So that means if I've got a church service at 8 o'clock on Sunday morning, and something's not working, I can ring you guys
You're
up.
going to call us up.
And I'm going to get a live person.
You're going to help with us, yeah.
I'm going to get Chris.
You're going to get Chris, or me. Or me. Yeah. Or me. Yeah.
That's it.
So then how do you guys go to church then?
There.
What's that?
How do you guys get to go to church?
Yeah, it's tough sometimes, but we do mix it in. We've got some other people, and we get every third Sunday off. So we get every third Sunday, and every other Sunday we get half a Sunday
Well,
off. So
and
we
like
get to
good
mix it in.
Southerners, they probably got church on Sunday night, and they probably got it on Wednesday night.
We do, but we don't have many options outside of that 11 a.m. and that 6 p.m. So we're from a small town of about 2,500. So we've got one service at 11 a.m. It's not 8 and 9 and 10 like the big cities. But we're working it.
Cool.
So how are y'all doing today?
We're having a good day.
Good.
Doing great. I see you got a little promotion here.
We do have
What is the promotion?
Promotion is we're offering a promotion for anybody who wants to sign up. They can get and pay for a year in advance. They can get a free copy of Wirecast, which is a $675 retail value, or our product, which is the Church Streamer, which is an encoder, real simple encoder. You just plug internet and video into, and that's all you have to do. Turn it on, and it streams out. So we try to
directly to you guys.
Streams directly to us.
Is it locked
yes.
down to you guys?
It configures itself to stream, so technically, yes, it's locked down. It's not intentionally locked down, but the way it interacts with our platform. Now, somebody that
if you're giving it away for free,
yeah. You could get into it and to configure it to stream to somewhere else, but it's not very intuitive. It's not designed to be able to do that. It's possible, but it's not really
for the average church.
The average
wants to take an output from Wirecast or Phoenix or whatever they're using, or an output from a camera.
Yeah.
And directly into that.
Right into that. This is what makes it simple. So that
it streaming automatically.
It does.
You plug it in.
So you turn it on, it starts streaming immediately. So we offer these two different options because they cater to two different types of needs. One is a more all-inclusive need of Wirecast, which is great software, and it allows them to do some production alongside streaming. So it's really good at production and really good at streaming. Whereas this encoder, if you want production, you've got to do it somewhere else. But whatever you feed it, you just turn it on. It's volunteer proof. You say turn the switch on, you turn it on and it streams. So
that's important to be volunteers.
It is. We need volunteers, but they're not there 7 days a week, so they have to remember it from week to week. So this makes it easy on the volunteers here. This is a little bit more elaborate, but it's not complicated at all. It does require a computer, so that's the difference.
James Montz says, plug and pray.
Yeah. Well, maybe we ask him, can we use that?
They'd like to use that. I don't know. James, you might want to save those if you don't want everyone to use them. That's a great one.
We're going to erase the plugandplay.com. Plug and pray.
All right. Well, thank you guys so much.
Thank y'all for stopping by.
It looks like that you guys do a restreaming type capability.
We do.
Yeah,
we do.
And how many different places can I go?
So we can stream it to Facebook or Roku. Or YouTube. It can't go to Facebook and YouTube at the same time. But Facebook or YouTube, Periscope, Twitter. What's some of the other ones? Twitch, and then we also provide a free Roku channel, custom Roku channel. So anybody that signs up with us gets their own Roku channel. They can watch live feeds as well as archives from their Roku channel, and Apple TV app. You can watch from Apple TV as well. So.
That's trademarked by Jane Mons, by the way.
Well,
plug and pray.
Yes. Okay.
That's trademarked.
Well, we'll have to pass on that one.
Oh, look, there's waves right there.
All right.
I was hoping to stop by. All right, well, thank you guys so much.
Thank you for
I'd
stopping
shake your
by.
hand. My hands are full.
Yeah. Pleasure.
3 years ago.
Really?
Oh, wait. Can you take my picture with these guys?
Absolutely.
All right. Just got to flick that one on button. I'll show you. It's right here.
We have a lot of customers using your products. Nice to put faces with a product.
Good to see you guys. Thank you. All right.
Have a great day.
Thanks, guys. Enjoy.
Pleasure meeting you guys.
All right, so I've been wanting to, they wanted to know about custom RTMP. Can you guys do custom RTMP?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Mainly, that's a big thing.
All right, so Waves. I've been wanting to stop by and talk to these guys. Have you been started using the Wave stuffs yet?
What's that?
The Waves plugins for vMix?
I can't find the hole that they go into.
Oh my gosh, Tom, these are incredible. Now, my only issue with them personally is I don't know much about audio. So there's something called like plug-in chains. It's like you want to have the compressor before the noise gate, in a chain. They pass from one to the next. And I've been guilty of having like 2 EQs on the same mix or double gating myself.
It's amazing you stay out of jail.
Well, let's see what these guys have. You need to look at this. vMix supports VST3 plugins.
It does.
This is what they actually recommend. Okay. Hey guys. So I don't know who we're going to be able to get to talk to. You can see they're obviously very busy here. But yeah, they have some of the best live solutions for plugins. And I don't even know, they might not even know who vMix is. And vMix is recommending them.
Built for them. Yeah. So these people are the ones that make the VST3 standard.
Well, no, Steinberg created the VST standard.
Okay. These guys produce products that meet that certification.
VST1 and VST2 is kind of like a Wild West. And then Martin was like, no, we're standardizing on VST3. VST2 and 1 are not going to work because they're buggy. Anybody could do them. And VST3, like only the professional companies do. And Waves makes some of the most affordable high-end plugins. Like for example, one of them that they had that people love, and I think Christopher Kywell told me about this one. It's called NS1. It's like $50, but it's a plugin for your microphone that you can just basically raise the noise for, and just any background noise is gone. No effect on your audio.
So it's like a noise gate.
It's the noise. Yeah, it's like a noise gate, which vMix does have built in, but it's. Let's talk to him about it. Hi. What's your name?
Josiah.
Josiah, nice to meet you. So,
Josiah, we're doing a live stream.
Okay. We're live.
So there are thousands of people watching from all over the world.
I want you guys to know that this is your chance to ask Josiah about Waves. I love using the plugins. Little background story before we jump into the product. We're both big vMix users. vMix and other software in the streaming world.
Live streaming, video production software that takes a VST3 plugin on its audio channel.
But I also use other streaming software like Wirecast and other ones as well. And some of the softwares out there support VST3 plugins. So whether you know it or not, a lot of live streamers are using your products because, as you said, live sound solutions. Like, you guys are incredible for live sound. I will say there might be a little bit of delay. It's not a lot. But when you use like 5 plugins, there might be a couple hundred milliseconds. I don't know. But tell us about what you have. Imagine you're Tom. He does have a streaming software that supports VST3 plugins. He does have customers that have multiple microphones in different places. Live streaming, whether it's a church or a band, studio. What are your favorite plugins? Tell us about the pricing, what people can do with your products.
I guess it depends really on what side of things you're mixing. You know, on the broadcast side of things, I mean, a lot of guys can't go without like the Dugan auto mixing software.
Show us that.
Let's see if I have it on there instead.
The Dugan auto mix. I never heard of this.
Yeah, so if you're familiar with Dan Dugan's auto mixing technology, on like his original hardware pieces, we've developed a plugin that works with that you can use across 64 channels. So there's a lot of broadcast engineers that use this to actually auto mix live. If you have multiple microphones, several interviews, it just helps reduce all the different.
If someone's not talking, it mutes, gates them.
Right. Yeah, but it also reduces the amount of like phasing issues that you're going to have in between, you know, two close mics together.
Oh boy, I get that complaint a lot.
Yeah.
I can hear both people, but it's an echo. And that eliminates that.
Yeah. The comb filtering that happens in between 2 mics being open, even if you're using the faders back and forth.
So you call it phasing or fading?
Phasing.
Phasing. What is that?
Phase between the 2 microphones. Where you have like
there's 2 microphones. They're close enough to each other they can hear each other.
It's a sound wave thing.
Yeah, it is. Go through this would be a long discussion to discuss phase and stuff like that. But when you're actually using 2 sources together, they're picking up the same subject from different parts of the room.
So you want the one that's further away to kind of not be picking up the person that's closer to the mic?
For the most part, but yeah, if those 2 sources are open, you know, you're going to hear them and at the same time, and depending how the way,
that makes sense, because there's 2 mics, one person's talking, the person that's closer to the mic is the one you probably want to be hearing. You're hearing a further away version of what's going into this mic over at the second mic.
Pretty much, yeah. So it's, you know, they're in the same time, depending on where it's picking up. There's certain phasing that happens according to whether they're happening at the same time, how big the distance, and everything. But
so what does this do?
But what auto mixing does is it's a very simple plugin. As far as you literally just turn it on and then select your channels that you want to turn it on, and you just select auto. So let's say we have a group of 5 mics of like interview, like a common interview between people. Okay. You can just turn it on amongst 5 people, and it'll auto mix them in that group. Now, if it has another section of 5, you could set another group aside so that, because what it's actually doing is within this group of 5, it's, you know, whoever's talking at that moment. That's the mic that's going to be open, and if there's another mic that comes in, like someone else talks, it's also going to level that out and bring them together. Some people said that with auto mixing that I can't remember, but as far as the concept behind it is, it's picking up the nearest source. So these weights here are literally picking up, or you can choose which mic you want to pick up in the room. So even if, mic 5 is across the room, you could have him be the primary. So it would go for that mic and kind of keep that one as the...
One of the things I've noticed about your products, and I love this, Tom, especially when you get started, is the load button there.
Presets.
Generally will have a preset. So for example, like, can you pull up just like a...
Another plugin?
What other plugins do you have here?
Pretty much about anything should be on this guy here.
Okay, cool. Oh, this is every plugin you have? All right, first of all, I want to show you the NS1, Tom. Did I get that?
You just right here.
Oh, check this out. This is what I love about their products. It's that simple. You see the audio of your microphone there, and you just see the noise floor, and you just keep raising it until. I mean, this one it's like too good. The other one I want to show you in EQ. It's that R channel. This one I really love. This is me and Tess use this all the time. So you can load what you want your voice, just to kind of get your EQ started. 'Cause I don't know much about EQ, right? So I'm listening to Tess on her headset, and I'm like, all right, let's give her a punchy sound. All right, the telephone. And explain to me why are there two EQs there? Do you know why there's two curves there?
I haven't used this plugin much before as far as the R channel. Let's see. It looks like it's just compression on top of that.
So that's compression down there, and that's the EQ there.
Yeah, this is a multiband here. So
gotcha. And these imagine that right in vMix.
It's amazing.
Like all of that technology. Turn the gain up on her a little bit. That is the gate, which was really screwing me up. I had too many of those. There's just.
But yeah, the plugins. As far as the presets, we go through a lot of different engineers. We throw out to a lot of our artists. We send the plugin on a beta.
Abbey Road.
They'll send back some of their own presets, and it's definitely a good starting point for a lot of users. Which if you don't know much about a certain plugin or a certain effect, it'll definitely get you in the ballpark.
There's too many of them. I don't know them all, but there's one called Morphoder that we used when we did the Iron Man song, and we turned Tessa's voice into Iron Man. Mm-hmm. Have you seen the Vocal Rider?
Mm-hmm.
Which one's that? I want to show that to Tom.
Let me see.
So what the Vocal Rider does, you set the limit of the audio. I wonder if it'll let you drag. RVox is really good too. Oh, there's the Vocal Rider. All right, so check this out. So what happens is that you set the target level. So you listen to the mic, you're like, all right, this is what I want the level of the voice to be. What it'll do is it'll automatically raise this up and down. If the person's talking quieter, it'll raise them. If they're talking too loud, it'll pull them down. Automatically, faster than any human could.
Where you set these range right here, where you want the mic to live.
So it's not just an auto gain function. It has a compression.
It's pretty much almost auto mixing it for you. So you select where the target source is, and then the range where you want the mic to be if you want it on the other end. Yep. If you want it to live around unity most of the time, if it's they talk louder, it'll pull them back down to zero.
So I really like that for...
And in a talk environment, that's really important. Of course, in a sports environment, it's important too, because the last thing you want is your
announcer to
like broadcast, even singing, music as well.
But the Dugan seems like it does even more, where it's looking at all the mics,
when you talk
doing
about
phasing and things of that nature.
Yeah, it opens up each mic according to who's talking at that time. So
I stopped using this because it was adding a little bit too much delay. Because I was using like 5 plugins, and I was getting like maybe 100, 200 milliseconds of latency.
Wow.
Yeah. When you use 5 of them, I think each one of them adds 10 or 20.
Yeah,
like if you're using 2 or 3 of them, you can't tell.
Yeah. Which is why we release servers to basically offload processing from the computer, so you can cut down on latency. So we got a lot of broadcast guys that'll mix, and then send their mix to a broadcast streaming service like Wirecast or whichever. And you can use SoundGrid to do that. It's just an audio over Ethernet protocol. So
We're saying NS1 is awesome. The two must-have plugins: NS1 and C6.
C6.
Can you show us C6? What is C6?
C6 is technically a multi-band compressor. So let's bring it here. So C6
Whoa,
has been
what
very
is that?
popular multi-band compressor for a long time that a lot of users use. So technically you have 4 bands here. Across, you can kind of set each crossover band here as far as what point basically like you're talking in your EQ range from 20 hertz to 20,000. You can kind of set the threshold in, well, you can actually, you could technically use this as an EQ if you wanted to, and you could actually boost certain frequencies or, you know, cut certain frequencies as well. So you can kind of use it as an EQ, which some guys do, but the greatest thing about this is what you're seeing here in the purple is compression, as far as the range of compression. And some people, you can also use it as an expander as well. So if I boost it, I'm actually expanding in that frequency range, or I'm compressing that frequency range. And what's great about this is, you know, you might have somebody that, you know, that is on a microphone, and at that point when they're on a microphone, they may just shove the microphone in their face, and you get proximity effect, you know, the idea of low end being brought up because of just the actual physical where it's at. When you're backed off, when you're off the mic, it would, you know, so technically the low end is enhanced when the mic is on your, if you know proximity, the idea behind proximity effect. So what you can do is to kind of make that sound more natural is actually just compress the low end on that, where it's being accentuated. If you
Here's a question. Could you just, for me, let's take a so here's one thing, first of all. All right, good. I love this. So here's vocals, and let's just do a male dialogue. See that? That would be EQing for a male, compressing up here, where that's kind of like the higher end of the voice, giving a little compression over there with the boom of the low of the voice. And then just to show people, let's just load the female voice. This is what I do, because I don't know how to EQ. No one ever taught me that. But here's vocals, and let's just do a female dialogue. Look at that. A little different on the high end.
So you can see when the purple's facing down, it's obvious you're actually adding compression. If it's obviously above the orange line, you're actually expanding it. So now, like, let's load another one here. There's one in here I think called Pooch. Is there one by Pooch? Let's see. Yeah, down here. Pooch vocal. Ken Pooch is a live engineer that's mixed anybody from Linkin Park to Justin Bieber to. He's been on tour like Megadeth and several people. But you can see, like, right here, he decided in this frequency range at 160 hertz, that's where that proximity effect is happening. And so he decided to set the threshold. This is your threshold right here on each of these little dials. So at that point, he's going to compress 160 hertz, you know, and it just takes out that whole proximity effect, cleans up the vocal, makes it sound like we're talking together, you know, it sounds natural.
That's amazing.
Yeah, so it's amazing what you can do just with this plugin. We released a new, another plugin that takes a little bit less DSP processing, so if you're talking about latency and issues like that, for those that are using this on broadcast, you can technically add, the plugin is F6, and it's a plugin.
Hi, Chris.
Can't live without. Kind of looks.
What does this do?
Same. It's a similar thing to C6. A little different though. Instead of this range here is basically what we call multi-band compression. It's using a certain frequency range, so like between your lows, your mids, and your highs, to basically compress a lot of frequencies at once. Where F6 is what we call dynamic EQ. So you can technically take one EQ, one frequency, and you can pretty much choose whichever frequency you want. You're not limited
Here's
to
a question for you.
Like a frequency band.
The chain. How important is the chain of plugins?
You know, mixing is like an art, so it depends. You know, that's why we give you the opportunity in every software that we have to move the plugins around. and move the chain around.
The way that I think about it is, you know, if I'm doing compression before I do my EQ, then, you know, I'm now EQing something that's already been compressed. So it seems like you should EQ first.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Everybody has their own opinion, you know, to that, and in some cases it sounds different.
Whatever sounds better.
Is the idea that it goes. I mean, you know, in most consoles, it's set up that, you know, you have EQ and then compression, but from that point, you know, it's
like you probably want to gate before you compress.
Yeah, I mean, ideally, that would be helpful. You know, some guys might just getting artifacts out, EQing seems better than before compressing.
I think so.
Sometimes things can be taken out just by compressing it before you EQ it. So some people EQ after the fact. Because adding compression can change the way it sounds as well. So it really depends what it
like
sounds
an artist.
It's good that we're getting exposed to this, Tom, because I know it's advanced for me. I don't know if it's advanced for you, but we're getting exposure. And now we're going to try to let it sink in. That was a lot. Thank you, Joe. I really appreciate it.
No problem.
All right.
Bye, guys.
Take care. Actually, let me get a picture with Joe. There's a little... Pop! There we go. Let's get our picture together. All right. Okay.
All right, thanks for stopping by.
Thanks so much. That's the chat room. All right, subtract EQ first, then do compression. Says Jay Bird. All right. So we gotta get lunch at some point, which at that point we can cut the test.
All right.
But we still got some ground to cover.
We do.
Third of the way through. You guys just let us know if we're missing something. Paul is teaching this guy, says Chris. Oh yeah, I saw it.
You never have to mow the grass.
Hey, you know, it can be expensive.
I'm going to show you a lyric video that we played to.
Oh, Easy Worship, Tom. We got to stop and look at Easy Worship. Okay, good. We made it to Easy Worship. This is a big one. Fast Eddie's saying, and no offense to Josiah, seems like a great guy, but saying it's worth the trip back to Waves to talk to an engineer. I think we might have got a salesperson. But this is something, Tom.
He knew what he did.
Yeah, and he wasn't overstepping. You know, he stopped himself before he went further. So that's good. So this right here is Easy Worship. We've been wanting to look at that for a long time. And I guess we'll just peek over the shoulder.
So I guess I don't do ProPresenter or anything, so I don't know.
Yeah, that's more of a broadcast system, like if you're sending a camera to the screen.
So they must work on these big LED screens too.
Yes. Yes, that's a big deal. They're sending video, text, images.
To project and serve.
Yeah, the question for them is, do they have NDI? Video. ProPresenter has NDI.
Oh, I wonder if ProPresenter is here. They must be.
Either that or
He's spinning with ideas. Like, what if?
Yeah, the great thing about this is
John, I thought John Lindy's asking if vMix supports Waves 10. I think it does. I remember. I think I used that. There's a Waves 9 and there's a Waves 10. I think I've used both of them, but I'm not sure.
How is that different from VST3?
So Waves, because of how important they're not cheap, they're not free, right? So in order to use Waves, you actually have to download a piece of software. It was on 9.0, now it's on 10.0, and it manages all your keys. So the plugins install themselves with the software, and you can only access them once your keys are active. So that's what he's talking about there.
That sounds like a pretty easy question.
But once they're active, like vMix can see them as soon as you go into the audio settings. You can add them right in. But yeah, Easy Worship definitely. We definitely want to talk to them. Look how easy this booth setup is too. Giant LED wall. Oh, and there's someone over there we might be able to talk to too.
Well, the LED wall can be whatever you want it to be.
Yeah, you put whatever you want on it. And then you got a little setup here. It's perfect. ProPresenter has NDI question mark from Mr. Fox. It does. Okay. Yes, ProPresenter has NDI.
I think at one point it was a paid add-on.
Yeah, it was.
Just normally now with the regular upgrade. Yeah. We'll see what these guys have to say. This is gonna be good stuff, right?
Yeah, this is. I mean, I don't know much about it. Do you?
We used to have early versions of this. Oh yeah, it was very primitive. Basically words up on the screen. Yep, exactly.
Oh, it looks like there's a ProPresenter guy here. Should we see if we can... Oh wait, here's one over here. Let's...
Alright, we appreciate it. Have a good day.
Hey, so, do you have a moment?
Sure.
So we're live streaming right now.
Okay.
On YouTube and Facebook. A lot of churches can't make it to WFX.
All right.
And we've heard so much about Easy Worship.
Okay, that's awesome.
Can you show us the interface for people who don't know, and kind of show us what you're looking at here?
Okay.
I see you're using a Mac.
Well, we actually are running boot camp here on this Mac, so it's running Windows 10.
It is Windows.
Yeah, we got Windows 10 running on here. Just showing the people that even though we're a PC solution, you can install Windows Boot Camp on there.
So it is a PC solution.
Yep.
Okay.
So you can still install Boot Camp and Windows 10, and you can toggle back and forth if you want day-to-day to be on your Mac, but still want to be able to use Easy Worship, being one of the easier programs to use. So we're looking at right here the latest version of Easy Worship, Easy Worship 7, and at this show we're showing right here what I was showing him. One of our newest features is an ability to do alpha channel videos in a presentation. So what we have here is a slide, no text or anything, with a background set on here. And if you look at this slide when it goes live by itself, it's just a regular video. Nothing special. Most people would just put text on it. But maybe they want to do an announcement or a hello.
Let's put some text on it, just
exactly
for people who don't even know.
Well, for this, we're going to do actually animated text.
Okay.
So I have a video here that has alpha channel in it. So I'm going to do baptism for this instance. So you notice that it's transparent and it says baptism, but this is actually a video. So if I go live with it, you'll see animated text
that's nice.
on a video. So you can have any kind of video you want with alpha channel and put it on another slide. So this gives designers the ability to build complex looking slides and animations what look like have been rendered in After Effects or Adobe Premiere or something like that. But really this is nothing but a slide that has different elements. And so you can do any combinations of things.
Let's do a second slide. So I'm starting to understand this now. Let's add another slide.
All right.
Is this okay? You hit that button.
So now it looks like whether it's going to be PowerPoint or Keynote or something like that.
So what would you do here? Put the person's name, maybe.
You can do anything you want. So if you're going to create a presentation for announcements, or if the speaker was speaking, any kind of bullet points, or if you wanted to just do a slide with scripture. So I'm going to delete those, and we're going to pick a background. Let's see if we got something kind of cool. Let's pick this. Put it on here. Resize it to anywhere you want, but we're going to go full for now. So it has snap points to make sure we're centered and so forth. So we're going to go to scripture. Oops, I hit the wrong thing. We're going to go to scripture.
Now, do you have preloaded all scripture in there?
So we have, you can download from our site any public domain scripture that we offer, and I think we have 50-some translations. And those will integrate directly into Easy Worship. And then we also have non-public domain, such as New King James or something like that can be added to Easy Worship. So let's say we want to add, so you just type John, hit the arrow 3, and you notice that it's changing the scripture location as I type. So I take that, drop it on the slide, has your reference everything, click that, we go live to the presentation. and then let it go to the next slide, and you'll see it transition to that.
Beautiful. Because I know one of the things that so many church leaders are talking about is how much time it takes them to set up each week.
Yeah. Well,
just to set up their slides.
And I mean, being as our name is Easy Worship, our goal is to make sure that it's easy and quick to use as we can possibly make it, but have the features that everybody needs. Something that's powerful, but yet still simple. Because not only somebody got to build it, but somebody's got to run it. And the majority of time, churches, that's a volunteer or somebody last minute that's brought in. And so you don't have a lot of time to show them or teach them how to run a program that could be complex. So we try to make it as simple to use as possible.
So, okay. I see feeds down here. Is that a camera feed that you can pull in?
Yeah, so you can do any number of camera feeds on here.
What does that mean?
I'm going to show you a special camera feed on this computer. I'm actually going to let Dan show you.
Okay.
So a lot of the newer, larger churches are starting to use something called NDI by NewTek. I don't know if you know anything about
that. We were going to ask you that.
Okay, so we actually, in our latest version, we'll go through the whole process of switching it. So we can support being a NDI receiver. So if you have an NDI camera, we can receive that as a feed and overlay text.
He makes NDI cameras.
So there you go.
Let me give you my card. I'd like to have you on our show too.
We just went from a live camera feed to now we're doing a sales. So we can support NDI in. Thank you, sir.
We make NDI cameras.
So this would be perfect. So if you send an NDI signal out, we can set it up as a feed, kind of to show the screen. We don't have an NDI camera set up here, but
we can fix that.
Well, let's do that. We definitely should do that.
You got any spares?
I'll for your next show, I'll make sure I send you one.
Okay. Yeah, so we would go to feeds, and we would create a new feed, and the camera, once on the same network, is going to show up. So it'll show up as a camera feed. We can make all the adjustments and so forth, and now that can be a background to any slide we have as a camera feed. So whatever you feed us, we are.
So it could be. So, and that's what I'm thinking would be really nice for like scripture.
Absolutely. Do like lower thirds.
Lower thirds.
Well, and then if you do lower thirds, you have the camera. We can do an alpha channel video that just has some, and we're actually show a look of it, that has just some waves or something that's transparent, and then the scriptures on that. So we do support NDI in.
Or like lyrics during a presentation.
Yeah. Or during worship, you show the singer or the anybody in the band on stage with the lyrics below them.
And what about the other direction?
So we can be a receiver. So we can also be a sender. And we can actually be a sender to ourselves as a receiver.
Okay.
So we are going to show actually this computer, we're going to turn this on as a sender. And so this is NDI out to that laptop that's over there. This is NDI in that's running these screens. So we're via network going to control this screen. So he's going to change over to the slide to it where we're now at feed. So now this computer via NDI over a network is controlling that computer screen.
Beautiful.
So that's
the output from that system.
Yeah, so that computer is what's controlling this, but it's just receiving an NDI feed.
Yeah.
And so, and if you really want to get complex, you'd have multiple computers sending NDI, and we could set up multiple inputs on one slide. Mm-hmm. So you can have one guy controlling backgrounds, one guy controlling text, one guy controlling the camera feeds.
Well, and getting the feed to the projector over NDI would be nice.
Well, yeah, so
without having to run HDMI.
Ideally, if you had an NDI projector.
Decoder, or NDI projector.
Yeah, an NDI projector or an LED receiver to plug into an LED wall, like those new compute sticks. Mm-hmm. And so all that is just an NDI receiver, and we just send via network, even wirelessly, if you have a good wireless network, we can send feed to those projectors or LED screens without having to be there. Wow. And if you don't even want to be at a computer, you can control Easy Worship via an iPad or an iPhone.
Let's look at that really quickly.
So, and you want to give them a quick overview?
So you could be just on stage. You're the pastor. You're on stage.
Yeah, you can be on stage as a pastor, and you see that it lines up with this. So he sees what's in his presentation, and he can jump around anywhere in the presentation at any time.
Wow.
And that can be done with an iPad, or it can be done with we have a watch, or it can be done with an iPhone. So We have an Apple Watch app that he's got right here.
Not connected right now.
Not connected, but you just hit the play button and it'll just start changing slides. It'll have to connect. And you can zoom in to see more and just swipe back and forth. You can go black if you want to get out of it, logo, and so forth.
So cool.
Yeah.
All right, so a couple things. One, I'd obviously love to have you on our show.
Okay, cool.
I'd love to send you an NDI camera for your trade shows.
All right,
and stuff
that'd be
for
awesome because
testing.
we could show camera feeds right here.
I know. I could practically. Do you have a PoE switch? Let's plan it for next show.
Yeah.
For next
Yeah.
show, I'll get you a camera because I do have a couple extras, but.
And the JB&A booth, actually NewTek is in that booth.
Yes.
Ted, I think is his name. Is that right, Ted is his name?
Yeah.
Ted is over there, and so they're using our software as text output into their NDI controllers to show their display.
I love it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Cool. Can you get a picture with me and these guys? I can use it for the thumbnail of our live show that we do soon.
Sounds great.
Click. All right. Get over here,
Roger,
guys.
Come on in here. We got more people.
All right. So yeah, I want to have you on the show, talk, and I have some a couple business ideas. So anyone?
Love to hear ideas.
Is one card enough?
Yeah, because the owner is here also. He's just up at the hotel.
Do you have a card?
We have. I can put my name on there actually. You got a pen by chance? I can write my name on here and we'll get that taken care of.
Cool. Yeah, or just send me an email. I'll give you two. I'll give you two cards.
Also CC our product marketing, the lady Casey.
I got a couple ideas.
Okay.
And
since I've got it here.
We're not done with it yet.
No, okay.
Yeah, we gotta talk a little bit more.
All right, thank you.
Do you have a separate stage display that can be chosen as an NDI signal?
So.
Or is NDI only the primary display?
Yeah, that's where we're going next.
Roger.
Yep.
We've got some more. This is actually two of our support guys. Roger being our support lead. He is able to set up the more complicated.
Come back here, Roger.
Access card.
All right, so we're getting a lot of questions here, guys.
So keep it calm.
All right.
Thank you, sir.
All right, so talking about live streaming.
Christopher wants me to go grab an NDI camera and bring it over here.
Are we getting Twitter feeds?
I can do an NDI off my phone. It should be sending now.
So, but your first question is, can we do a secondary?
Yeah. All right. So here's the question: Do you have a stage display that can be chosen as an NDI signal, or is NDI only the primary display?
It's right now only the primary display.
So, but what you would do is so you could set this up on stage and use it as
like a confidence monitor.
It's basically a confidence monitor. So if you show a song, it's going to show, you know what I mean, show the slide with the background, the song, or the scripture on top of that. So what the confidence, we call it fold back in our system, can be set up on a secondary output, and it will remove the background so it's not a distraction to the person on stage. Show you what's coming up next, and what we can actually add clocks on top of it, so you know what time it is, or countdowns. You know, you have 20 minutes till service ends, or anything like that.
Wow. Oh, there's the NDI signal.
Now, if you can go live with it. Oh, this is over Wi-Fi.
Yeah, bear with the Wi-Fi.
We get it. So I have that laptop and that laptop pulling the NDI.
Hey.
Yeah, so
there we are on the big screen.
NDI to NDI to NDI to output right now. Wi-Fi, which clearly is going to be not the ultimate way to do it if it's in a place with so many people running networks right now. But it shows the ability, you know, that it is capable of doing it.
Wow.
This is cool.
All right, Todd, we will definitely check out Renewed Vision. I don't know where they are.
They are actually right across from us.
Oh, perfect. We'll go right over. Yeah, someone wants us to go over there.
Yeah, and like I said, if you have an NDI camera,
we'll send.
We can take a look and see what we can get it, you know, to show how that works. Because we'd love to show a good quality NDI because the phone is clearly not ideal. But saying that, let's say you're at a church and there is a baptism, or you want to walk around the church, somebody could use the phone.
Sure.
And go through and stand right where it is and not need to have an NDI camera or spend the money on an NDI camera. So
we used it for our baptisms at our church.
Yeah, so it allows it's a low-cost solution to provide on-point camera input into Easy Worship.
loves, they say, good seeing, easy worships pushed forward.
We appreciate that. That's our goal.
They've used easy worship for years, great products, great support.
What's the what now? Latency? As far as the NDI?
From the time you make a change
NDI
here
send.
to the time it's going to show
If
up.
you are, it's going to be different based on wired or wireless, obviously. But if you are in a wired connection,
best case scenario,
it's fast. Like if we were to have a person talking here and audio, you wouldn't see it out of sync. Okay. I mean, that's the whole concept of NDI, latency free. To say that doesn't mean it's going to be zero latency, but to the natural eye, you shouldn't be able to hear and see latency. You know, if I snap, it isn't going to snap and then see the finger click at the same time later.
Got a lot of fans out there, guys.
We appreciate
this is
that.
rendering here live.
But yeah, you can see.
But it's going to all three of these screens.
I mean, you can see, you know, even in this situation what the latency.
Jerry, he's using the NDI Cam app on his phone.
Yeah, yeah. And we've actually compared ours to NDI's receiver and sender, and they do a great job. And we are on par, if not actually a little faster on the receiving. Obviously, their app is designed to show, you know, how it works. But we spent, actually, this owner, the developer, spent a lot of time making sure that you don't have latency.
Do you want to say hi to the live stream?
On a live stream.
Hello.
Are you the developer?
I am a developer, yes.
Wonderful. I'm from PTZOptics, one of my cards.
Yep.
And we make NDI cameras. So we're interested in sending you guys one for testing and making sure it works.
Yeah, we've been using the phones and things like that for now, and sending one from the other. But yeah, having a camera would be really nice.
Our booth is right over there if you want to check it out.
Yeah, we'll walk down there for sure. Walk down there and take a look and see. Yeah, and like I said, we'd love to see a camera ran through our system with quality input to a quality output, and like you said, you know, checking the latency and make sure it's zero latency. Yeah,
or near zero.
Well, we'll call it zero. It's rounded to the nearest 100,000.
About 50 milliseconds.
So James, it's not really. I wouldn't consider this a video switcher, right? It's more of a presentation software.
Right.
Yeah, technically it'd be a presentation software, but you know, using the camera feeds. You know,
how many camera feeds could you have in here?
As many as you want. It's unlimited. I would say you're going to run into some limitations if you try to run more than one feed at a time. But in our presentation designer, you could actually layer different camera feeds up and play them simultaneously with different layering going on at the same time.
But you can't stream RTMP.
We don't stream it directly, but you can go to another device and stream that.
Okay, so generally, he's asking about, you know, the difference between this and like Wirecast or vMix.
Right.
And the thought is that this would be ingested into via NDI.
Yes.
Yep.
Into something like Wirecast, vMix, or a TriCaster, and then streamed out.
Yes.
Yes. So you could stream out NDI, so we can bring multiple NDI inputs in, and we can send out an NDI output as the main source, and then you could actually bring that into a streaming device, and that streaming device would then stream it through RTP or UDP or whatever technology you want to use to get it out to the world. But we don't directly send it to RTP. So.
Because our goal is to the projector in front of the house.
Yep.
Very interesting. You guys got a lot of love in the chat room saying
Get live questions.
All right.
On the hot seat right here.
You know, they're saying you guys are great. Been using it for years. Great products, great support. Always leading edge in design. And yeah.
We're showing the latest version here, 7.1.2, which was just released Monday.
Right.
Which includes the alpha channel video that we started out with.
I really like that.
Yeah. And so, and we'll be providing more content like what I was showing you in our store here really soon. We're having some produced specifically for us to show how it's done. And generally, churches, if they want alpha channel, they're going to use ProRes. The problem with ProRes, very high bit rate, very large files, and can really bog down. We're actually using WebM. So we're able to keep the file size down and still keep the quality high.
Do you support chroma key?
We send out a chroma key channel independently. So if you wanted to, there's multiple ways you can handle it, but I'm assuming from your question that what we can do is when we send out Easy Worship, we'll send out a normal signal, and then we can actually send out a chroma key signal on a different port. So if you've got a mixer that can support the separate key in, then you can actually send that out through DVI or through HDMI or through DisplayPort separately, and it'll interpret that signal, put the two back together through the mixer. And what's cool about that is that there are other solutions that, like Blackmagic, that you have to send the actual alpha channel to Blackmagic to get chroma key. The problem with that is things like PowerPoint, things like YouTube and web, your web stuff is gone. You don't get those things because all those things have to be brought back down through the bus, which is a very slow process. Okay, so that means once it goes to the video card, it's golden. And so our goal is to send that alpha channel key out the video card as well. So a standard video card cannot handle sending an alpha channel mixed with it, so you have a separate port. So you have one HDMI is your normal signal, and your other HDMI is the alpha channel. And then those two go into your video mixer, and then you set that down as your downstream or upstream key, and those two get mixed together in the mixer correctly.
I'm getting another question here. This is from Tom Willis. And this is probably something that a lot of people are interested in. So let's say you're at church and you got one computer, right? But you basically bought your computer, maybe you put OBS on it, right? It's this free streaming software, open broadcast software. They're saying if a church is a PC-based setup with easy worship, be a better choice. I think what they're saying here is they've only got one computer. Right. Can they stream from that computer and use this, or is it really going to do? Yeah,
it's going to be based upon your CPU, how powerful it is, your video card. It's very important. Your hard drive using an SSD, things like that are really going to impact the speed of that. I mean, if you're talking about using a hand-me-down computer,
which a lot of people are,
you're not. It's going to be very difficult to stream at the same time. Streaming is very CPU intensive.
Is this less CPU intensive than streaming?
Yes, I would say so. Because you have to remember that you're taking that video signal that's coming out, whether we send it out to NDI or whether you take it out the video card and bring it back into a capture port, you're not going to do if you're on the same computer. So you're going to want to have it, or an emulated output. You're going to have to take that signal. It's going to be compressed for RTP and sent out. And so usually a dedicated server is doing that. A dedicated machine is doing that, which has no other task whatsoever. And now you put the two together, and if you've got animations and things like that, you might see the latency, you might see the animation stutter because you've got your CPU doing so much work. Now, Easy Worship really relies heavily on the video card. So the video card is key in our component. We don't use the CPU a lot, but when you start sending out NDI, or you start bringing in NDI, or any of those other methodologies that come in through, that aren't through the video card, you're going to see CPU usage. And so you want to make sure you have an i7 if you're going to do those two things together. You can try it and see. I mean, obviously Easy Worship comes with a demo, so you could try the two together and see what you come up with. But my guess is you're not going to be extremely excited about it. It's not going to be, butter. But if you're already got a hand-me-down computer or an older computer, you're probably not that concerned about, the greatest level of quality. You're probably not doing high res, and you could lower your resolution down. So if your projectors are only 19 or 1080 or lower, the older computers, the 1024 by 768, the 4x3 projectors, you're probably not going to have an issue. You're dealing with a lot less bandwidth. But if you're talking about doing high def or even more than high def, then you're going to run into issues.
Do you have a particular video card?
NVIDIA across the board. That's what we really go with. And I mean, I would say anything above a 6 series, is that not? The second number in your NVIDIA series is the important one. So you're going to get like a 960 or a 1060, 60 and above. But the 10 and before it, or the 9 before it, or the 8 before it is not as important. That's just going to offer you new technologies, for gaming and things like that. You're not necessarily going to utilize.
All right, so getting a couple. You got to answer the questions. They're asking a lot of them. Yes, there is a free demo on the site, right?
Yes, absolutely.
Looks like someone's already trying it.
Okay.
Can you send a dedicated output to the display via HDMI out? Yes, obviously, right? That's what this does.
Yes.
Can you do a keyed lower third for stream using the same lyrics as the full screen projector?
Be two outputs, one you going full presentation out, and then one just the lyrics of the lower third.
The only way to do that today, you could do a side-by-side. You could do a side-by-side theme. So what you do is you'd set up a theme that's double wide. And on the left side would be your normal, and on the right side would be you'd have to replicate the text though. So right now, I would say it's going to be a hack to get it to do that.
Okay. I can see why they'd want that.
I can too, yeah. That's a good feature.
Here's a question that I wanted to ask you about, a little simpler, but you can bring in an NDI camera, right? How do you manage the lyrics queuing up with the band?
Yes.
So basically, if you're going to do a feed, you would set up a theme with the feed as the background, okay? And so
The
you've
theme
got,
is what? The theme is the song?
the theme is something you can drop on anything and it becomes that. So let's say you have 1,000 songs and you drop a song into your schedule and you take that theme that's got the feed on it and drop it, then your song lyrics will move to the right location for the feed. And so even though you didn't build the song that way, it will become that way. It'll change color, it'll do whatever you tell it to in the
I think that's
theme.
how a lot of okay, here's an interesting question. So I know a church that's really advanced, Keys Vineyard Church in Florida Keys. They've got 5 or 6 PTZ cameras. I believe they use Easy Worship. And do you support MIDI inputs as triggers? So what he does is he runs everything through Ableton. And how big is Ableton in this market? First question, and then second, how awesome are people using it to really automate everything?
You know, we just recently got into that piece of the equation, so it's really hard for us to gauge the popularity of it. But from what we can tell so far, it is still a class feature. It's not a mass feature. Okay. It's not something that everybody's using. And probably because it's not an easy feature to use.
Yeah.
To really set it up, you're going to have to go in and build your cues in Ableton, and you're going to have to make sure they match what you're doing in your presentation software. And so if anything's get out of sync, you're going to be in trouble. And so, obviously it's a good feature if you know how to use it, but it can also be a pitfall for those who are really not that experienced.
I think that's a great way to put it. I mean, yeah, some of these advanced users are queuing up their entire song in Ableton with their click tracks and the backing tracks, and they're calling lights, and they're calling ProPresenter. The lyrics are all in time. It seems like a good way to keep the band in time with what's on the projector. And I mean, the lights are just a bonus. But I mean, at the core is the click track, the backing tracks, the band playing at the same time. Like in the band's ears, it says chorus coming up. 3, 2, 1. All right, verse 1, 3, 2, 1.
And it sends a silent cue out via MIDI to like us, and we'll just start changing our slides based on what's going through.
Seems to make a lot of sense.
Yeah.
I'm surprised more churches aren't doing it. Is there an easier way to do that?
There's not an easy way yet.
Oh, you're working on something?
No. I'm just saying that we think that here's our issue is we really tailor to churches that are volunteer-based users. I mean, there's bigger churches, and we tailor to those big churches as well. But if you don't have the staff, if you're using the hand-me-down computer, these things are not yet in reach for you, because you're talking about every time you build the service, a good 3 or 4 hour commitment, if I had to guess.
Yeah. And that's a major thing. It's like, how much time is it going to take me to set this thing up?
Yeah, because everything has to be in sync. You're going to have to get your click tracks in sync with your lyrics, and then those things are going to have to be lined up correctly. And so if you're the one guy with the one computer, I would say it might be a lot to handle.
I will say that the Ableton stuff, the MIDI control that we were just talking about, is a new feature to the latest version of Easy Worship that's available on our site. So it is a feature that's available to our users. If they're on the subscription base, it was an added feature to version 7. But they may not have it yet, so they can check our website, download the latest version, and it will show up as a feature to their product.
Everybody's asking, so I got to ask, what makes you guys different than ProPresenter?
Boy, that's a tough question.
I know, but everyone's asking me in the chat. You don't have to answer.
I think what we focus on is the simplicity of being able to program, run, and control a presentation to the output. Like I said over here, the goal is to make sure somebody can step in on a moment's notice and be able to control Easy Worship. And there isn't a lot of training. I'm not saying there is with other products, but that is definitely, anytime Jeff and I talk about features being implemented to the program, we go to the nth degree of scrutiny to make sure that it doesn't impact existing users and future users, to make sure it doesn't get in their way. And that is very important to us, to make sure it's still clean, it's still easy, hence our name. And that's what we try to stay true to. That's why we try to stay true to.
I would say the biggest thing that we've done from the very beginning is we want you to type that song in and be done. We don't want you to have to deal with that song again. If your screen sizes changes, we don't want you to have to deal with it again. If you change the resolution, we don't have to deal with it again. You can, but the idea is that when you type that song in, it's going to fit that presentation. The aspect ratio, the way you set it up, it's ready to go. And with the theming, you have the ability to change the colors and move the things around to fit your needs. So you still get nice looks the way you want them, but every week you're not dealing with this headache of, okay, now we've done this or now we've done that. Some guy changed the font and now it doesn't look right, or we've changed the screen resolution, now it doesn't look right. So, you know, if you get 200 or 300 songs in your system and some guy comes in and says, we're changing the projectors out and now you got to re-edit all those songs, that's not workable. Not for a small church. Now, like I said, if you've got volunteers or you've got a big church, then that stuff's not a big deal to you. But if you're a smaller church, definitely you're not going to want to, you know, deal with the headaches of having to rebuild it every week. And we've had guys that have been in positions that had to use both products, and you know, they really are like, we want the simplicity. That's the key. And I don't, you know, that's the best way I can say it.
Yeah, and I think you echoed it in your approach to the MIDI support. It's like, yes, we support it, but it's not the easiest thing in the world. It sounds like this company is really trying to make it easy for you guys out there. Thank you so much for taking so much of your time today. We'll be in touch soon, okay,
Sounds
guys?
good. Yeah, let us know. I'll come by your booth here in a little bit.
Perfect.
Nice meeting you guys. Yes, indeed. Yeah, well, you got a busy hand.
My hands are full, but you got my card.
Here,
I'll talk to you guys soon. So they wanted us to stop by here. How you feel? Hey, Nicholas! Hey, good to see ya! Look who we found, guys. Nicholas Watts is here. How you doing? Good. Bump into you. Are you from Florida or did you fly in?
Tampa.
Oh, Tampa, great. That's awesome.
Came to check out your cameras at PTZOptics.
Awesome. Yeah, we're gonna make it over there at some point. It's almost noon. I haven't even seen it. Tom hasn't even seen it yet. We're gonna go over there. Maybe we should go over it.
Right. What's the coolest thing you guys have seen today?
For me, it's just been different PTZOptics cameras, different PTZ cameras.
Good answer.
Good answer. Look at you. That's a great answer. How's everything going at the Trinity New Life Church?
Amazing. We just opened our second location.
Oh, wow.
I think we were talking about that this morning.
Yeah, multi-locations, multi-campus.
So are you doing parallel, or is each campus separate?
It's a video campus for the sermon, but we pre-record the sermon.
Pre-recorded, not live?
No. Okay. Yeah, we record the sermon on Wednesday or Thursday. On Thursday, and then edit it, and then send it over, and then they play it. And they have their own worship team and all that.
A pastor for that location?
We have we call him our campus like host.
Got it.
Okay.
Because
Got it. That is a real trend. It's a real trend. Multi-campus church.
That works right now for us. So.
Yeah, where's your main church?
In Trinity,
Odessa.
Trinity, Odessa.
And where's the satellite?
It's actually only like 10 minutes away from.
Oh, really?
10 minutes.
Yeah. So it's really good as far as volunteers and everything the rest of it.
Is there a lot of crossover between the two?
Music team, yes. But other than that, no, they have like their own team, for
their own personality, their own.
Yeah, it's unique, it's different, but it's all the same. It's so cool.
That's a thing, Paul.
Wow.
That's a thing.
We're looking at starting another one in 2020 or so, possibly.
Are you live streaming the main church?
We are live streaming the main church. Yeah.
Are you tracking your viewers, what their geographical location is to determine?
Actually, right now we're primarily using locations of our current members and people that are serving at our church.
Okay. So they would be kind of the core to start a new.
Yeah. So like the ones that we focused on trying to plant this one in Newport Richie was people that lived in that area.
Gotcha.
That's been coming to our church. But our church, we've been busting at the seams. We can't fit any more people in. We went to 3 services and couldn't fit any more people in.
Really?
Everyone was exhausted from serving.
Wow.
So we had to start this one. Now we're down to 2 services. Which is good.
So it's a noticeable impact on the Sunday attendance at the main campus. And did you notice the same amount increase or more?
We've been
second campus.
Well, we've still been increasing, and at our main campus, and our 2 months now since we started that one.
They started the second one.
And now they're picking up their own people that just found that location.
I remember reading a church study about church growth, and they said if 80% of the seats are filled,
in the sanctuary,
It
you're not going to
feels-
grow anymore.
Yes,
It's because
that's-
people
we always
feel
do that.
like there's nowhere for
There's
them
no
to
room for
sit.
them.
That's
There's
so
nowhere
true.
They don't need
Our
to.
pastor said that. Yeah.
So you've got to cut that back. Can't tell them not to come.
And then we also count kids. You know, that kids just get
How important
Actually,
everyone
that's
keeps having kids.
worse for us is the kids because our
ratio.
we don't have enough space for all the children in the children's church. Like we could probably fit more adults in, but
now
not.
we have to think about the
not
kids.
Yeah. That was one of the things that motivated us to opening another campus too.
I guess so. That's awesome.
It's incredible. It seems like every 6 months we go through like a baby boom where a ton of members have babies at the same time.
Yeah, everyone's having babies. I get it.
It's in the communion elements.
So you've got the second campus. You're thinking about it for. Is there a grand plan, or is this just sort of organic? See what happens.
Praying about it.
The plan is to eventually them be their own, so like they'll have their own pastor eventually. But we got to get enough people that's skilled in being able to preach. Right. Like we have people. They do occasionally. Will have a live service. They have I think one live sermon already, and they got another one scheduled for this month or next month.
Yeah, like we have people who can preach, but can they preach for here?
Right.
You know, it's still something that we're. So for now,
everybody's got two good sermons in them.
Yeah. Yeah. So.
But we don't have someone that could do one every
exactly.
week.
Yeah. Can we do every week? We're not sure yet. So let's just be faithful for what we have right now.
Somebody
that
will be
works.
called. You know, that's a way of bubbling up the service.
And we sort of got a feeling on who in our church would be going that way too. So that's great.
That's really exciting. Well, this is good stuff.
Yeah, no, this is great. I'm so glad to hear from you guys about that. It's so good to finally see you in person. It's great to see you, Nigel. Do you want to take a picture? All right.
Come on, get in.
Come on, Tom.
I watch your YouTube channel too.
Okay. All right. How about that?
All right.
Problem with trying to figure something out in Unix.
Thank you.
Tyler, how you doing? Look at this guy's jacket.
Yeah, you like my name tag?
Oh my gosh, look at that. Is that POE?
No, I wish it would be.
All right, guys.
Tyler, good to see you. You're on the live stream. We're going to stop by
I'm
your
already
booth
on
soon.
live stream. Uh-oh.
We're going to stop by your booth soon. Don't worry.
Come by and see us. I'll let you guys get
All
back
right,
to it.
good to see you, Tyler. Well, look at that guy's jacket. It's so funny. Wow. Multi-site.
That's the thing, Paul.
All right, so guys, here's what we're gonna do. We gotta like kind of rest our feet, right? It's been a half a day.
We gotta recharge.
We gotta recharge. We gotta get lunch. So let's just say hello to the guys at the PTZOptics booth. See if they want to come with us. And what we're gonna do is we're gonna cut to Tess in the studio, and she's gonna keep the stream entertaining and fun. Oh yeah, it's a big show. It's a big show. I mean,
They're not gonna have enough time.
no, probably not. Well, because the 2 o'clock is your show.
Well, but we can just fold one in.
Yeah. Here's New Tech here, showing off the TriCaster and everything. We'll have to show that off soon.
Not exactly what we're running.
Here's the PoE Texas I was telling you about.
Yeah.
They have some cool little PoE tester devices and things. And then, all right, guys, here is the PTZOptics booth. See, they got the whole tree and everything.
Look at this.
Oh, look, I like that. They got the wind.
Right here.
Oh, that's good. Hey guys, how you doing?
Tom Sinclair.
Jeremy Closeman.
Jeremy.
How you doing, Tom?
Look at that. So is the joystick working? Let's see. Oh yeah, controlling the camera. Beautiful, beautiful. How's it been?
Okay, we can drop you.
People haven't remained over this way yet?
Not yet. But anyway, we've had people here, and getting some scans. Asking about the giveaway.
Oh really?
Yeah.
Hey Tess, how's it going? How does the stream look like from your side? Oh. Hey Mike. So yeah, we're getting there. How's that? Tell me. So how many viewers do we have?
Well, it helps to have people, because usually it's just like Matt and I. It's like, you know, one person can go get large. Here,
okay, that's good.
Are you live streaming right now? Yeah.
All right, I will. And then, can you let all the people into the user group that are probably pouring in?
Obviously, it's a
the church user group. Are you approving everybody? Okay. Well, we'll get them in there eventually. But so we're thinking about going to grab lunch real quick, and then we were hoping you could fill in for like 45 minutes maybe.
The only thing I can think about a concert, you can't necessarily.
Okay, cool. We'll try to go as fast as we can. There's a little food court not far from here. We're just going to go sit down, rest our feet for a little bit.
Well, even then, like you're on the ground.
We'll be back within, you know,
I hate to say like
45 minutes or so. So just text me when we're not live, and then either you or Mike.
Yeah, like switching. You can take a stream exactly what Paul and Tess are doing today. You can take this live stream, which is just the stream.
Yeah, that's a good point. I could probably just have one of these guys just wear the backpack. Well, I'll just wear the backpack while I eat lunch and everything, and then by the time, just text me and be like, all right, we're done, it's time for you to go back on, and I'll just jump on. All right, just text me when we're off. All right, thanks guys. Bye. Alright, so we're going to cut to Tess in just a moment. I got to plug our $15,000 live streaming giveaway announced here at the WFX Show. The winner will be announced tomorrow at 2 p.m. You got to join our Facebook group, Churches That Live Stream, facebook.com/group/church streamers, in order to enter to win. We're going to grab some lunch. If you're here in Orlando, you can check out the great PTZOptics cameras we're showing here. We've got the 30X, we've got the Z-Cam with the variable lens, we've got the 20X, and then we've got our beautiful white 12X here. And all of that's on display with the X Keys control surface. And this is what you can win.
Hello, welcome back to our studio outside of Philadelphia and Westchester, PA. Let me know what you guys have thought about the show so far. We're going to let Paul and Tom and the rest of the PTZOptics team take a little bit of a lunch break. So it's Michael and my job to entertain you guys and babysit the stream. Should be interesting. So feel free to lay on any questions about the setup, today's stream, the content you saw. I'll do the best of my ability to give you guys some good feedback and answer some questions about that. I figure while I have your attention in this in-between time, I'll cover a couple logistical things for the rest of today and tomorrow's coverage. As you know, today we are at the WFX Show in Orlando, Florida. We are at booth 1222. If you are at the show or coming tomorrow, make sure you visit PTZOptics at booth 1222. The guys over there will be happy to meet with you and chat. We are on our first day of live coverage with Mr. Tom Sinclair of Eastern Shore Broadcasting. to talk about all the fun things that they're seeing at the show and give you guys a great virtual experience. Look into the show, what you may be missing if you're not there. So hopefully you're finding that stuff helpful. We are doing an IRL stream today, Wednesday, and Thursday, tomorrow. We're using our IRL streaming backpack with the LiveView Solo, paired with some other cool gadgets in there. Let me think. We're streaming to Easy Live cloud-based server, mixing between vMix, sending that content to Easy Live, as well as the LiveView Solos feed to Easy Live, sending that all to you on YouTube, Facebook, or Twitch, wherever you're watching that. So hopefully you think the setup's as cool as we do. It's been really fun to be able to switch back and forth, the hustle and bustle in Orlando, and then the studio today. Here's a look at what is inside the backpack that Paul is using today. We were able to capture a quick of the backpack, not of the box, with our overhead camera, which is just right above me, sharing some of the details like wires used, the LiveView Solo. What else do we have over there? We've got our DSLR, the wire holder thingamajig, which I'm not sure what it's called. All of this, if you're looking to figure out exactly what we have in the kit with the fancy professional words in which I'm not using, we used Geeks Life kits from kit.com. Great shout out to them for giving us a good idea and inspiration for our own IRL backpack with our little Sony action camera, which I don't even see that in that setup video, but we are using that little white Sony action camera. I don't know the exact model number, but if you go to kits.com, search Geeks Life, you can find that there.
Hey guys, let's take a look inside our IRL backpack. This is a backpack built with the technology that will allow us to have a reliable live stream pretty much anywhere you can get a cellular signal. So here is our LiveView Solo, and this is actually all built into what is a little product called a Cocoon, and it's really nice for just keeping together multiple pieces of electronics. You can see here we have them all kind of nicely organized. This is the brain behind the operation, the LiveView Solo Pack. It will allow us to bond up to 4 internet connections together. So we have a AT&T Nighthawk, which actually connects via Ethernet, good old reliable trusty Ethernet, and it's just a Wi-Fi modem, or sorry, a cellular modem that connects to AT&T. We've got another AT&T modem, which is connecting via USB here. And one of the things that we've seen over and over again, we've been watching Geeks Life. They have some really great content on how to do IRL streaming, but the connections seem to come undone from time to time. So this Cocoon helps to keep everything together and all those connections solid. So that's why we have everything with right angle cables. We got a right angle Ethernet, right angle USB, a right angle HDMI, so that everything comes out smoothly. So we've got 3 modems, plus we're on Wi-Fi with this. So this is the first time we've ever gone to New York City. I know it's a very densely populated area, a lot of cellular activity. We have to make sure that we probably latch onto Wi-Fi as well if we want to have a high quality stream. Somewhere in the neighborhood of 3 to 6 megabits per second is ideal. So just to show you how all this works, so all of this goes into our backpack, and there's a couple extra things here because there is a Power Oak 1500 milliamp battery. So this battery plugs all of our devices in, so we'll have this Nighthawk on the battery, this LiveView Solo will be on the battery pack, and there's a little bit of extra cabling that goes on, but just for her sake, it goes right into the backpack. There we go. Now, the camera, which you saw me put together here, is right here. This camera is coming out via HDMI, it's a micro HDMI, and a USB for power, so that we don't need to rely on the battery inside of here. If you guys saw that, but quickly I'm just going to put it on and show you guys how this works. So these 2 cables do go inside of the backpack. So I'm not going to plug it in right now. This is just for conceptual here. Just like that. And you'll see here that on my shoulder I have a space for the camera. So this camera has really good image stabilization. Okay, righty tighty, right? There we go. All right, so this camera is now like attached to my body. HDMI is coming out. The LiveView Solo will be streaming directly to our cloud server, which, let me take you into my office. Let me show you the cloud server. So come on over here. I'll show you the cloud server really quickly, and in a moment here we'll turn this on. All right, guys, got the backpack on. We're streaming, but we haven't started our broadcast from LiveView. Let me show you our cloud-based control center here. That's our overlay video here. We've got a backup redundancy video. If our stream dies, it'll play a little backup video. And we've got 2 RTMP streams that we can switch from if needed. You can see there's a preview and an output, which is really cool. We can have up to 5 broadcasts. So we can we're going to Twitch right now for a test, but we'll go to YouTube and Facebook. We can switch from our mobile RTMP stream to our studio RTMP stream, which is something we've done before, but we're going to show you guys how to do that as well. So this will be really fun. Here we go. You guys ready? I'm going to go ahead and hit start broadcast and record. It also from our Wi-Fi, we could attach the Wi-Fi to this, but I'm not sure if we want to, because then that could take away from. Alright, so we just did a little test, and then we unplugged the HDMI from our LiveView Solo, and what happens is our redundancy screen, this you guys see it on Twitch here pretty easily. So this is what we want the audience to see if we need to take a break, go to the bathroom, just cut the stream, but we don't want to totally 100% end the live stream. Okay guys, well that's it. Thank you for watching. I think that IRL mobile live streaming is going to be a big deal in the future. We're headed to New York City to the biggest broadcast and live streaming show on the East Coast, really. NAB.
There you guys have it. That's a look at the exact setup that Paul is using today in collaboration with us to bring you this stream. We're really proud of what we've been able to accomplish so far. Pairing the LiveView and then Easy Live's cloud-based server along with our own in-house studio setup. So it's been a lot of fun. A couple other things I wanted to update you guys on. Of course, you know that tomorrow we have our giant House of Worship giveaway, our largest giveaway that we've ever done, pairing with some amazing partners. Special shout out to LiveView, NewTek, X-Keys, as well as Wirecast for joining and collaborating on this with us for this over $10,000 or $15,000 value prize giveaway. If you have not signed up for this giveaway, you still can. Amazing enough, you can enter up until tomorrow. At some point, we're going to have to cut that off tomorrow. You can head to ptzoptics.com/church-makeover if you want to enter. We also have one more brand new giveaway entry option. So if you've already maximized all the entry possibilities that we have offered so far, there's still a chance with one more entry that you could do to enter. A couple logistical pieces of information about the giveaway. You must be present in the live chat to claim your prize. We will announce the winner at 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Tomorrow's In Real Life stream does begin at 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time when we will continue bringing you coverage from the WFX show. But we want to give enough time for everybody to get on the stream, so we are going to announce the winner at 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time tomorrow. Make sure whoever entered the giveaway is in the chat, ready to claim their prize when we do draw the winner. Okay, we'll give about a minute's worth time to allow you to claim that, and then we will move on to another winner. So best of luck to everybody who entered, and I'm so excited to finally unveil the winner tomorrow. I wanted to do a brief overview of all the booths that we've visited today. Who do you want to hear more from? Who was your favorite booth that the guys stopped at? And what questions do you have lingering for them that I can bring to Paul shortly? So who have we seen so far? We began today's stream at Stream Monkey. the private CDN streaming network. We visited TW Audio, DPA microphones, just like the one I have right here. Hitachi cameras, never heard of that before. It was cool to see that. Allen and Heath audio mixers. We visited churchstream.tv. Hopefully you guys found that a helpful platform if you're in the House of Worship streaming community. We talked to Waves with their audio. What is it considered, Michael? Audio plugins, is that what it is? Which we do use on a regular basis. And we finalized things over at Easy Worship for the, I guess, let's say, part 1 of today's WFX show coverage. We have a lot more to still see, so make sure you're hanging on with us for the majority of today's content. We are going to start Tom Sinclair's show at 2 p.m., or excuse me, 3 p.m. Eastern. So make sure that you hop over to his channel on easternshorebroadcasting.com at 3 p.m. to join his version of WFX coverage. We did also get a chance to stop by the PTZOptics booth, of course. We didn't get a full overview of our booth yet and all of the new innovations that we do have to offer, but we're going to, I think, start with that when the guys come back after lunch. So make sure that you're hanging on for part 2 of our WFX coverage so we can share in the PTZOptics fun with you guys. I'm going to take a minute now to look at the chat. I'm a one-man presenter today. Thankfully, Michael to do the switching or I'd really be lost. Let me cue a couple things up here on the screen so I can see what you guys are talking about. We are live, so feel free to say hi, share any comments, questions, or concerns. Don't share your concerns. Not kidding. If you have a concern, all right, we'll work it out. Say hi in the chat. Like a Train Wreck is good TV. Ah, Like a Train Wreck. Okay, what was good? The Hitachi? We're getting some fun questions about the Hitachi moment with the NDI comment. It's hard to please everyone in the industry, isn't it? Talking about the battery life of the backpack, of that battery pack, is 6 to 8 hours. I'm wondering if Paul had charged the battery pack before leaving for today's stream and had already charged all his devices, if he would even need to use the battery pack until his device's original battery life ran out. So I don't know if a battery pack not plugged into anything, if that would drain the battery anyways, but I don't know. So it'll be interesting to see how the extent of his battery life is going to last out today. Special request from Think Custom. Check out 5 Words Media Booth 918. I will send that to Paul. Oh, my social's not working. Just realizing that now. It's okay. I can just shout things out. Richard, what's going on? Thank you for joining us today. Hey, Fast Teddy. We answered your question about backpack to studio switching. Yes, once again, we are so excited to use Easy Live. So far, extremely reliable, as always. Go Easy Live cloud-based switching server. Great platform to use for this type of content. This is very news station-esque, if you ask me. It's fun. You know, earlier I was saying, back to you, Paul, because we have somebody giving live action from Orlando. Then we're here in our studio. It's hard to believe that it's all live. What else do we have here? Let me hop over to Facebook to make sure I give some love over there. Jerome, how are you doing? Thank you so much for joining us. Hey, Stuart. Hey, Jeff. If you want to enter to win and you haven't entered to win the giveaway, go to ptzoptics.com/church-makeover. Remember, everybody watching, the giveaway announcement is tomorrow, so you have to be watching tomorrow's show at 2 p.m. to win. Okay. I'm giving the guys a moment to have lunch. Give them a little break. I see on my Easy Live feed that they are sitting down, eating lunch. So, actually, you could probably see it a little bit. If here, I won't actually switch to them, Michael, but I'll just click this so they can kind of see what's going on. We've got the back of someone. Paul must have put the backpack down. So what I'm going to do is when I'm ready to switch back over to him, I'll just call him and say, sorry, your lunch is over, buddy. New Age Studio, is that a booth that you want us to visit? Because we can let Paul know that. The stream is going great. Love live from the show floor. Yeah, and thank you guys because you've kind of stuck with us the majority of the time. I really appreciate that. And this is a great opportunity to not have to cut the stream, start a whole nother stream, lose the attention of the audience. So this has been a really fun way to continue a full day event coverage stream. John, what is the monthly cost of having 2 mobile hotspots for the live view? I don't know. I can look that up for you right now if you'd like. If anybody in the chat knows this information, feel free to share it. Paul handles the purchasing of the live view monthly costs. So I have no idea on the pricing of that. I know that he's using 3 cellular feeds, I believe, plus the Wi-Fi within the WFX Convention Center, because you can bond Wi-Fi as well with the live view solo, which is what we are using. What else do we have here? All right, guys, I think that's all that I have. I hate to rush him through his lunch, but I don't know. That covers all the questions that we had. That covers all the information that I wanted to bring to you guys today. So I say it's almost time to call Paul and ask if he wants to share his lunch with you guys. What do you think?
Do you want to go over the rules for the giveaway again?
Yeah, we can cover the giveaway one more time for people that are just coming on.
Do you want to give a shout out to the new user groups?
Yes. Okay, I can plug this for you guys for sure. So I did mention earlier today that we do have one more giveaway entry option for the House of Worship giveaway. That's because we just started a brand new user group that's dedicated to House of Worship live streaming. We did this because we wanted to make sure that the proper information was going to the proper area of conversation, make sure that it had its own designated space for conversation so everybody in each group could receive the best information pertaining to them specifically. So if you're in House of Worship industry and you want to learn more about this type of streaming and production, it's church streaming. I believe it's PTZ. It's facebook.com/group/church streaming. And church is that live stream. Crud. Church streamers. Okay. Facebook.com/group/church streamers. Go ahead, and if you want to join that user group, I would recommend entering the giveaway and joining it through that, so you get a giveaway entry as well as entry to the user group. And I'm going to, right after this, we send it back to Paul, continue adding group members, because so far there's been a lot of attention for the user group, a lot of great conversation already started, so it's definitely a great place that you want to be if you are in this industry. Where online do we watch to win? Okay, so if you want to watch to win, you can be on the Facebook or YouTube chat tomorrow. Paul will be monitoring YouTube. I'll be monitoring both, and I'll be on the phone with him, or we'll be using my live feed. I'm not exactly sure how that's going to work yet, but trust that if you are watching on Facebook or YouTube, you can claim your prize in the Facebook or YouTube chat. I will right then and there just ask what church you're part of and which church you entered with, just so we can do a slight verification process there, and we'll move forward. Off topic, love the new hairstyle. Thanks, Stuart. I had to let the long hair go. It was too much. Being a mom, it was like crazy. What is the monthly cost? Play the church giveaway video. That's a good idea. Is there any other solution similar to Easy Live that might be cheaper? LiveView, if you're a LiveView customer, I do believe they have some sort of cloud server. I'm not sure the exact details of that. I don't know if by chance Joyce from LiveView is in the chat. Feel free to chime in, but look into LiveView's options, because I do believe they have some sort of cloud mixer that might be able to offer you some options. I'm not sure of pricing, but that's the only other thing I can really think of besides Easy Live. If anybody in the chat has any other suggestions or experiences, feel free to chime in and help each other out. As an HEVC encoder solution, I'm interested. Living as one booth, 722. Okay, we'll make sure that Paul sees that. ProPresenter booth. They are going to stop by the ProPresenter booth. Maybe they'll splice it up from Easy Worship, but they will stop there. Do we have the church giveaway video on hand? We're looking for it.
Church makeover.
For those of you who are just getting amped up about the giveaway, just hearing about the giveaway that we are having tomorrow, it is House of Worship exclusive, our biggest giveaway ever, and it's definitely something that you should be interested in signing up for if you are part of a House of Worship that wants to live stream or that does live stream. We're looking right now for a video to share with you guys regarding that. You got it?
Yeah.
All right. Play it for us.
Our biggest giveaway ever is just for churches. It's going to be so much fun. We're going to tell you about this amazing transformational giveaway just for a church like yours.
What's up, guys? Tess here with PTZOptics. So excited to bring you our biggest giveaway ever just for churches. One lucky church is going to take the ultimate grand prize. Speaking of prizes, this isn't just PTZOptics prizes we're talking about. This is everyone you can think of in the industry coming together to offer One Lucky Church an amazing system. Today, we're going to tell you about the rules, the regulations, and how to enter.
All right. So before we jump into this amazing giveaway and tell you all about it, I want to share just quickly why are we doing this and what the community is saying about church live streaming. So does live streaming help your church? That's the question that we asked our community out on Facebook. And Doug Joseph from the Christian Apostolic Church says, we started live streaming 1 year ago and have already had real life results from it. On Facebook, we're seeing 20x the results versus YouTube, and one recent stream got 1,000 views and multiple shares.
Yeah, folks have to check us out in a long line before they ever cross our doors. We also have shut-ins who will watch our services when they cannot make it to church.
That's Scott Kundriff from Clear Lake Nazarene of Webster, Texas. And Roger Cunnan says, we have the best opportunity for the farthest reach with our gospel via web streaming. We have members and non-members that view live and archived streams.
Don Moore says we stream chapel services at High Point University to allow parents from around the country to see what their children are taking with leadership roles in the services.
Yeah, Don is from High Point University, and the children there actually take leadership roles during the services and help out at their church. Samuel Nelson from St. Bess says it helps to introduce new people to the church, those members who are unable to attend services because of work, maybe shut-in members, or members who are studying abroad. There's also members who are out of the local area on business. Maybe they're traveling for sports, for example. So is your church live streaming yet? Join the conversation. Let us know what you think. There are over 25 comments from reverends, pastors, church members, media directors, all chiming in on our Facebook page. So go over there, like our page, and learn a little bit about it. So let's tell you guys a little bit about how to enter and what's involved in our awesome giveaway just for churches. All right, well, we're calling it the Ultimate Church Streaming Transformational Giveaway. There's going to be 2 PTZOptics cameras with a complete live streaming system, the PTZOptics Producer Kit. You can learn about that on our website. And we went out and we said, what other manufacturers would like to be involved? Well, New Tech is going to be giving away their NDI licenses for the cameras. Wirecast is also going to be giving away their live streaming software. X-Keys is going to be giving away a USB control surface. StreamSpot is going to give a year of their streaming service. Eastern Shore Broadcasting is going to be representing vMix and helping out with tech support. HuddleCam HD is going to be giving a joystick controller, and there may actually be more as well. So the prize list, we kind of went through it all. You can find it all on our website. you can go to ptzoptics.com/church-makeover, and we'll show you the link in a moment there to get that. And it'll give you all of the details of what you could win for your church.
All right. So a couple of the rules, very important to consider. This is a United States-based giveaway. So your church and organization must be based out of the United States.
Yes, and the church to qualify must have 300 members or less. We're looking for a church that really needs the help and support and maybe doesn't have the funding of some of the larger churches. So this is specifically for churches with 300 members or less who might need that extra boost, this extra help to get their church online and spread their amazing message.
Now, if you're familiar with our typical giveaways, the same rule is going to be for this one. You must be present on the live stream when we announce the winner and claim your prize in the live stream chat on Facebook or YouTube. The announcement is going to be November 15th from the WFX Show at 2 p.m. Eastern, 11 a.m. Pacific.
Yeah, that's a good point, Tess. Some folks might not know that we do a giveaway every single Friday.
Sure do.
Where you can actually enter to win a PTZ camera for your church, and that is on our live show. So WFX Show in Orlando, the Worship Facility Expo, we will be there, and we wanted to just kind of make the announcement there. So that's November 15th. Now, Tess, some people have had issues entering, or let's just explain it so you guys have no issues. Obviously.
Okay, so long as your church meets all the rules, there's 15 possible entry options, which you'll see represented on the Gleam page. Gleam is what we use for the giveaway. Here's the options right here. Sorry about that. These are all options for entries. You can simply click to enter. You can refer friends for extra entries. You can make and submit a video, original video dedicated for the giveaway about why your church needs a new live streaming system, and a number of other actions. So there's plenty of options for you to enter the giveaway. If you have never entered one of our giveaways before, it will first ask you to submit your email address, and I believe it's like a birth date, just a couple bits of contact information to prove that you are who you are. And from there, you will then be triggered to submit one of these entries that you see here. So that's how it goes.
And you mentioned the birthday. I do believe you need to be 18 years or older to win a contest like this. But that's it. We would love for you guys to join. We're dedicated to trying to help churches live stream their amazing messages. You can go to ptzoptics.com/church-makeover to enter and be part of this awesome giveaway.
Best of luck, guys. We'll see you soon.
Bye.
All right, guys. So that's all you have it. That's the whole area of details that that you need to know for the church giveaway, which is tomorrow. So get those last and final entries in. When I send things back to Paul in a brief moment here, I'm going to have him head back to the PTZOptics booth and to start things off there and make sure you guys get a good look of exactly what we're displaying. Most important booth at the show, obviously. No. So we are at booth 1222 for those of you who are at the show and catching this feed, or for those of you who are just curious. Of course, we're showing our NDI HX cameras, our newer 30X PTZ cam, and we're also displaying our brand new Gen 3 IP joystick. So I'm sure that Paul is going to share with you the functionalities of that. I do believe we also have Wirecast gear being displayed at our booth for any of you interested in Wirecast. You'll get to see some configuration with that as well. In partnership, of course, with Wirecast LiveView, X Keys, and New Tech for the House of Worship giveaway. Making sure we send some love to them because they're all great companies that we vouch for in the industry. So what I want to do now is call Paul live, tell him his lunch is over, and get them to head back to the PTZOptics booth to continue our coverage of the WFX show this year. So let's give him a call. This should be interesting. And maybe I'll even FaceTime him. This is just about as basic as it gets. All right, so we're going to FaceTime Paul. I'm going to make sure that you guys are still with me in the chat. Hey, the Pied Piper. How's it going? Hey, Ryan Brenneman. Hi, how's lunch going? Good. We are just about, I don't know, if you guys are finished up, but we're about done with our content over here. We were going to switch things back to you. What do you think? 5 5 minutes, he says. You know we're live right now.
Yeah, we just need 5 minutes. You should probably take a bathroom break too, don't you think? Yeah, we need 5 minutes.
Okay. Well, I'll hang out with the chat more. They're being really good troopers and sticking with us for the lunch break.
All right, thanks so much.
Wait. One more thing. I want you to start at the PTZOptics booth after this.
That's a good idea. We'll go right to the PTZOptics booth. We do need to take a quick bathroom break.
Okay.
Anytime soon. Just you'll see the sheet, I guess. Oh God. All right, we're gonna take turns. I'm gonna go to the bathroom now. Tom will be here.
Well, I can wait for a bathroom break, okay?
Okay.
As long as it's number 1.
All right, just give us 5 or 10 minutes. We're not gonna bring the camera in the bathroom.
Okay, please don't. We will definitely get sued.
Okay. All right. Well, I'll see you soon. Thanks, Tess.
All right, bye. Paul, let's hope that he does not bring the camera in the bathroom because they will, be headed to jail after that. That's certainly something to remember when you are IRL streaming. Do not take the camera into sensitive areas. That is illegal. Anywho, so they're taking a bathroom break and then they're going to start things back up with the IRL stream. So we're going to hang out for a brief moment here until they come back. So I don't want to switch to them just in case Paul forgets. Let me know who's in the chat, who has been here the whole time. What was the favorite thing that you saw so far on our trip during the WFX show? And what have you not seen yet besides the people that have already suggested things that you want to see? I know that LiveView has a spot here. I believe Livestream has a spot there. New Tech has a spot there as well at the JB&A booth, I believe. So we should be able to visit some of our friends, some of our regulars, some of our partners. So I'm looking forward to that. Back to work, Paul. I got some laughs on my number 1 joke. Hey, Mark, how's it going? Hey, Christopher. We get to watch Tom eat instead. Can we watch Tom eating lunch? Actually, why not? I don't know. I don't want to make Tom upset at me or something. He's my, he's like, yeah, he's like, what's the word? Somebody that helps you learn. Mentor. A mentor. Yeah, so I wouldn't want to ruffle his feathers. Looks like they had salads, though, healthy guys. At least you guys can kind of see. I won't give the whole shebang, but looks like they had salads. I see Paul's camera. He was probably taking a picture of Tom eating lunch, hydrating with some water. I will say that this conference center is really good looking. We've been to a few now, and I like all the blues that I'm seeing in there. It's kind of an aesthetically pleasing arena. I did really appreciate the update on Easy Worship. Wonderful, Christopher. Started to follow on Facebook, now on YouTube. Love the Easy Worship product. Great, John. I'm so glad that we were able to link up with them, and it sounds like we're going to try and work on getting them a camera for testing NDI-HX compatibility. Yes, Tom is my guru, Christopher. That's exactly right. This has been an amazing help and super worthy. Thank you, Fast Teddy. John has been trying to implement my NDI camera feed into my presentation and projection. Their solution looks perfect. Yeah, and if we can get them a camera for testing, that's going to be a wonderful pairing for our House of Worship customers. Just do it, Nike. Chat's getting crazy. And like I mentioned before, Tom is hosting his show at 3 p.m. and he's been such a wonderful partner with us. Trooper for hanging with us throughout the entire show. So make sure that you go to easternshorebroadcasting.com after our coverage today to catch his show and live feed from WFX. I believe it's going to be more of a stationary stream, and Paul is actually going to be interviewed. So Tom is going to switch roles there and give you guys a look into Paul's brain. It's a crazy place to be. James, visit Epiphan and take a look at the Pearl Mini. Okay, Epiphan should definitely be there. I'm sure that they are, so I will make sure. Maybe I'll send Paul a text with some of your guys' requests because he's not the chat's not always his thing. It's sort of my thing. So, hi, Sakala. It is wonderful and a cold Wednesday. Nice to be viewing. It is a wonderful Wednesday, and it is freezing here outside Philadelphia. All right, it looks like Paul is just about to be ready to address you guys. He's setting up the backpack. He's moving it. It's on the table. He's putting some things on the table. Hopefully his battery doesn't run out. Good thing about Easy Live is we do have a redundancy video or image that will play if anything goes unconnected on either end of the stream. So have no fear, the stream will not die if the video feed that we're sending you does die. All right, back to Paul. Thank you guys so much. We did it.
Hi, Polly.
All right, I'm ready.
You're live. We switched to you.
Oh, okay. All right, thanks.
Have fun. Great job.
Thanks. See you later.
Bye.
All right, we're back and action. Just gonna get this cable steady. Gonna wait for Tom. He's going to the bathroom real quick. What did I just say? And we're gonna start the show. So this has been a lot of fun. We're seeing so many great vendors from the church worship space. Here in Orlando, Florida, this is the convention center here, as you guys can see. Really just a cool space. Just clean this camera off just a hair. There we go. And it's just a lot of fun. So we've been really enjoying this. Oh, I gotta get the chat room out. And you guys get to tell us what you want to see. So whatever you guys want to see, we are going to go to. We're going to start back at the PTZOptics booth, just so that we can connect with our team there. So here I'm gonna listen to it. I'm gonna read the feedback now. Tom's back. He's coming in here. Visit Epiphan Pearl and look at the Pearl Mini. All right, we will. Everyone's saying nice work to Tess. Tess covered for us.
You know she was awesome.
Great job, Tess. I know you did well. We're gonna stop by the PTZOptics booth.
Let's start there.
Let's start there.
Yeah.
And we'll go from there.
All right. Because we can kill a lot of birds with one stone there.
Yeah, we really can.
PTZOptics, we can see Magewell.
That's a good point. We need to spend a good amount of time there.
The thing is that's there.
The Wi-Fi Texas on the other side. If you guys are interested in PoE, Power over Ethernet. Hey guys. And I got the chat room. So you guys tell us what you want to see. We just had some Chinese food. It's quite nice. And I'll give you a look forward at what we're looking at here. There's American DJ. Well,
Dante's here.
Oh, good to see them. Yeah, Dante's got to be a big thing in the House of Worship space.
I would think.
It's finally kind of coming along. Wow, look, the hall's packed. Look at those things, Tom. They're like LEDs on motorized. What is the deal there?
Oh.
What is that?
I saw those at a country western concert.
We got to ask them what this is. Look at this.
This is awesome.
What is the deal here? What is that all about? Panels?
Those are simply LED panels on a professional moving light base. We're the only ones in the country really
That's
with
your
them.
stuff.
Yes.
We're live streaming, by the way.
Oh yeah, this is live.
That's Paul, I'm Tom.
Hello, Paul and Tom. How are you? Well, all of our products, well, like everybody else, things are made in China. But our company we design everything with independent manufacturers in China. We're in hundreds of houses of worship around the U.S., corporations, government installations. And we have fixed install, which you're seeing there. We have our new rental products, and that's my department, for rental and staging, and rental to churches who need extra. And these are
dancing LED.
They're dancing LED panels. They're
What's
eye
the
candy.
thought? It's the eye candy.
Well, it's eye candy, but it's also for effect. These they hang off the front of struts, or they go on the floor, and like little R2D2s. So we've got.
Oh, they can go on the floor too, huh?
Oh, they just sit on the floor. Their default is that way, so the base sits on the floor.
That's pretty darn cool.
So they are taking bits of it.
Well, right now they're taking bits of image because it's just, you'll see a change. It's just bleeding from the main screen over. And when that changes, you'll see little bits of flame like what's going on there right now.
Yep.
So we've mapped everything as one large. Gotcha. All right. But you can make all these individual, and you run these. You program the movement just like you would lights with DMX.
Okay.
And then you have data in and out to put your video on, and you can either do independent video on it. You can bleed it.
I can see the mega churches would want this.
You've already got people who want to put them in. You just got to use them correctly. So they have applications for the mega churches, applications for corporate, nightclub entertainment, everything. So
I've seen these at concerts.
Not these.
Not these. They were bigger. They were like 6 by 8.
That was something a little different. They were custom built. These are units.
These are manufactured production.
And all of our stuff has a 4-year warranty, not a 2. Nobody has that. On electronics and everything else.
Awesome.
Receiving cards, so we have 4-year instead of 2-year warranty on our products.
Paul,
We're
I
based
think
in
you need some
Lakeland,
of these.
Florida.
Yeah, I think I need to get some of these. Tess is telling you to not forget to get ready for your show at 3 p.m. We have time. It's only one now.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much.
That's
Vanguard LED displays. Okay, here we go. So this is where the booth is.
We got to get to the booth.
Yeah, it's right here. Did you see this company called MVix? Have you seen it? Like, it's called MVix.
Yeah.
It's like you just move one letter and you have vMix.
Huh.
That's really.
Oh yeah, I saw those when I was on the WFX site. It linked to their site, and it's digital signage, which is close.
Yeah.
So we actually have you can position that right in the center of your drum kit. And you can.
We mean individual.
Okay. We have individual mics. Oh, okay. Using.
There we go.
Got a booth stand in yesterday. Y'all mounted that camera upside down.
Yeah. People mount cameras upside down all the time.
Get dizzy.
Here's the booth, and all right. So you're going to be ready for 3. She has all of you.
Really? She never once called me. So she figured it all out.
Well, did you give her your streaming information? Yeah. All right, so she's good.
By real time, yes, it is live. Reach out to live broadcast. We also have
Like I said, worst case scenario.
So what we're going to do is we're going to take you guys through the PTZOptics booth, right?
Would you like me to ask all these people to leave?
Yes, please, please.
It's quite a crowd.
Well, there is quite a crowd. I mean, it's a good show. Like I said, there's a lot of people. It's a really good show. Tim!
Mr. Richards!
So glad you're here.
Hey, people!
This is Tim Colback of Magewell. And he's going... I'm worried about this. I'm always worried about the copyright. What are you going to do?
Turn the volume down.
It is what it is.
There's not much we can really do. So why don't we start...
Turn around so the mic.
Yeah, we could at least face the mic this way. There we go, that's a little better. So, and I'm sure they don't do that the whole show, right?
No. I think that's the first time I heard music.
Okay. Let's start with the Magewell products, Tim. You have a lot of cool stuff. Not everybody got a chance to see it yet. Tom has already picked one out here.
What are you looking at there, Tom?
Well, it looks like it's got a USB output and a SDI AV And DVI input.
Yep, so Tom is looking at our ProCapture AIO box. That device, it's a USB 3, but it'll do an SDI in, and then through that little AV port, we can do all of our analog video. And then through the DVI port, we can do all of our digital video, HDMI, DVI, etc. And there's our USB 3 on the back.
Wow.
Kind of an all-in-one device for any one of your...
So there's a little pigtail for this?
Yes, sir. And there's a pigtail also for the analog there, but I failed to take that out of the box.
Okay, so we got component and HDMI input here, not simultaneously, one or the other.
One or the other. And then here we have composite, VGA, S-video.
Got it.
And an analog audio option.
So this covers
everything.
Everything. Yeah.
Yep.
So this is a good one for the tool bag.
Exactly.
When you just need something.
Yep. And when especially if you're walking into a situation where you don't know what all your components are going to be, and then the USB 3 out, super friendly, so you can run it into your laptop.
Does it take
running
a driver?
vMix.
Does it need a driver?
Does not.
Does not need a driver. Just whatever comes standard in Windows. All right. Well, show us this one. This is the neat, cool one.
So this is this is kind of the one everybody's been talking about lately. This is our ProConvert HDMI 4K version. So we can take a HDMI 4K in with a loop out, does a little magic in there, outputs your H.264 NDI stream.
I'm sorry, did you say NDI, sir?
I did say NDI.
Doggone.
So we're going places here, Tom. This is the first version of the device.
NDI.
4K NDI.
What is the size of that feed?
I've used it. It's 170 megs.
Well, that's not bad.
Now that's actually for a 1080.
Is like 100. Oh.
Yeah, 1080-60 is like 170 megs with this.
1080-60. Does this do 4K 60?
I haven't seen any of the benchmark testing yet. We're still in development, Tom. We're still
developing. Yes, it does do 4K 60, or this is wrong.
Yeah, because I thought that this said. Well, no, this might be the new one. This one says 4K 60.
4K 60. Holy cow.
There's no bandwidth information.
Over USB 2.
No, NDI. No USB.
No USB. Sorry.
But you can, apparently you could use the USB to bring the feed in.
You're talking about that daisy chain deal. Yeah, I've seen that.
Apparently this USB is generally used for power if you don't have PoE coming from your network switch.
You're familiar with this product?
Yeah, I have one.
You have one?
Yeah.
I thought they were in
Paul's had more time with it than I have.
So, and Martin from Zen Video Devices found out that you can actually bring this in as a USB camera.
Really?
As well.
4K?
I don't know about that. I don't think you can do 4K. It wasn't designed for that.
I think in USB, you'd be your bandwidth limitations would come in over USB.
You stole this off of PTZOptics camera.
Or did,
what the heck?
Or did PTZOptics camera steal it off of one of my ProCapture cards?
Ooh.
Guys, nobody stole this in this circle. Okay? The wheel was invented a long time ago.
I don't know, Paul.
And so this will take a micro SD card?
I don't think so. I think that's just a back. I don't know. I don't know, Tom.
And you shouldn't drill holes in this thing.
It says there are tally lights on this, Tom. That's what these are. They're going to make them bigger, apparently.
Preview and program. Okay. Oh, wow.
Yep, and I knew the tally lights were there.
And it's got a quarter 20 thread.
Yep, your little camera ball.
Now look at this, Tom. There is a serial output for PTZ control. So you can plug in any Gen 1 PTZOptics camera or Gen 2 and get control over it, PTZ control over that. Yeah, I've tested it.
Did you have input into this?
Yeah, you plug your old PTZOptics camera into it, and you plug that 8-pin mini DIN into it, and you can control it with NDI as well.
He's tested it.
I have a video on it.
Yeah, that's where I've seen it. That's where I've seen it done, Tom. It's from watching Paul do it.
I'm amazed.
Yeah, it's almost like you guys made it for PTZ cameras.
I think that's one of the biggest places it's going to fit. I think it really helps with this, the stretch of the cable run, the multi-camera environment, easy upgrade where people you don't have to buy a new camera.
Now you're running 2 Ethernets potentially though. Yeah. One for the PoE on the PTZ camera and one for this.
But
just so, right? I mean,
you're still 2 instead of 3 or 3, or 4.
Well, you're not running SDI or HDMI anymore.
Right.
No, but you're running HDMI in from the camera.
And it's got the loop out too, which I mean, in certain
PTZ
scenarios.
Control, so you just have to power the camera.
Yeah, the camera still needs to be powered because there's no pass-through power on the HDMI.
Yeah, that would be interesting.
That's amazing.
I guess you could run one Ethernet cable if you wanted to a switch up by the camera. Just depends on how you route things. So that's an interesting one. Now they just came out with the SDI version of this.
SDI version was announced, I think on the 6th, 7th, somewhere in there. All I know is that it's been announced.
Okay, let me see if I'm getting some questions for you here. I know, guys, you guys want us to go to a lot of booths, and we are going to try to get to them. Okay, NDI HX. No.
No.
Full. NDI 4K. Yes.
Yes.
Full NDI slash.
Oh, okay. Matt Davis is saying it creates a virtual network connection via USB. So he's got one too. So I gave him mine, the one you gave me. So, are there any other 4K NDI encoders that you know of?
NewTek.
NewTek just announced one.
Yep.
Yep. NewTek Connect Pro also does 4K. Time for lunch, says Christopher Kewell. All right, so what else do we have? The encoder box. Let's take a look at that.
Yeah, the encoder is the other one that's kind of exciting. Hoping to see it before the end of the year. HDMI in with a loop out, mic in, audio out, USB for recording. It's a single channel box, all controlled, configurable through an app. Push button, start and stop recording. Push button, start and stop streaming. Primary stream can be 1080, secondary stream is 720. Presets for YouTube, Facebook, and Twitch, and you can also add a custom RTMP.
Beautiful.
Pretty basic. And a list price of $359.
Does that one work?
This one I don't think does. It just feels a little light to me. They usually don't give me working demo gear. I can't say I blame them.
Okay. And then let's just go down the line here.
Going down the line, we have our capture devices that everybody kind of knows and loves.
Yep.
Here's my HDMI. We're actually using our Gen 2 SDI over there.
Everyone loves that. We'll go over there soon.
So that's
USB, HDMI.
Yep,
SDI.
single channel USB into HDMI. SDI is the same thing. Our Plus versions, we just add a loop out and we add that audio in and out.
That's monitoring as well, right?
Yep, for your confidence monitors. Our Pro Convert DVI uses that same breakout cable as the AIO to bring in all your digital options. And our 4K versions of the dongles.
Gotcha. Pricing difference between HD and 4K.
Price difference between between HD and 4K with the loop out to the user is about $100. So if you're looking at moving to 4K workflows and don't have an input, you might just want it for the extra $100 invest in the 4K ready device.
How much is that device?
List price $459.
Wow, that's not bad for a 4K.
Right. Yes.
Pro capture.
And you can get them from Eastern Shore Broadcasting.
Yeah, Tom, you should be doing this presentation. All of this gear is available from Tom Sinclair.
In fact, everything at this table.
Everything and over here. You need to take a bigger role here. Okay, now here's an interesting thing. This to a lot of, see Dom, one of the things I want to do with this next Q1 thing is I don't want this to look like what it looked like to me the first time I saw it. This looks like, to me, a scary thing. What is this? What do I do with it? How do I use it? It just looks like a bunch of chips with a fan on it, some connectors. We need to make this, and we're going to have a meeting about this tonight, but we want to make it so that people can understand how they work and why they're so important. This is the only thing on this table that has 4 inputs.
Plug into a camera?
If you got a big enough camera.
Or no, it plugs into a laptop.
This is your area expertise, Tom.
These are sweet little guys. I love them. Yeah. We've sold a bunch of them. I mean, it's a 4-port capture card.
Yeah.
Generic. This is not the 4K version.
No, sir.
This is a 1080p version.
Now, in the custom PCs that you're building, Tom,
SDI.
you build a lot of custom PCs for your clients. How many PCIe slots are there generally?
Well, it depends. I mean, you can get, depending on the size of the motherboard, you can have 1, you can have 6.
Really?
You can have full-size slots, you can have half-size slots, you can have single-size slots.
Is that why you do so much testing? Because just because you have 6 slots doesn't mean you can use them all for,
well, no, that's right.
You know,
that's right.
Cameras.
That's right. That is exactly right. Okay. And that is, you only have a certain number of lanes that you're going to be able to use, and they get divided up as to how many lanes are allowed. So if you have a 16 for your video card, that means that you may have a 16 left, but you can only use 8 of it for a capture card like this. But a card like this is going to take 4 or an 8. That's going to be the same way. That's amazing. I mean, you don't even need a full-size slot to get 4 channels in 1080p video. Very cool. Very cool. And actually very cool because it's got fan on it.
Yeah. Now, one quick little thing I want to show on these before we pass is that little dial that Tom mentioned.
Oh.
This was the problem that I had because we had put in 2 of the same cards.
And they were set for the same,
and they were set
for the same
so
number.
Can we just mention that?
Dueling.
So we do have the kind of select a card dial here. If you install multiple cards into a system, you have to change the number or the letter on at least one of them so that the system knows which card it's to communicate with. But with that on there, it makes it very easy to integrate multiple cards into a single system for instances where you need more than 4, 6, or say 8 inputs.
Well, that's like having twins and giving them both the same name.
Yeah.
You want to give them different names.
Now, Tim, pricing on these 2 units.
On our quad HD capture cards, $8.99 is list price.
Wow.
Available from Eastern Shore Broadcasting, and maybe at a discount, but I don't know. I didn't hear that here.
Especially when we bundle it with other items. Mm-hmm. Like we'll bundle this with vMix, we'll bundle it with X keys, and
maybe a PTZ camera.
Well, now there's a thought.
There's a thought. We'll go over there in just a moment. I think we talked about all the pricing. We're getting a lot of questions about pricing. And then 4K models of this. Now, I know when you get to the 4K realm, it gets more expensive and less inputs. Is that correct?
4K jumps up quite a bit in pricing. We just released our dual channel 4K 60 card.
Okay.
But that's only dual. That just started shipping with a list price of around $1,400. The quad is coming, but that's going to be 2019.
Okay.
That's amazing.
Man, if you get a quad 4K, that's going to be nice.
That's amazing.
To me, even dual 4K 60 on a card is pretty impressive.
Yeah.
There's a lot going on.
That's great. And your pricing is so affordable, it makes it easy for churches to, get involved in this kind of video processing.
We can do either a Magwell dongle with an existing laptop and a PTZ camera.
I'm glad you said that.
With a PTZOptics camera, a Magwell dongle, and an existing laptop, gets a church streaming for
under $2,000. With our encoder here, we can skip the laptop. You're going to get, it's very basic, bare bones. It's just camera direct into the device and then the device out. It's sub $2,000. So we've really, with PTZOptics, we've really made it affordable as an entry level. And what's really nice is all of the solutions are completely scalable. So you may be starting out with a $2,000 budget today, but as your online presence grows and as your budget grows, then you can bring in someone like Tom Sinclair, and maybe that's when you jump into the custom-built system with a quad card in it, with a vMix license, with other options. So it's completely scalable, cost-effective for churches of all levels, with Magwell and PTZOptics.
Did you notice what he did with his lanyard?
I gotta do that.
I just noticed that.
I'm in. All right, so
maybe I'm supporting someone.
Let's talk 4K for a second. And I know a lot of folks out there are saying, I'm never going to stream 4K, or at least not in the foreseeable future. I don't have the bandwidth, blah, blah, blah. But the beauty of 4K today, usable, if you're doing a 1080p stream, is that you can take a 4K device, this is 4K, right?
Yes, sir.
And bring in one single camera over this and slice and dice that 4K image up into multiple 1080p images, so that one camera can now take the place of 3 cameras. I set up a test with that in my studio.
Smile, guys.
The week before last, and used vMix to slice and dice this 4K image.
Yeah, I saw that.
Into 4 different shots: a wide shot, chair left, chair center, chair right. And then using the merge function in vMix, vMix would transition one to the other as if it were a camera pan.
Moving,
And it was one single stationary camera. And that's going to be the entry point where a lot of people come into the 4K world, is to use it as a 1080p appliance.
Mm-hmm.
And then when their internet speeds go up and the demand is up to go into a big wall situation or a big screen TV where 1080p is not good enough, they're going to have the equipment, and they're going to
have the hardware.
It's going to be a half a step and then another half a step instead of a full step. And I'm convinced that's going to be a real boon for a lot of people. I mean, I intend to use that in my studio. There's a 4K camera. I've heard that there might be one coming up after the first of the year.
I can't confirm or deny.
Here's a question coming for you.
Well, I'm not under NDA, so.
When is the Pro Convert 4K shipping?
We're expecting to have units shipping around the first of the year.
Okay.
That's this one right here.
Correct.
It's HDMI. Around the first of the year.
Around the first of the year. For HDMI and for our SDI version.
Both of them. This is sweet. And this is not a working version.
I don't think so.
We're going to take it and we're going to try it.
Right, okay. And it doesn't need a driver.
No, sir.
Might have to make this guy a deal on some of this stuff. Yeah. Although it doesn't work, I guess.
Well, that's not confirmed. You can try it.
We can test it later. Good. Tim, thank you for your time, sir.
Tom, pleasure's always mine.
Indeed it is.
Oh, I should just say, there's no need for an NDI-HX driver with this,
Yeah, because it's full NDI.
We could definitely try it, I mean.
Well, when we run out of other things to do.
Yeah, we run out of things to do, we're going to try it.
We're going to try it.
I've got a stack of stuff in the studio when I run out of things to do. Matt Davis sent me a keyboard that I tested one day, and I said, oh, this is great. I'm going to have to set aside some more time to play with it.
I've had that happen to me, too. I know what it's like. Well, let's take a look at the other side of the booth, then.
Is that a Gen 3 keyboard?
Yes.
IP?
This is,
That's the one, Matt. Yep.
So let's start over here. So what we're looking at here, this is the new Gen 3.
How can you tell a Gen 3 from a Gen 2?
Well, the Gen 3 now has 6 cameras that it has at the top.
Ooh.
So the Gen 2 had 4.
Okay.
But the main difference is, and I think we've got this camera here.
Yeah.
Oh, that's not on the. It's that one there, but it's not on the screen. I'll ask. I'm going to ask Jeremy to put it on there. Jeremy, can you put this camera on the screen for us? There we go. So that gives you an idea. Hopefully you guys can see that. Give it a try, Tom. The latency is what the main thing. Hi, David. How you doing? It's really the latency that is the main change here.
How we doing, sir? Pretty good, pretty good. I have.
You know how many speeds is the joystick?
So now we have like 27 speeds as well.
Wow.
So, and we have individual speeds for pan, tilt, and zoom. So if we
I
hit
can
the
set. Go ahead.
I believe it. See this little speed button here?
Okay.
So what happens is we got pan, tilt, and zoom now when you hit this, and focus speed, and preset speed. So that's quite a lot there, right? So when you go to pan, tilt, and zoom, zoom's usually different. Let's put that by the 7. So tilt, you can go from 0 to 20.
And that's
like your normal
not per
controller.
camera.
Yeah. No, that's per camera.
That's per camera.
I believe so. Yeah.
Wow.
I think what we're doing now is the speed for the. I'll have to confirm that, but I think it's per camera. So the preset speed's different. So that is your speeds between calling presets.
Okay.
The other thing I really like about it, Tom, is like, so you can see this camera here. So let's say we want this to be a preset right here.
Okay.
All you got to do is hold the button down. 1, 2, 3. That's a preset. Move.
That's like the radio.
Go over here. Exactly.
That's easy.
1, 2, 3. That's a preset. Hit it again. Goes. So that was one of my favorite changes. It's just the quick, easy ability to not only switching is faster now too.
Yep.
I don't know if you remember, switching took about a second. Now it's instantaneous. This everything. And here's the other thing too. Look at this. OSD menu.
Right there.
Pops right up. So he really tried to get every feature in the PTZOptics cameras in there.
He being Matt Davis.
Yes.
Yes, the person who is at fault with all of this stuff.
Yes. If anything's wrong, it's his fault.
Well, and if everything's right,
he could take credit for it.
Good job. Yes. Yeah, this is slick.
So it really, I mean, that just, and then here's the other thing I really like about it. If you want to set up a camera, you want to add one, you choose a device ID, let's say it's 6. You just, 6 already exists, let's do 99, just for, you just type in the IP. 192.168.100. Whatever. That's not the right IP, but you get the point. You just type it right in. So it's really nice. I believe that you can set up different speeds for different cameras.
Okay.
Can't remember if that's true or not, but I'm pretty sure you can. And it's PoE. The old one was PoE too.
I mean, I can imagine a scenario, especially in a church environment, where I want a camera that's going to be on the pastor. And I don't want to have 100% speed if I'm trying to follow him. I want it to max out at, third speed or something like that.
Yeah.
So I could set up one camera that wouldn't go any faster.
The other thing that you can do, which is interesting as well, Tom, that if we look at the speed again, so you can have your panning be, let's say, 12, but you can have your tilt be 0, meaning it can't tilt. Or very low amount of tilt.
Well, you can't do that with volunteers because they'll reach out and they'll start trying to force it.
Yeah, right. It's broken. Maybe leave it on an incredibly slow tilt. So here we've set it to a really slow tilt.
Yep.
And so now, look at that. So you can go left to right real fast.
Right.
But if I'm going to go up, it's like it's almost restricting your volunteers from messing up.
Well, yeah, and it makes it idiot-proof.
Yeah, it does. Idiot-proof.
Okay.
That's
sick.
So yeah, I mean, we're really proud of it.
And these are available through your resellers.
Yes, these are available. All of our resellers. It's only $649 for PoE
How many
metal.
cameras?
Well, it does 6 from quick switching,
right?
But we can do up to, I think it's 200. So I mean, yeah, it's a ridiculous number. You can do a ridiculous number of cameras and
almost
presets. Yeah, you can't, and it's VSCO over IP. Now the thing is that does mean it could work with a Sony, but it's not designed to work with a Sony. It is designed specific, because there are specific things that each camera is a little different.
Well, that's genius to run VSCO over IP.
Yeah, it's fast. The responsiveness is the big deal.
Yeah.
So it's fast.
Okay.
Yeah. And it's simplistic enough, you know, there's not a ton of things you could mess up with this.
Right.
You know, I think from a volunteer perspective, you know, you got a little bit of focus, iris stuff, but it's just a simplistic thing. There's only really 20-something buttons on it. So it's not incredibly, I think that you look at this, now, I love the Xbox joysticks, you know, that you can use with vMix. I think kids like that a lot, too. They attach to that.
I understand it.
So there's a lot of options out there, but I think that this is just a really easy way to get involved. Now, here's a couple other cameras that some people might not know us for, but this is the 20X box cam.
Oh, I love that one.
So this is 1080p 60. You can see it is only connected to Ethernet. So it is PoE completely. 3G SDI coming out.
It's only connected to Ethernet other than that SDI.
Other than SDI. Yeah, sorry, I misspoke. For power. It's only
I got you. Okay.
And then the same thing here with our Z-Cam. Now these, Tom, I don't know how many you've heard. A lot of people are buying these. A surprising amount. Well, they are NDI now. So these models are available as NDI as well. So it could be one of the easiest ways.
The Z-Cam and the 20X Z-Cam are NDI.
So the NDI, but surprisingly, the NDI models are actually.
It's not NDI.
I know. Almost. Well, the joystick's
the joystick. That's probably coming.
I hope so, and I'm not. I can't say anything about that.
PTZ controlling NDI.
It's big. It's important, and I like what Magewell just did over there, building a PTZ port into their encoder. That's pretty cool. But yeah, even the ones that aren't NDI though, Tom, I don't know if I want to call it a resurgence, but something's going on. People are buying a lot of these. And it's only $4.99. It's a very, very wide-angle lens at 120 degrees. So I think what's happening, and I don't know who buys all this stuff, but I mean, I'm telling you, it's a big resurgence in this one specifically. At $4.99, to just add an extra camera input. Like, let's say you bought a 4-input switcher, but you only have 2 cameras. For $500, you just add one more viewpoint, that one wide-angle back camera, and it's PoE. You know, no need to hire an electrician. And I think they're putting them in drum cages. Remember we saw the drum cages over there? Places that are a little bit closer up. And you can take this lens off and put any CL lens on it.
CL
lens. It's a standard lens. And I haven't done a whole bunch of testing with different lenses, but I was surprised to see how many people are using these.
Do you have one of these in your studio?
Yes, we have one for Tessa's close-up. That's the NDI model. And I mean, just think about it. One Ethernet cable.
So we ought to rename this the test camera.
I know, I kind of want to. We'll see if we can come out with another one. This 20X C-Cam uses the same lens as the 20X PTZ. So from a color matching perspective, it helps a lot.
Same lens, same sensor?
Yes, same lens, same sensor.
So it's the same camera?
Just doesn't have the robotics.
Yeah. But it zooms.
It does zoom. And there was a time when it wasn't zooming with vMix. vMix has fixed that. So this is zoomable through vMix. So that means you can have presets. So this one static camera that costs $7.99 can now give you a wide, a mid, and a close-up on a space, and it's less than half the cost of a PTZ. So, and you can put those presets in vMix. So just a click of a button, zooms to that position.
That's awesome.
This is not, for some reason, these close-ups, people are really, it's having them kind of crazy. I was really surprised.
So, you got to figure out what it is.
I think it's the close-ups.
You're only getting part of the market.
I know. I think it's the close-ups. If you guys are using the Z-Cams out there, let me know. I want to know why so many of you guys are using them. Now, on the other side of things, we are giving away this Wirecast gear.
Oh my God, this is tomorrow.
This is tomorrow.
At 2 o'clock Eastern.
2 o'clock Eastern.
You have to be present to win.
You must be in the chat room to win this giveaway.
Can they, if they're physically present here at this show?
That counts.
Okay.
That counts. You can't. There's nothing better than that.
Oh,
I'd love for them to be
wouldn't
present.
that be great?
It's happened.
Photo opportunities.
It's happened.
They'd be hugging you, kissing
God,
you.
love it. It'd be great. These are some of the bundles that Broadfield put together. But essentially, we have a new Tech Connect Spark, a LiveView Solo, PTZOptics cameras, and then X Keys makes this wonderful controller here. And I have to say that I hope that X Keys branches out to other software as well, because what they've done for Wirecast is incredible for a volunteer.
All right, does it come like that out of the box?
Out of the box, that's the way it comes.
No way.
I think it's only $500.
And is it and how does it configure with Wirecast?
It's plug and play Wirecast. The new version of Wirecast
preset.
already ready to go. And there's things in Wirecast, like when you start getting into the brass tacks of what Dan Slider has done, he hears a lot about this, that you just couldn't do without this. For example, Wirecast works in a it's much different than vMix. There's like layers in the preview.
Right.
So you layer everything out, and then you transition to that. So you're like building it first and then transitioning over. And one of the things about that is, so now you can, well, the way that laying this out from a volunteer's perspective, maybe all your cameras are a base layer down here, maybe your videos
so those
here.
represent the different layers.
These are layers. Each one of these is a layer, and those are inputs on that layer. So you can have 5 layers. But one of the things that was interesting, I think it's good for you to understand this, Todd. But the one thing is, let's say you wanted to start from a blank slate.
Yes.
But you got all this stuff set up. The only way to clear these, you have to clear every layer every time, maybe to get rid of it.
Maybe you don't.
Yeah, it's something in Wirecast. You have to clear the layer if you don't want anything on it.
Okay.
So that would take 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 clicks to do that.
Yeah.
Or you can just go boop, and run your finger down. Did you see the activator too?
Yeah, it's pretty simple.
Oops. I think I just messed up.
I don't know. Did we? Can you? As long as you still see the camera there, we're okay.
So
I think I might have pushed into another. That's all right. You can't break it.
It's all right.
I've tried. I'm Tom, by the way.
Damien, nice to meet you.
Damien. Pleasure. Have you guys got any of their equipment yet?
No, I've.
There we go. We're back.
I've been looking at it. It's on the list. Like many things.
Did you enter the giveaway?
Not yet.
Oh, today's the last day.
Yeah.
Well, tomorrow's the last day.
So yeah, I watched some of the live streams and stuff like that.
Cool.
And
there is a manual.
check out the YouTube show and good stuff. So my one question was,
So you
low light
recognize
stuff.
this face?
Yeah, he's YouTube famous.
That
very
is a
famous.
video signal. You can see the connector.
Your one question is,
Oh, I was just curious about low light.
Can you hand me that?
Because I think the sensors on here are smaller than we're on Micro Four Thirds now. And
Oh wow, yeah.
which is not super great for low light, but it's still a small sensor, so how everything balances out.
Well, the optics have a lot to do with it, right? So if once you zoom into a space, you're actually allowing the optics to focus in on something that's a lot closer. So sometimes you'd be surprised with the optical zoom. Like for example, if we find something for like which camera are we using? This one here. So like if the lighting right now is, maybe if we choose like a darker area, like right up there, maybe. It's going to choose like a darker area up there. Like it looks pretty dark right now. I have the tilt. Tom, people aren't gonna know what's going on. We set the tilt to like incredibly low for our demonstration. We got to remember to set that back. People are, what's wrong with your camera? The tilt is so slow. We changed it to a real slow setting. All right, so we're gonna choose like a dark area. So like you can't really see the details or darkness up there now.
Right.
Okay, and then the capture card would go
Let's give it a second.
And then that would all show up here.
yeah, but that's not fair because that's all black.
You type in your.
That's completely black.
Yeah.
But
That's what you mean, though.
like it becomes a different thing. Yeah, the other thing is, I mean, obviously light is key. Like you do need a little light for it to work. But once you zoom in, it becomes a totally different amount of light that's available.
Yeah, and one of the things is, I mean, going with the camera we have now, All right. To be able to have like switching control of like right now you're reaching up and you're like grabbing the lens and you're you know because we don't have
it's all manual.
Yeah, exactly. And so we'd have to get a really fancy lens that has the light controls and stuff like that, or you just go with something like this and you avoid all the hassle. So
not only do you avoid the hassle, but you can put this camera anywhere.
Yeah.
But you can't put a man's camera.
Right.
And so it becomes
well, the other challenge we're portable, so we got to be able to get in and out pretty quick.
Because you guys got wiped out in the storm.
Yeah, well, that's part of the reason why. Yeah.
You survived.
We were not portable a month ago.
Yeah.
And then we will be.
But there are things where
yeah, it's been tough, but it's been a great opportunity for the church to kind of step up and come together. Pastors that hadn't really talked to me much, and now like, come on, let's do stuff together. I'm like, all right, that's what it's supposed to be like. So it's cool.
That's good.
But for example,
that's good. It's not the blessing that everybody wanted, but
there's
it is what it is.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, we had countless people tell us, man, I had given up on church, but the way I'm seeing the church step up is making me come back.
Really?
Right,
yeah,
exactly.
A lot of people, because the church is with it. Like even our church, we had this clothing giveaway we do twice a year, every spring and fall. Right. And we had it the Saturday before the storm. And so after the storm, everything was still set up. So we just opened the doors and invited people to come back. So
come and get it.
Yeah. So we did that, but then we were less affected. So we had a group come together and build basically these kits of like sorted clothes and take them to the shelters and take them in town with more affected areas. And so we were able to provide clothes for like 700-800 people in a matter of a couple weeks.
Damien, tell us what church this is.
Truth Fellowship.
Yep, in Panama City, Florida.
Yep.
Wow.
Yep. So it's been pretty awesome. And it was, we held it at our church, but there were people from lots of other churches stepping up and helping it, so it was pretty awesome.
Paul told you you're like on a live stream to thousands of people all over the world, right?
You're not live stream together.
We are. Sorry, I should have told you. Sorry.
It's cool. I'm like, why does he keep holding this thing right now?
That's why I wanted you to say where you were from. Because people
maybe people can help donate.
Yeah. So unfortunately, because of all the storm stuff, we're no longer in that building.
Yep.
And it was like, God, you really put us there just so we can help and serve in this critical time, because first 3 weeks, everybody needed clothes.
Yep.
Right now, people need cleaning supplies and other things like that.
Right.
So it's amazing to see how things kind of shift and change, and the needs are different. And so, we're trying to step up and adjust the situation.
So you're taking a little break.
A little bit. Yeah. Good. So trying to strategize for the next phase, right? Because I think one of the awesome things is that the church has a great story to tell, and because of the impact of disaster, more people are listening. And so one of the key things we're looking at here is how can I be more effective at telling that story?
Yep.
Because best story ever.
They're paying attention. That's right.
That's good. Exactly.
Good story. Thanks for sharing.
No problem. Nice meeting you guys. All right, thanks. Take care.
Nice to meet you, David.
All right. Nice to meet you as well. Oh, I checked you out too.
Thank you. That's all right. He didn't recognize me until I gave him the card, but that's all right.
No, I didn't.
You knew I looked kind of familiar, but yeah. Cool. That's good.
Good deal. Thank you, guys.
Nice to meet you. All right.
Thought I'd wait long enough.
Yeah, exactly.
There we go. All right, so let's look at the chat room.
What does the chat room have questions for?
It's populating.
It is populating. It's popular. So
can you flip the camera control from the joystick? Yes, you can, because you can now, and we probably should.
I feel like I let you down. I feel like I let you down.
Should wrap. It's a pretty long cable. All right, so yes, you can. And first of all, we might as well pull this out from the dark area that we chose. So if we wanted to flip this camera, we would just hit the OSD button, and we just go to image. I just did this OSD enter, and we go ahead and flip the image.
No way.
Just like that.
Oh, golly.
So yes,
that's easy.
You can, now that he's built OSD control, I mean...
So anything that's in OSD is now available on the keyboard.
Yep. And more importantly, some of the things on OSD are available on the keyboard without even having to go in OSD, because that was a big issue.
Like the iris and the focus.
Yeah. Cool. All right, so we got that. too many clicks, like Paul said in the Wirecast. Okay.
There are ways to fix that.
Use the OSD to invert the control. All right. This is Matt. Hey. Can we show the back of a camera really quickly? Just to finally just show that. Before we take off, guys, I just want to show you the back of this camera. This is PoE, so Power over Ethernet. Also could be NDI, depending. We have HDMI, and that can also stream RTSP and RTMP. HDMI, HD-SDI, and this is a system select button. So this allows you to select between 1080p 60, the whole thing right here. You can do 1080p 50 if you're in the EU, 720p 60, 1080p 30, etc., etc. And
or you can just flip it around until it works.
Yeah, you can just keep flipping until you got a lot of options there, but you can keep flipping. And then this is a serial control. So like we were talking about, Tom, with that Magewell Pro capture. Let me just grab that. Oh, he's got it.
Converts it to NDI on the way out.
Really quickly. If you were to take the HDMI out of this into here, you could take the PTZ control directly into there.
That's amazing.
Yeah, and I've tested it, works. And then studio monitor, Xbox controller, stuff like that. Sorry, guys. So, USB 2 is for firmware only at this point.
Not for streaming.
Not for streaming.
Okay.
Power, which not a lot of people are using anymore, because everything's going PoE.
But you still have to use the power button.
Yes, you still need to use the power button.
I climbed a ladder to turn it back on after thinking maybe plugging in PoE was just 100% power. No, we have to go flip that. Okay. And by the way, this button also works for control.
Yes.
With your IP controller.
Mm-hmm.
Or
we should look at the back of the IP controller. You can see just Ethernet is plugged in. So that's powering the unit and controlling the cameras all over that Ethernet.
Okay, and we've got the tripod mount.
Tripod mount.
And then the mount for the bracket.
For ceiling mount.
Bracket, ceiling mount.
A lot of ceiling mounts that go out.
And then standby and power. Mm-hmm. Is there any word on the
tally? I think so, but I can't remember. There's never been official release, so I'm not sure.
Okay.
I shouldn't say.
Okay. So we shouldn't stream this out to thousands of people and say
say something that we don't know for sure.
And all these pieces pop off, and you can take this apart and see how it works on the inside.
Yes.
Found that out the hard way.
Is there a software controller for the PTZ functions? Yes, we have a new app, software app.
You can control it through Wirecast.
You can control it directly through Wirecast.
Control it through vMix. Control it through OBS.
Oh, here's a question we get a lot. Does it shorten the camera life to have it powered on all the time?
I would think not.
I don't think so either. I don't think that it's such a... So you got to remember, PoE, and this is not PoE Plus. Right. PoE, this is a very small amount of wattage.
Was that a PoE question, or was that just a power question?
It's a power question. It'd be interesting to go to the PoE Texas people next and ask them a few PoE. If you guys have PoE questions, just wait a moment, and we will talk to them.
I never turn mine off.
Yeah, I don't either.
Mine stays on 24/7.
I was told to leave them on too.
The only time I turn it off is when there's going to be a thunderstorm.
Yeah. I don't think there's any issue.
I mean, you've got like a 3-year warranty on it anyway.
There's a 3-year warranty on it anyway, and Tess made these up, so I just want to show those.
I already got one of those.
You got one?
Those are awesome.
IR shortcuts.
Here, let's put it right out in front of the camera.
You can display the OSD menu, you can set a dynamic IP address, show the IP address, restore defaults, show the camera version, which is a good one, and look at that, quickly see mount mode. And then on this side, it's just an invitation to download the apps, PTZ apps, and then join the user group. So good job on that, Tess.
This is really handy.
We're going to try to put them in every box.
That's a great idea. Because the handheld remote is really a handy little thing to have. Do you have one here?
Yeah, it should be. There it is.
So this is the new version.
Yep.
But it works with the old camera.
Yes.
And the old remote works with the new cameras. Yes. I mean, I know that because I've got both. Yeah.
So one of the
so a series of strokes, keystrokes, will do, and it's almost always either star pound or pound star.
Yeah, you know, there is one on here though that see I'd rather remove because there's only space for one more. The one that's not on here that I would like to have on there is if you hit star pound F2, it sets the camera to camera select 2. So if you had like 4 cameras and you wanted to be able to control each one of them separately, if you hit star pound F2, it sets that camera to respond to camera select 2.
Ah, okay.
And that's not on here, Tess, if you're watching. I'd rather have that on there than showing the camera version or something.
Right.
We just bought a small handful of these.
Oh, that's great. I always used, I think it's star pound menu or whatever this.
To show the IP address?
No, to reset the camera.
To reset the camera, oh, yeah.
Okay.
What were you doing with that camera?
I don't know where I am, but I'm just going to go back and reset. All right, what else?
Okay. Well, I think that does it. There's a live view. We are using right now a live view solo to live stream what you're seeing right now.
It's that big?
No,
it's big
small.
at all.
It's small. We should take it out.
But it's teeny. Look at that.
That's it there. This is what the winner's going to get. This is the you may win this.
Really?
Yeah.
I'm not going to win it.
But you're not going to win it unless you enter the giveaway, and it would have to be for your church.
Of course, it may not be here tomorrow, since I'm seeing it right now. Look at that little guy.
Yep.
He is cute. And then it's got a belt clip on it.
It's got a belt clip. I don't suggest using the belt clip because, you know, it's kind of like, look, John Wayne, you know, with your belt. I got your gun on your belt or something. It flops off if it's right there and you bump into somebody. I think it's safer in a backpack. It doesn't seem to hurt the cellular signal.
It's a headset?
Monitoring the audio.
Okay. So you could monitor
I could monitor
our audio
us.
right now?
Yeah, I could.
Okay. All right.
In fact, I have a microphone, a handheld. Remember we were talking about maybe...
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Your show is an hour and a half. Still. Well, we could use that if you wanted to. Yeah,
this is fine. Okay.
Now, this is interesting. So there's 2 USB 3s. That's for your cellular modems.
Okay.
But you can also hardwire it, which I have mine hardwired now.
Okay.
And you can do a Wi-Fi connection all through at once.
Cool.
Yeah, it's the bomb. Everyone's using them.
There you go.
So someone's going to win that.
That's neat. Back it back up.
All right, Pat. We're gonna keep rolling through. All right. Are you scanning? You scanning people?
Yeah.
All right. Thanks, man. We'll see you soon. All right, guys. That gets us to the next part of the show, which is going to be.
2 minutes later, the music starts, the fire starts, and we're streaming to Facebook.
All right, you ready?
Or to YouTube or
stickers.
You want PTZOptics stickers?
Tess needs one for the back of her laptop.
Tess, we gotta get some of those.
Gotta get some of those.
Good idea.
Gotta get some.
The Facebook stream died. Oh no.
Or maybe Facebook's having a.
Facebook went down.
I know. I watched it. All of a sudden it was working and then
Call Tess real quick.
So we're still on YouTube.
I guess. The stream went down?
Yeah.
That's weird.
It's almost as if they cut us off because we've been streaming for so long.
Do they do that? They might.
I've never heard of that, but that's the only thing I can think of because the redundancy screen's not going up. It just ended.
All right, well then just start a new one.
You want me to start a new one?
Yeah.
I don't know if they heard some music or something.
They would have just muted it.
See the green screen?
Yeah, so there is an
Wow.
auto virus.
All right. Well, yeah, just start a new one, I guess.
Just,
Okay. I will.
yeah.
All right, thanks, Tess.
Yeah, there's also
Bye.
manual. So if you want to.
Yeah, I mean, I've heard of that once or twice before. You know, Facebook will. How long have we been streaming? So we started at 9:30. 10:30, 11:30, 12:30, 4 hours? Doesn't seem right.
It's a glitch.
You know, it could have been a lot of things. We don't know what it was. But I really wanted to take a moment here and talk to PoE Texas. Hi, Tyler. How are you? Good to see you.
Good to see you. How's it going so far?
We've been having, well, our Facebook stream just died. We're still live on YouTube.
Oh, no.
Luckily, I told everybody, I was like, we're going to be monitoring the YouTube chat anyway. So I think that's where most of you guys are. We're launching another Facebook. Luckily, we have the cloud redundancy. So I've done this so many times. I'm cool as a cucumber. I'm confident. We're fine.
Man,
but
you are cool.
This is, we are literally back to back here.
Yes.
Which I love. I'm so glad you guys are so close. I see a lot of cool stuff here I want to look at. We had a quick question for you.
Yes.
PoE versus PoE Plus. Can you break it down for us?
Very simple. PoE has a 15-watt limit. So PoE really covers smaller devices. Like I'll just point it out, like Wi-Fi access points. An iPad will run on PoE. That's 15 watts. PoE Plus ups it to 30 watts.
Okay.
So you can do more powerful devices. I'll give you an example. This Nest camera, it runs on USB Type-C, and you have to have PoE Plus.
Gotcha.
Or that all-in-one computer is PoE Plus as well. So to run a
What?
computer like this, you need 30 watts of power. So this guy is just running PoE Plus. And that's what you need. That's why you need PoE Plus. Now then, when you're really ready to go crazy, you can go PoE Plus Plus, 60 watts.
60 watts? What can you do with that? Oh my God.
This is cool because what this guy does is it will take 60 watt PoE in, and then you get 4 ports of PoE out. So now I'm using this guy to power an iPad and a charging station, and you can throw a VoIP phone on here all on one little box.
Let me break down what I just heard. So PoE Plus Plus is 60 watts. Show me this again. This is giving you 60 watts in, and you're splitting it to 15, 15, 15, 15.
Exactly.
So it's almost like a hub for power. Now it does connectivity as well if you need it?
Yeah, it's doing gigabit data speed through all 4 ports, and it sends a gigabit back to your main port.
So what are you doing right here?
So
What's
it's
going
a
on here?
switch. It's a switch powered by PoE.
That's balls. That's really nice.
And all of our switches right now are PoE powered PoE switches.
Cat 12?
No, it's just Cat 5e.
It's just Cat 5e.
I'm just
I'm Tyler.
I can see you guys working together a lot. PoE is... Now this is the conference room space, so I like this. Tell me more about it.
So this is a full conference room, and what we did is we're doing a demo to show that you could do an entire conference room setup, an audiovisual conference room setup, on 3 network cables.
Okay.
You can get... First of all, I'll show you this one. This is a fun one. It is a PoE powered and hardwired data to an iPad. So this network cable here is running power and data to this iPad. And it's your conference room schedule. You put that on your mullion, and this is these mounts are done by Heckler Design.
Yes,
Great guys.
everyone loves those.
Beautiful stuff. So this is Heckler Design's mount. This can mount on the outside of your conference room as your scheduler. Then you come in. Heckler has now done their console. So this is a console controller that you put on your conference room desk. Again, power and data over Ethernet for your iPad mini.
Is there a connector for that? Because the iPad doesn't have an Ethernet port.
That's what we do. That's our little product. Is the PoE to Lightning is the product that we do.
Very nice.
And then you get can get this guy. We're doing a USB charging station PoE, so you could charge a Bluetooth conference device that talks to your PoE powered computer. You could do an Apple product, you can do an Android product, and we're even upgrading to now a DC jack that'll have 19 volt or 24 volts, and you can power your laptop all off of 3 network cables. You don't need an electrician, you don't need a permit, and you can get this all implemented in a day.
And you can move it anywhere you want.
Yeah. Wow. We're ready to tear it out. So that's our PoE conference.
So what is this PoE plus? Where is this thing?
The IEEE 802.3 BT standard, Type 4. That's 100 watts. And that's very exciting. It just came out in September 27th. They issued the standard. Now everybody, including myself, is scrambling to try and get all the hardware pulled together to be able to do it. That'll do 90 watts out, and it'll do 87 watts at the device, or about 90 watts at the device. What does that really mean in physical terms? A 56-inch display, one network cable.
That's crazy.
You could do a whole workstation, and I'm talking like this full workstation, charging a laptop, 2 monitors, a USB-C hub, so you could do all your devices off of it, one network cable.
So this device here, where is the USB++ coming from?
The PoE++, I'm pulling PoE from our new PoE switch. This guy here, I got it a little tucked away, and what I like about it, it's got a little LCD controller here, and that's, you can actually control, and I can adjust the output power on this guy to that little PoE switch. Now we have a simple 60-watt injector we can do if you don't want to go upgrade your switches and everything. We can get you 60 watts that'll run that guy with just an injector, or you could just upgrade to a switch.
So here's a funny question. What are churches doing with this type of technology?
AV equipment.
Yeah.
So definitely signage, kiosks, being able to do check-in stations. Cool thing. Did you see the guys with the head counter?
No.
There's these guys up front. They have a PoE device. You mount it in your ceiling, and it counts heads. It can tell you how tall you are, and it can tell you how many people are coming by under the camera. That's where you get PoE. And I think this is where exciting. PoE now can do access controls, so you can have door locks, keypads, card readers. You can do PoE lighting. So a church can come in and fully fit out with a lighting system that is fully controlled. You can dim them by the smallest increments to maintain the lighting exactly where you want. And that's very exciting.
Like actual task lighting?
You could do task lighting. I can't name names, but somebody came by and we were talking about how you could do AV lighting with PoE, the new 90 watt standard. So all that could be on a network.
That's cool. I'll say that from an audiovisual integrator standpoint, this would just be a value add to your customer, because many AV integrators are not electricians. And generally, when you do a contract for a bid, you go, all right, all of these devices, we're going to install them, but you have to provide power for all these spaces. Now, you don't need to be a licensed electrician. You just say, all right, well, it's going to be this much more, basically just running Cat5 cables.
Well, I'll tell you, where we're seeing these is lighting controllers or AV controllers. If you walk around the show, fully half of everybody has an iPad, and they're showing how you can control it from your iPad. You can do this and that. But the problem is now you gotta have an outlet to power that iPad, a dock, or something like that. Why not have these beautifully mounted iPad controllers for these iPads, and they're all wired up and networked, so you don't have to add them to your wireless network. It's secured, you get your full controller, and you're getting gigabit data to your iPad.
All right, answering some questions here.
Yes,
they're asking how many watts of power our cameras offer. 15.4 watts. Using the PoE 24/7 will not brick the camera. Facebook Live only lets you stream 4 hours of video, so that's why we got knocked off. People are getting excited. Matt, I know you're watching. I'm thinking I'm going to come by later and just do a full tour, that I can just video. Because this is fun and all, but I want to really get it all. And also want to have you on the show again, too. What's the best way to extend PoE over 300 feet?
Great question. There are a couple of solutions. There are a couple cable manufacturers out there now, and Page has one.
Who's Page?
Page is a cable manufacturer.
No, girlfriend, just kidding.
Yeah, Paige, my girlfriend, she sells cable off her truck. No, but they have one. A friend of mine showed it to me.
P-A-G-E or?
P-A-I-G-E. Okay. And they claim it'll go up to 850 feet.
Yeah.
With no extender. Now, having said that, if you're not willing to really guarantee you can do that, we have 3 different products where you can plug in PoE on the one side and go another 300 feet out with
a repeater, is that what it's called?
We call it an extender.
Okay.
This guy, by the way, natively what
very cool product
is this will do 250 meters or over 300 feet out.
See, 250 meters?
250 meters out of these ports.
With the right cable.
Well, you're going to want to go with Cat 5e. I mean, if you're just going straight Cat Cat 5 or a low-grade category cable, you're going to lose distance no matter what you do.
Okay.
But it's not requiring super specialty cable to achieve that.
800 feet.
800 feet.
Oh, everyone's saying, I absolutely love PoE Texas. So many awesome products. PoE to Lightning.
PoE to Lightning.
It's your product.
Yes, we got PoE to Lightning.
Very nice. 100 watts. People are freaking out.
Yes.
Where in Texas are you located?
We're located in Austin, Texas, right
Very
by the
cool.
domain. So if you need a good restaurant or you want some good barbecue, you come down to Texas, we'll take care of it.
Nice. Chris Zanius wants to work with you guys. I mean, everybody in the AV industry is going to want to work with you guys. I mean, and you don't think you're getting the word out well enough.
I'm trying, Paul.
I'm kidding. Don't stick your tongue on it, says Chad Gray. How safe is this stuff?
It's very safe because with the new... Yeah, I'm going to recommend don't stick your tongue on anything.
Yeah,
you know, I think that's a good life rule. Don't stick your tongue on it.
Leave your tongue in your mouth.
But the way that these work is that you have to plug it in, and then it does a negotiation. So it's not like it's live. You stick it in your hand.
Is that like the reason why they're allowing regular people to install it, essentially? Because it must be plugged into the right thing, or therefore it will not provide power to it. Exactly. As opposed to a live wire that an electrician's installing, it's a live wire. You can't have regular people doing that if they aren't certified.
Exactly. So like with one of these devices, with one of our products like this, or like this one here, if I unplug it, this wire goes dead. You're not going to get anything off. It's at 10 volts just because it keeps a little "Am I alive?" signals. Am I talking to somebody? But yeah, you can touch it, you can do whatever you want, and it's not going to hurt you. So that's why PoE is such a helpful product.
PoE.com/collections. We're sending a link on there. I don't know what that is.
Collections. Collections are how we collect products together and help you get
making
things.
Kits and things of that nature?
Making kits. Because the biggest problem with PoE is you don't want to spend like 4 hours trying to figure out what I need to do. Like, let's say you come to me, you're going to say, I want to put in an iPad that's PoE powered. You don't want to have to troll around my site saying, okay, well, I got the PoE for iPad. Now I need to have something to power it with. Now I need cable. Now I need this. Now I need that. We do collections for you, so that way you're going to start finding a lot of stuff together, and then you can search quickly, pull all your packages together.
Austin, Texas.
And it's not about collections. Like for a second there, I'm like,
cost of the iPad setup. I guess he's talking about the whole thing.
The whole thing? The Heckler console here, these guys run you anywhere between $120 to $150, and then you get the PoE adapter for it, and it's anywhere from $30. The new power with Lightning, the power and data over Lightning is going to be $85.95. That's a new product.
Can we see it?
You can see it. It's still in the prototype mode.
Oh, Tom found the prototype.
It's right here. We got it mounted right there.
See, it's a prototype. It's like caged in. You can't even see it. What is that thing again?
That takes PoE in and it converts it to Lightning power
so
and data.
Lightning can work backwards.
Yeah.
On power.
Wow.
And have you seen the USB Type-C?
No, can I see that?
Yeah. So customers kept coming to us and saying, well, this new Nest camera, they're all USB Type-C power delivery. You can't just plug it into a USB device, or it requires something special.
Yeah.
It does. So we came up with the USB Type-C
look at the back.
power delivery device. So I got it flipped over here. Usually you'd mount it labeled down, but this does power delivery. So it'll take PoE in, and it can output 5 volts, 9 volt, 12 volt, or 20 volt, up to 30 watt. Yeah. And right now, today, it splits the power and data, and you get the power here and the data there, and you can plug it into a hub and get them back together. In about 3 months, you're going to be able to do everything, power and data, out of a USB-C cable.
Jeez. That's incredible.
It's amazing.
PageData.com is where you can get those 800-foot cables.
Yes.
The Game Changer cable from Page is the easiest, fastest, least expensive way. I don't know what that is.
That's the Game Changers, that 800, that one
that's
that'll do the long one. But you know, BurkTech was showing me one that they've got. If you're thinking about that 100 watt, seriously, BurkTech has a Cat 5e that they did on a lower gauge cable, so it's especially thick to be able to do the high 100 watt, 60 and 100 watt with higher efficiency, which is really good. You know, it's more expensive than Cat 5e, but it's not as expensive as Cat 6. And that's an important choice to start making now, is what kind of cables are you going to have in your infrastructure so you could do 100 watt. And so the simple answer is, by the way, you can do 100 watt on Cat 5e. It's about how the cables get bundled and how they do the heat dissipation. And we can do a whole conversation about that. But what it means is you don't have to worry about using Cat 5e by itself, but if you've got a really big, tight bundle of cables and they're all running 90 watts, that could be a problem.
I see.
So how do you know that you really have 90 watts when you get to the other end?
Well, that's a fantastic question.
Oh, yeah.
You use one of our PoE testers. And with these guys, we just upgraded the Gen 2, and it's rated up to that BT standard work. So this guy can do the 60 and 90 watt pass-through power, and you can see what kind of power you're getting at the other end.
Wow. Is this Gen 1?
This is Gen 1, and this is our Gen 2. It came out in October.
Beautiful. Now, getting a couple other questions here. That 4-port 60 watt disseminator, if you will, it's a switch that goes 15 watts to 4 ports. How much is that?
It's $80. Wow. And here, well, this is what I like to tell people.
That's all?
Your network drop, each network drop is $250, right? So if I'm running 4 home run cables, I've got, you know, what is that, like $1,000? Or you could drop it down to 1 network drop and then add $80 and then just do little jumpers out to each of the devices.
Yeah, a lot of people don't realize getting rid of those home runs, because it's funny, like the cost is in the cable now.
Exactly.
It seems like.
It's in the labor and getting everything out there.
I have a question. This is green.
Yes.
And this is kind of bluish purple.
Yes.
What's the difference besides
Chris, that would be awesome.
Blue. It's blue.
It's blue.
It's a debate.
Chris said, oh, that's awesome. Sorry, keep going.
The difference is the green ones are fully active, meaning they're fully compliant to the IEEE 802.3 AT standard, or PoE+. This guy is passive mode B. Microtik, Ubiquity, there are a couple of other manufacturers that do passive-only devices. These, we can support both fully active or passive. So, for example, this guy is powering into Ubiquity Wi-Fi access point. And like I like to explain, you get a 5-pack of these Ubiquity Wi-Fi access points. They don't even come with an injector because they're expecting you're going to buy a switch. Or you can buy one of these injectors, multi-port injectors. You get all 5 of your Wi-Fi access points on one clean device.
They have daisy chain connectivity too, but it's like, what's the point? It doesn't pass through the power.
Yeah. Exactly.
I set some of those up in my office.
They're great Wi-Fi access points.
Chris Zanowitz is saying that he'll go to Austin and help us set up a live show.
We'll be happy to have you guys come over.
I would stay in Pennsylvania. It's only 3 hours from Houston, where he's from.
Okay.
Just have to watch those network hops when using a network for streaming purposes, or NDI, says Matt Davis. Well, Matt, I'm glad you watched this, because I really thought that this was going to be an important to me, this is an important technological advancement. From corporate AV, as you're showing here, to churches doing broadcasts, understanding this stuff. We have to spend some more time on this, Tyler. Not today.
Yes.
But I mean, like your PowerPoint's got to be on point. No, I love it. It's so good. Can you take a picture of me and Tyler? Get on. This will be the thumbnail for our show.
Let's get PoE Texas.
Yeah, let's get that in there.
Is it in there?
Is it in there? Try like this. Cool.
That's great. I love your rig, Paul. It looks really cool.
Yeah, this is fun. We're just streaming the whole show, bringing people along for the ride. You know, my thought is that yes, there's a lot of churches here that are interested in this, but how many churches can't make it that are interested? You know?
Exactly.
And I think that we're giving them, and this is not only for the people that are watching live. There's almost 100 at one point watching live, but for the rest of the year. I mean, when do you get the chance to watch a full walkthrough like this?
And you guys are going to have to slice and dice this.
We'll slice and dice
bite-sized chunks.
In the smaller
There's
chunks.
just so much good information. I did my work. I was having a great time seeing all the different new technology.
There's so much great stuff. This is a incredibly. I hope that we did this booth justice, because this is one that you're going to want to research. Those collections are a great idea. You're going to look at that. I know my head is like spinning. I'm just like, where am I going to use this? So many different options. So I really appreciate the time.
Yeah. Well, guys, have a great tour. Come back and let me know if we can show you anything else, and I'll be over and visiting you guys in a few minutes.
Great.
Yeah, I'd love to have you on my show.
Thank you. I'd love to be there.
They're saying in the chat room, have them on, Tom.
Yeah.
Okay. And when do you do your streaming videos?
In about 50 minutes.
Yeah, we're actually going to do his show right
Wednesdays-
from here,
Wednesdays
but next,
at
you guys got to sketch it for later.
Very cool. And
Yeah, someone was saying that, hint, show guest. This is an important topic.
Do you? I just learned about it. You can tell me if you the Intel NUC, the NUC. Do you use those?
I don't.
I use them.
I just found out about them.
You just found out about them? Yeah, because you could probably power one with that little...
I have one. I didn't even know it. We built a 19-volt PoE splitter. I didn't even know the NUCs did it. And so I had them all shipped in.
Are you listening, Matt?
So it just rolled in, and I bought a NUC, and I plugged it in, and it's running.
Because I could see, those NUCs can do a lot. They can be an NDI decoder. They can be a lot of things. But the one big thing is the powering the darn things. And in the remote locations that people want them at.
And now I got a splitter. It does power and gigabit data. You just plug it in. I was really excited about that.
Yeah, we have a lot of work to do together in the next couple of years for sure. No question.
We're going to have so much fun. Because, I'm going to be coming to you for my conference room cameras.
Yeah. Now, that's what I was thinking. On the conference room side of things, I mean, this is a breakthrough. And I know Matt's watching, so Matt's the lead engineer. There's a lot. This is big stuff.
Yeah. I think it's going to be an exciting time, because now it's, the conference room space is really growing up to the AV, right? I mean, they're getting to that level where it's almost AV, but they don't want to have to go full, heavy-duty control board AV.
No, not anymore.
So it's interesting. You're walking this fine line as conference rooms start to upgrade of being, it's where an AV installer can really come in and shine and say, hey, I can do more for you than some other guy, but you can also do it cost effectively and quickly without having to install a full, big network system.
Well, it also enables, we could talk about this for hours, but it also enables all of the networking people who just run network cables to do so much more. Mm-hmm. But anyway, we could talk about, there's so many applications for this. It's incredible. Your show is in a little bit.
Yep, we got a little time.
They still want to
last
see
question.
Okay. Yes, look over PoE.
A great question. I am using AC power, but it is a 12-volt device, and so I just need to splice in a cable.
You can't do that.
I know. I'm feeling I'm so ashamed of myself.
I wouldn't have
Tom
asked that
caught you.
question.
He caught you.
He did.
No, I thought it was going to be
caught red-handed.
For sure.
But we can power people. Don't worry. I'll take care of it.
Before the end of the show. So, guys, don't worry. You didn't miss Epiphan and a couple other places. Like someone saying NUC over PoE. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff we can be doing. It's crazy. Well, Tom, we got to do a little bit more of a walk.
Okay.
And then we got to come back here for your show, right?
And we're going to walk after the show, too?
Yeah. Okay. Exactly. So we're not in any rush. We're not in a rush or anything. But
and
thank you so much, Tyler.
Less than half the show.
That's the problem. We haven't done the whole show. So what do we do? We could be anywhere for your show.
Yes.
Technically.
Yes, we could.
Is that mind-blowing or what?
Oh, yeah. Well, he's obviously brilliant.
Oh my God, that guy's smart. I think he's an applications guy too. I really think that he gets the applications.
This way?
Yeah. Lots of requests for the Epiphan booth. We got to find the Epiphan booth. I don't know where it is. If anybody, that's pretty nifty, says Matt Davis. Oh, he's been using it his solutions to use a Raspberry Pi at home, and he loves it. Yeah. No, you guys, you didn't miss Epiphan. We just haven't made it there yet. If you know where we are, help us find it. This is Full Compass. I've been wanting to talk to them a lot. Look at those crazy things. All right. I want to enter this giveaway.
They can help you out.
Can I enter the giveaway?
Sure.
So, I'm interested in those glowy lights.
Oh yeah, the NTech lights?
They're called NTech lights?
They're NTech, yes. If you want to go over there, actually Bob, who's at the bar left over there. Sales manager is Michelle Comer.
Is she here?
She's not. No, but I can give you, if you want a business card, I can give you the sales business card.
Give me my card.
Okay,
our booth is right over there. We're live streaming, by the way.
Oh, okay. Oh.
That's not my card. But I wanted to work with you guys. We sell for PTZOptics. We're selling PTZ.
Oh, okay.
I'd like to work with you guys.
Okay, very cool. Yeah, let me grab you a card as well.
Did you find him? Oh, thank you.
There you go. Yep. So that's our business development guy right there. So if you call, he can get you connected to anyone you can talk to.
And he's here?
He's not here, no. No, unfortunately, we keep all the salespeople there.
Epifan's not here.
Can I scan your badge as well and get you entered to one?
Sure. Sorry, guys, we can't see Epifan because they're not here. That's something we can't physically do.
Are you on Facebook or where are you live streaming?
But Facebook and YouTube.
Oh, okay. What kind of followers do you have? You get a good amount.
It's we thought there's a lot of churches that are here. There's a lot of churches that can't make it here. You know, and I think there's actually more churches that can't make it.
Oh wow!
Than actually can. So yeah, it's a pretty active chat room.
Yeah, wow.
A lot of questions. We can't even get to all the questions, to be honest.
That's very cool.
We're trying to keep up with them. If there's anything you want us to show here.
Yeah, I mean, anything in the booth. I mean, we'd love if you want to just take a walk around. Like I said, we've got Roland. We're an audio, video, and MI distributor from Madison, Wisconsin. So we largely deal with house of worship. So we've got red cameras over here.
Let's go geek out about the red cameras.
Yeah, go. Yeah. You can look at
I need a tour guide, though, because I don't know anything about this. Is there a sales guy or something? Or?
Yeah, I mean, I can at least give you the basics here, and then we got all of our merchandise. Yeah. So we have
Carrie's going to give us the basics.
Yeah, Carrie. So this is our Roland electronic drum kit right here.
Cool. So it's not too loud. It can be on stage.
Exactly. Perfect for house of worship. We also have our keyboard over here, the RD2000.
Oh, wow. Can we play something for us?
No.
I'm kidding.
They are not that talented. And then here are the red cameras.
Oh, wow.
This is Eric. He's live streaming.
We're live streaming.
Oh, yeah, okay. This is Eric. He is was one of our video merchandisers, product specialist.
Yep, technical support for video now.
Yep. So he can show you if you want to take a look at the red cameras here.
Yeah.
Any questions off the front I can start with?
Well, just give us an overview because the audience will ask questions if they're interested.
Okay. So this is the Gemini. This is the newest model that just came out about 3 months ago. This is a 5K camera, super 35mm sensor. Similar body style. This is the brain. It's the same brain they use in other ones. It's just really the sensor is the biggest difference in it. There are some electronic differences as well.
What's the sensor?
The sensor is a homegrown sensor. They make their own. It is from their own design.
I mean, how big is it, I guess?
This is a Super 35, so it's about an inch diagonal.
Super 35.
5 megapixel, 5K sensor. So overshoots 4K.
4K. Beautiful.
These cameras are modular, so everything outside the brain you can buy separately. They have different lens mounts, different monitors, different battery backs, so you can choose what you want and how you want it. They have 7 and 4-inch monitors. They have electronic viewfinders and adapters for external third-party monitors. For lens mounts, you have EF, is what we have on the camera currently. You can get PL before, Nikon mount, Leica mount, F mount. They have all different mounts available, and it's just 4 SKUs to replace it. You have to buy that when you buy the camera.
Crazy.
In this case, we're using EF, and it does pass power to actually do some of the lens control.
Oh, wow.
On the back, we have a V-mount battery adapter. They do make it for Anton power as well.
Todd wants to go to the Renewed Visions booth, too, by the way. I don't know. That one was close to the Easy Worship booth. And they want us to go by Sennheiser, too. Wow.
We actually have a Sennheiser rep in our booth.
Oh, you do?
Can we walk over?
That's perfect. Let's take a look at that.
Red cameras, if you guys are in the video.
So this is Chris Hunt.
Hi, Chris.
Our Sennheiser.
How are you?
Nice to meet you.
Yeah.
So they're here displaying their products for us. So if you have any questions for Chris,
can you show it? What do you have here from Sennheiser? I think it's just like an affordable way to get into wireless audio.
Yeah, Sennheiser makes some great stuff. So what I'm showing here is the new G4 series. So we have the IEM system, which includes the transmitter and the receiver here. Then we have the 300 and the 500 receiver here. You can use that with either this handheld, this one, this body pack, or this body pack. And then we also have the 100 series, which you can use with this handheld or this body pack. And the differences depend on the capsule, and it depends on the frequency range in which you're operating. This one has a 42 megahertz bandwidth, which is decently wide. This one's got the 88, so it's actually more than twice the width, so it gives you a lot more frequencies to choose from. So if you're in a jam and you're in a place where there's really high RF traffic, it's going to help a lot to have that flexibility. If you're a really awesome vocalist and you know how to sing and use a microphone, the 500 series is a great choice because it comes with a 935 capsule. It's a vocalist capsule, sounds really good. For speech, something like an 835 does the job really, really well. And then as far as body packs, we do change transmit power now on the new G4. So this can actually change from 30 milliwatts down to 10 or up to 50. So that gives you some flexibility with how you want to use it, depending on the area that you're operating in and the range you're using. And those are some of the basic changes, upgrades from the G3. So that's
very
what's
cool.
going on.
And I got to see this NTech thing, guys. What is this NTech thing?
So Bob, he can help you out with that. He's a lighting merchandiser.
So what are we looking at here? What is the practical application for this thing? Light sticks?
Well, this isn't really showing off the light sticks itself. What it's showing off is the LED pixel tape inside.
Okay.
So LED pixel
tape.
Yeah, it's starting to be very popular in different installations. Houses of worship, we're seeing it in commercial installs as well. Theater uses it a lot too. So it's showing off the LED pixel tape, the enclosures, the diffusion lens to kind of soften the pixel. But what we're really showcasing is the software that's driving it.
Let's take a look at that.
So the software that's driving it is the NTech ELM software, ELM. And what it does is it takes all of the data that's required to control LED pixels, and it simplifies it. If you're running these pixels off a lighting console, each one of these diodes is a 3-channel lighting fixture.
Oh my God!
And so,
how many channels could you have then?
Well, it depends on how long your pixel tape is. So you can, and it also depends on how big your installation is. So you can do 10 universes, 20 universes, whatever your lighting console will handle. This here, I don't remember how many universes.
Every single LED would be 3 channels. Imagine if you were taping some LEDs down, how quickly you would go.
That's a lot of data.
Yep. And it's taxing on a lighting console too to send all of that data out constantly, especially something as complex as a graphic across multiple pixels. So what they did is they created this ELM software. And it simplifies the whole process. It's taking over all of the control and management of the LED tape. So what you do, instead of having to patch a light fixture, you come in here and you just add a strip. You tell the software how many strips there are, how many LEDs there are per strip, just the basic info. The type of strip as far as the color. It has a bunch of them preloaded in there. You can decide what the shape of the LED pixel is. And then you tell it just the patch information. Is it going ArtNet, ACN, KaiNet?
So are the churches like lighting up places that they never lit up before? Essentially like taping this stuff onto the piano.
Yep.
The bottom of the piano. Or...
It's going. We also see it behind signage, or a lot of churches are putting it, maybe along some architectural detail. Maybe you have some sort of molding along the top of your narthex area or something like that, and you want to highlight it. You can throw it there. Some churches are lining the cross that's in front of the church with it to give a little bit more atmosphere and visual interest in the service. So that's where we're seeing a lot of pixel tape. And this all just simplifies it. It has built-in media. You can schedule it as well. You can load in your own custom media into it. And then it can be triggered by your lighting console. So if you don't want to have a separate
so you can
LED,
load media and it'll replicate
It'll
into
replicate
the.
it across the pixels. Correct.
Oh my gosh!
So right now we can kind of change, and it's simple. It's touch and play.
So you can put your logo on it, essentially, or whatever.
Yep, you can absolutely put your logo on it, and then you can do solid colors if you want. You can change the color of the media. So
I like that software.
It's the best thing is it's inexpensive. So for the entry level software version is 4 universes of output. It's $150.
What?
Yeah. And then it'll go all the way up to 2,000 universes.
What does the DMX connector box look like?
So it is simple. So what this does is it outputs streaming ACN.
Oh, it's going into this thing.
It goes into...
What is this thing?
So this is the display that they've created. Inside the display is a bunch of pixel meters. So what that does is it takes your ArtNet signal and converts it to the pixel protocol that you're using. So that's really what is in there. They're using a bunch of Pixelmator minis, I think, is what they said. But yeah, so these are the converters. They make the converters, and it's all hiding inside the box, inside the display.
This is NTech, by the way, guys.
Correct. Yep.
Represented by Full Compass.
Correct. Yep. So they're obviously doing a lot of Pixel solutions right now, but they have a lot of core products as well. You can feel free to look up all their products on our website, fullcompass.com, or call any of our sales reps if you have questions about it too.
Thank you so much.
Yep, thank you, guys.
Take care. Tom, can I have these guys fog me real quick? You see the fog machine over here? I want to get fogged. I don't know why.
I think you want one of these.
Oh, I do want one. We set off the fire alarm in our office with a small one. I don't know what this thing would do. This is what it's like to be in WFX, just a kind of mist. I'm going to ask this guy to fog me.
Have your camera.
All right. Oh, yeah, good idea.
So if I were to pick this two, for instance, the fog, it doesn't matter, it's actually one. But you get it from that. One fog that stays on the ground.
Actually, Tom, I think this one warrants a little video. Here. Video. Just put that one there.
Yeah.
Can you really fog me up for a video?
Yeah. You mean like pick this up, or
yes,
blow this
or
thing
blow
out?
that thing at me?
Okay, tell me when.
All right, go ahead. That was fun. Okay. Wow. I held my breath for that because I wasn't sure what was going to go on there.
It has to be safe.
Wow. All right, so I guess we got to ask this guy what he does now. So what do you do?
Well, we produce fluids and machines.
Is that fluid safe?
Absolutely. It's food pharmaceutical grade.
Is it going to set off a fire alarm?
It can. Depends on what formula you use. And
I need a formula that won't set off my fire alarm.
well, this formula I'm using in here has a under a minute hang time, and it's usually gone before it can reach fire detectors.
Well, I have 8-foot ceilings.
You can use a downshot machine. The machine that points down.
When? January, end of January. No, that's an
We make all the fluids in house, and we're in the Nashville area. And
you make all the fluids in house.
All the fluids are made in house. That's what we're known for.
Oh.
So you just go to Whole Foods and you buy some cucumbers and you grind them up. And
yeah. Well, we make everything in small batch, but every major. The reason that every major theme park in the U.S.
smells good.
Is because of the safety and quality. So every Six Flags, Disney, Universal, Busch Gardens, SeaWorld, from the Walking Dead TV show to Dancing with the Stars.
I like this one because it like kind of goes low. So like, see how like you can see Tom, but you can't see his feet.
Sales stuff.
Can you blast Tom just a little? Just not like a ton, just a little. Yeah, just a little. I just for video. All right, that's too much. Let it calm. Is this what WFX is all about? All right, let's do it one more time. 'Cause I think this is really going to be good, Tom. All right, Tom, just start talking. Wait like 10 seconds. So, Tom, where are we today?
We are in Orlando, Florida, WFX conference, a church conference held in a different location every year. It is the bomb. If you are into churches and want to know about your sanctuary, about lighting, about live streaming, and about all sorts of effects, this is the place to be, and we're going to have it for you all day today live. There we go. Fade out.
Oh, that was good. That looked really good.
We got the new product board. It's big stuff.
All right, everyone's saying that was awesome. Tom, your show starts in 30 minutes.
I'm ready.
So that was fun.
Right.
Do you have a mobile one we can bring over to our booth? Just kidding, I'm kidding.
I'd totally love you one if I had an extra one here.
It's all good. No, I love this. Guys, Froggies, Fog, what do you want to say about your company to the live audience before we go?
Well, I mean, if you have an effect, if you're home doing stuff at home, or if you're doing a major production, we have stuff that's for you.
Froggies Fog, I love it.
You know, we have the machines made for us, but all the fluids are made in the
Look at all those
U.S.
fluids made in the USA.
Well, we do a lot of shows. We've done
I was a
about 40
customer
shows.
before I was an employee. I toured full time for 16 years, and we used the Froggies Fog, and because it didn't bother our vocalist.
Yeah, I like the smell of it.
Yes, one of our owners.
I like the
was
taste of it.
asthmatic. That's how they.
I'm asthmatic. Hit me one more time. I want to see if I really like it. I actually have asthma, so this is the ultimate test. That's enough. That's good. It's not bad.
I'm up for it. Be doing that. I mean,
well, all right.
Find out that it doesn't work.
Yeah. You know, it's not working. It's not working. And look how it dissipates so easily. You're not gonna think. Well, thank you so much. That was a lot of fun. Got some great footage too. This is my paradise. They couldn't see you.
All right.
Do they have to smell like perfume so Tom's wife will give him when he gets back? Do we
Renewed Vision?
Renewed Vision. We got to find them. 718. All right. Well, we're in the 700s right over here. So. Are they in the front because they're a big guy, or? All right.
719.
Oh, here it is.
Big text and then have that laid out over our background.
All right. Paul, the camera was crooked. Sorry. All right. Hey guys, how you doing? Hello. We are live here with our audience, and everyone's been asking to check out ProPresenter and Renewed Vision. So, is there someone that could talk to us about the products?
Yeah, I can do that.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much, Robert. Let's see what you got here. It looks like you got some really great stuff. Can we start with ProPresenter?
Yeah, so ProPresenter, they're looking at it back there.
Okay. What are we looking at here?
This is PVP. So
What's that?
PVP is powering, it's Pro Video Player.
Pro Video Player.
Powering this screen and then powering everything that's going up to that LED there.
So Pro Video Player, what is it?
So essentially you get different layers and targets. So we go into our workspace editor here, and we've got different targets that go to different places. So, like for example, we've got like Scoreboard Mini, and that's an NDI feed from our scoreboard software. We've got ProPresenter, which is literally an NDI feed from ProPresenter, that computer that they're working on there is playing back. And then we've got a PBS feed going here, which is Pro Video Server. That's coming in SDI into that Mac Pro, which is then powering PVP, all of this. So essentially everything's running, everything you see visually up there comes through PVP before it's headed to that screen. Same way over here, these are all different target sets that are showing different layers of video. And so basically you just have a lot of different targets and then different layers assigned with those targets. So like we've got the different layers here at the top, and like if we clicked on, let me go to our other view. So if we look here, like we could click these backgrounds and we're on the scoreboard layer. So we're on this NDI layer from scoreboard right here. Well, let's say we need to change that over to a background. We can click that here and it's going to change just that.
You're basically, because this is where you like control multiple different screens and inputs?
Correct, exactly. So you could have, like that, we've got a Decklink Quad 2 plugged into, so it's got up to 8 inputs or outputs, and that's all going kind of all the way across, sending all of that out to those various places.
There's 50 people that really want to check you guys out.
Nice.
So what do you guys want to know from Renewed Vision? Let's think about this from a church perspective. Small church, right? ProPresenter is like for their slides.
Yep.
What else are they using, or what else can we show them?
So ProPresenter is pretty much what they're going to be using from us. That's kind of the main. If you're in a church, you've got that running. You've got a conference monitor running from it, and you've got your lyrics, your video, those kind of things. When you're growing, kind of getting larger, you're looking at a PVP where you can bring in these things and put them all together into more of a larger screen option, screen setup.
So let's peek over there at the ProPresenter and see if we can't get it, because that's, I think, one of the main things.
That's the cheapest, smallest option for it.
Let's take a look at Pro Video Server while we're waiting.
Yeah, so Pro Video Server here.
Gotcha. Yeah.
Close that up. So Pro Video Server, basically we've got just doing playback here. So there's 2 channels that are playing back in sync. One of those is running to our screen here. So that's running out an SDI from the Quad 2 there. And so it's sending out through the mini monitor into the Quad 2, from the Quad 2 into PVP 3 onto the screen. So it's kind of going a lot of different places. And then this is our scoreboard software, which is another one of our programs. So it is literally running real-time scoreboards. Actually, this video we've got playing is a scoreboard in Atlanta.
We've got a live video feed. We've got some really nice score stuff there. We've got some ads playing.
Yeah, and it can be controlled by scoreboard like controllers, or you can also manually, click your score, add the score, things like that. There's a lot of different applications of this. We've seen a lot of Christian schools using it. Like I said, there's a public high school in Atlanta using it. So there's a lot of different people playing with that software on a regular basis.
I like it a lot.
And yeah, ProPresenter, he's kind of...
I gotta try to get over there. Can we take a look at this ProPresenter for a little bit?
That's what I carry on the road.
Okay. So, sorry to butt in here. We got... can you show me ProPresenter really quickly?
So basically, your simple ProPresenter setup is going to be things like lyrics on slides. I mean,
is there a timeline on ProPresenter version 7?
Well, 6 is our current version, so that's what we've got out right now. There is timeline. So if you open that up, click the button right here to open that up, and then you can either add an audio track, or you can just drag things up to it, and they'll add in there.
That's a timeline.
And then you can literally hit play, and it'll start. Once it hits that, you'll see it change.
Are people syncing that up to work with like a music track?
So a lot of times that's what it'll be, is you're going to add like the audio track in here. And so a lot of times people will literally record this going into their service and just hit play, and it runs like with their audio track as they're doing worship. So it's kind of, a lot of times I see it used for like choir integrations, other things like that.
Now, does this support NDI?
It does have an NDI. You do have to get an output for it, but this is actually sending over NDI.
Can you show that to us?
So this is... So we go to the module here. You have to have our NDI module to do this. So it's $99 to do that. It's an add-on to the software. If you do the AlphaCare module, that is $9.99. That's going to be the keying ability. So right off, we've got just the NDI option here. Running at 1080p 60. Now, if you did not have the key, it's just going to be running this, like we're seeing here, a background behind text. If we turn the key on, what you're able to do then is once you clear the background out, that's where you're going to get the actually keyed out image on your output. So the NDI keyed image is coming in the PVP here, and you can still see the PVP data behind it.
How much is ProPresenter?
ProPresenter is either $3.99 or $7.99. Depends what kind of license you're looking at. So $3.99 is a single license, It's platform specific to either Mac or Windows. $7.99 is our campus license, so that gives you basically unlimited access, both platforms, as many computers as you need on a church campus.
If a church wants to do sync up lyrics with their music, what's the easiest way to do that?
That would be, if you're going to want to do it with synced, you're going to do something like the timeline. Mm-hmm. If not, you're going to be using it just manually clicking. Somebody's have to volunteer for the slides.
All right. I mean, I think that's so. We looked at ProPresenter, we looked at PVP, we looked at Scoreboard, we looked at Pro Video Server. Is there anything else that people should know about?
That's pretty much our 4 programs. That's about it.
Wow, that's awesome. I'd really like to get a picture with you guys. Yeah. I work with PTZOptics.
Cool.
And we make PTZ cameras. Now we have the NDI camera models.
Yeah.
So I'd love to send you guys one for testing and whatnot.
Yeah, that'd be great.
And then I'd love to have you on the show.
I've actually heard a couple of people that have used them on our team. So.
Oh, good.
I'd love to take a look at that. And you don't have cards.
It's okay. Take mine, send me an email.
Yeah.
Let's see if we can get one of your friends to take a picture of us. Yeah. And I'll have you on the show, and we'll talk about what churches are doing.
Okay. So I gathered
yeah, everyone was asking to see. This is like the main booth. Everyone like, go to Renewed Vision, go to Renewed Vision. And I was like, all right, we'll go to Renewed Vision. If you guys have any other questions, let me know. But that's the okay. So it can receive NDI and send NDI.
So ProPresenter can just send NDI.
Just send it.
PVP can receive NDI and sends NDI back out.
But they work together.
They in that element.
How much is PVP?
PVP is $9.99 per seat.
Okay, got
so
it.
$1,000.
And that's just like a control center for all your systems.
It's the best way to put it. You can hook in all of your hardware to it, send all your outputs to it, and then, like I said, we've got this enclosure here that has the quad 2, and it's got 8 I/O. It's got 8 input.
What is that trash can right there?
That's the Mac Pro that's running. That's running PVP.
I'm just joking. What is the what type of computer do you usually recommend to run this kind of thing?
Yeah, typically we see an iMac used most. We have been testing on the new Mac Mini because it just came out and that looks nice. Right now, we haven't seen any issues with it. Seems to run well, so it's definitely a better price point than your nice $2,000 iMac. It should work for most integrations. We're going to do some more testing on it and should have more on that later.
Can you ask ProPresenter on compatibility with PowerPoint?
So we do have a PowerPoint importer in our software. It does require PowerPoint to be on the computer. But basically then you do just go, or if I put your camera down so I don't drop it, you actually just go up to the file menu, and this machine does not have it. But if we go to import and import PowerPoint, then it will read the file on the computer and gives you a couple options. You can import it in as JPEGs, you can import it in graphic objects, text objects, all sorts of different things.
So ProPresenter is pretty interesting, Tom. Not only does it do all of the ProPresenter stuff, but they have a server and then also a control center, and they've got a pretty cool scoreboard thing too.
A little bit of everything.
ProPresenter is only $3.99. I thought it was going to be way more than that for some reason.
So, and it does NDI.
And it does NDI.
Is that
in only?
NDI output. It has
output
module.
only. Sorry.
Module. How much is the module?
$99 module.
$99 module.
And it's output.
Yeah, output.
So you can't bring an NDI camera in.
Not at this point.
So you can take a regular screen that's going to go to your projector and duplicate that and send just the text.
So this is actually this is with our Keyer module, but this is actually sending from NDI.
Right.
So it's a little more advanced module. That module is $9.99, so it's more expensive. That's coming into our PVP software as a key symbol.
Right.
And then that's sending back out keyed over the PVP output.
Right.
We're getting an interesting question that's important. Can you send a stage output via NDI?
Cannot do that at this point. So that's our confidence monitor feed. It is only a wired output at this point in time.
Can ProPresenter timeline be controlled from an iPad?
There is, if you have a remote app. If you created the timeline on the computer, there's a play button for the timeline in the remote.
Get your questions in, guys. They're hammering you. This is the ProPresenter booth. I know you guys all wanted us to come here. This is your chance. I know there's like 30 to 45 seconds of latency, so we'll hang out for a minute.
Yeah.
Can I get a picture with? Oh, so ProPresenter can advance slides.
Yes.
Can I get a picture with Robert? And just ask your questions, guys. Me and Robert are gonna take a picture. We'll use this for our thumbnail when I have you on the show.
Cool.
Oh, it's on the video mode. Sorry.
The video of us standing there now would be great.
We'll say video size is not divisible by 8.
Alright, got it. Wonderful. Okay, so I'm going to look at the chat room and then we got to head out. But thank you so much. It's been a lot of fun. This is Robert Curry, support engineer. Did I give you my card?
Yes. You got it already. Yeah, definitely.
When will version 7 be out?
That is a great question. I wish I knew.
Okay.
Christmas. Not Christmas. Definitely not. No, I think we got a little bit to go still on that, unfortunately.
So what does 7 have that is...
We don't even know yet. We haven't even gotten there yet.
Okay.
No one's told you?
No one's told us yet.
That's fair. All right, let's go get ready.
Let's get ready.
Thanks, Nice meeting you. Have a good day.
All right, so where are we going for your show? Can we go back to the booth? Or... Oh, here's Rokosoft. I didn't know he was going to be here.
Let's think for a second.
Okay.
What would we like to do? Who would we like to talk with?
Yes, as an interview. There's a... I mean, it would be kind of fun to start it from that fog machine thing.
Well, but we've already done the fog machine.
Yeah, but not on yours. I mean, it was fun, but it's up to you.
But it's the same audience.
It's the same audience.
Let's see.
We could go to like one of the lighting places where it's really dramatic and like flashy.
What I'd like to do, since I've got you, is interview you.
Okay.
And we can have something cool as a backdrop.
Okay.
But we can talk about the impact of live streaming on churches and feedback on some of what we've seen. We'll talk about the giveaway tomorrow. We'll talk about...
Maybe I'll give you the camera.
Are you ready to talk about the Easter giveaway?
Yeah, no. Because there's a giveaway tomorrow.
Okay, yeah, we don't want to take that's right. Friday we'll talk about the...
We need a little time, still time. But we'll talk about what we've seen, where people want us to go. We'll keep our eye on the chat room, industry stuff. Do we want to sit or do we want to stand?
I think we want to sit.
Yeah, I know. But we got to find somewhere to sit.
Well, there's some seating down on that end.
You know,
maybe it was down there. There was kind of a little break area.
Let's take a little tour, because if we could find somebody who had a cool backdrop that was willing to let us sit in front of their giant LED screen or something.
Yeah.
Seemed like Easy Worship had a couple ups on ProPresenter.
I don't know either one of them well enough to agree or disagree.
Well, Easy Worship could do NDI in and out. ProPresenter could only do out. Oh, because you were on the phone. You didn't get all the details. But they're similar. It's just there's little differences. You know, Stream Monkey's really nice. They might let us.
Yeah, I was thinking about that too. Let's see.
Now, do we want to do a vMix call with Tess, or is she just going to do an intro and then we're popping right into our own thing? Tom, they have like a stage. Stream Monkey's right here, though. I bet they'll let us do it. We could even have someone else hold the camera in the backpack. Should we ask him?
What will it take to stabilize that?
Well, we could put it on someone's shoulder.
We don't have a tripod.
No, we don't have a tripod. I don't have a tripod. Do they have a tripod? No. We could stick it on the I bet. Look at this thing. It is too cool.
Isn't that amazing?
I bet you we could
pops together.
I bet you, yeah, I bet you we could do something with this. What should we do, guys? Oh, Tess is FaceTiming me. Hey, Tess.
Hi, how's it going?
We're doing good. We're looking for a place to film Tom's show.
Don't forget what I'm doing.
I'm not forgetting. Are you gonna? You're gonna do it?
I'm gonna switch to Tom's pre-show
What? Okay.
around 2:50 if that works for you guys. So we'll
2:50.
have some pre-show intermission,
Okay.
and then we'll start his show.
Yes. And then just call me when you're gonna switch to us, and then we'll be good.
Okay, sounds good, guys.
All right.
Just reflect on what you've seen, take a break, sit down, talk about what the plan is for tomorrow, and talk about what Tom's doing.
Okay, I will.
Alright?
All right. Thanks. Did a great job today, Tess.
You too. It's going amazing. We're so happy.
All right. Talk to you soon.
Bye bye.
All right. So in like 7 minutes, show your screen, and then she's gonna do an intro. Move your stuff. I can you can watch it on my phone. And then she said, just sit down somewhere, relax, talk about what we've seen.
I'm all over that.
So, you think these guys will let us sit here? We have to find a. So, guys, can we host like a 20-minute show here with your backdrop?
Yeah, absolutely. Yes.
All right, cool. So here, I'm gonna start setting it up.
Okay, great.
So I was thinking we could use this
To hold it up.
to hold it up. That work?
You can do whatever you need to. I feel like that makes me nervous.
What if it was like in that little nook there? That might work. All right, we'll do that. I like using the Boring Company flamethrower as our tripod. Yeah, I think that'll work. Well, we'll take a look at it in just a sec on YouTube and see how it looks. But look at that. Oh my word, Tom. I gotta take a picture of this. This is hilarious. Oh my god, I'm like plugged into my. Alright, so basically what happens is, alright, let's take a look at YouTube real quick. Thank you guys. It'll be a good backdrop. There's a lot of streamers that are gonna be watching. Alright. Hey guys. So Tom, I think we got a pretty good spot here.
We're gonna do that there?
I think it'll be okay.
Alright. Is that alright?
Yes, go for it.
That's awesome. Plus,
they're fans.
Your logo's on the back.
Alright. Looks like a video wall from behind. Now, I'm just gonna quickly pop over to YouTube.
So you can see how we look.
So we can see how we look. So. Oh wow. No way. That was like a million years ago. That's like a waves. That was hours ago. Okay, here.
That's us.
That's us. So
the camera's got to go up there.
Yeah. Let's just leave that there just so we can keep an eye on it.
Kind of like a confidence monitor, except a minute later.
Okay, wait though. Look. Might be okay.
Hey guys. This is Tom. I think we got a pretty good spot here.
I think we do.
You can't talk to me 5 minutes ago. It's a bit confusing.
Here we are.
I mean, it's not too bad, right?
The real question is...
Some audio? Are you thinking audio?
Yeah. As if there's too much background noise.
let's listen to it.
It's a lot of background noise. Put it up here.
What do you want? Oh,
You got a mic?
I have a mic.
Yeah.
Now, I'm not gonna lie, I've never tested this.
I'm sorry?
I've never tested this.
Well, this is the perfect time to do it.
Oh my gosh, Tom, I think I might have forgot it.
Well, it's okay. It'll all work out. So apparently we're live on your channel and my channel.
Are we?
Already.
Wait, there's a microphone in there somewhere.
What time we doing the flamethrower?
I know.
Seriously?
Yeah,
Oh, giving it away? Oh, seriously, giving it away?
I wasn't sure. I thought I might have one, but... I guess I don't have it, Tom. I brought it just for this, too, and I guess I don't have it. Alright. There's a lot of background noise, but...
But it's a trade show. It'll be interesting to
I'll take a picture. I'll text it.
I mean, it is pretty darn cool, isn't it?
Okay, this is the current feed.
Well, I was holding it over there because I was looking for my I have to read everything. I just wasn't thinking.
Yeah.
They're going to be able to hear us. That's for sure.
Yes. And we are in a trade show. And people knew we were doing a trade show. So
the quality's good though.
Hello and welcome to Streaming Idiots. I am Tess Sinclair, Tess Protesto, and I am going to be hosting today and introducing your esteemed actual host, Mr. Tom Sinclair, who is currently with Paul Richards at the WFX Show. They're going to be bringing you live coverage from the show floor. They're going to have a little bit of a reflection on what they've seen so far. Couple notes beforehand. Keep in mind that this is one giant infomercial for Eastern Shore Broadcasting. So if you would like to participate in the chat, make sure you head to easternshorebroadcasting.com. We want everybody to come over from Facebook and YouTube to easternshorebroadcasting.com to participate in the chat. I know it can get a little crazy over there, but make sure you head over there. And don't forget about Eastern Shore Broadcasting, which makes custom PCs with lifetime support from yours truly, Tom Sinclair. We have one and we love it. All things aside, it's time to bring your host, Tom Sinclair, into the mix. Got my lemonade and I'm ready to watch your show, Tom.
WFX Show. They're going to be bringing you live coverage from the show floor. We're going to have a little bit of a reflection on what they've seen so far. Couple notes beforehand. Keep in mind that this is one giant infomercial for Eastern Shore Broadcasting. So if you would like to participate in the chat, make sure you head to easternshorebroadcasting.com. We want everybody to come over from Facebook and YouTube to easternshorebroadcasting.com to participate in the chat. I know it can get a little crazy over there, but make sure you head over there. Don't forget about Eastern Shore Broadcasting, which makes custom PCs with lifetime support.
They're saying, oh my God, Tom has changed. Oh, I lost it. Messed around too much.
This is one giant
We're here. All right, turn it down, turn it down. We're live. Okay. Now for the real introduction.
It snuck up on us. I'm Paul, and this is Tom. No, wait. That's not right.
It's the other way around.
Whoa, golly. Move the table. Thank you guys for tuning in. It's been such a cool day here at WFX, here in Orlando, Florida. We're coming to you live, of course, on the Streaming Idiots show. Tess, thank you so much. Excellent job. Excellent job. If Paul decides that he doesn't need you with his organization anymore, we got you covered. We'll move your whole family down to Florida. Really been an exciting day. We have seen some really cool stuff. We've talked to some really neat people. A big shout out to Stream Monkey for letting us use their booths to kind of host our stream today. You can see some of what's going on in the background. Stream Monkey is one of the CDNs that vMix has built into it, so that if you're interested and you want to try it out, I think they have a free trial. And StreamMonkey.com,
I think. I mean, there's got to be. Look for this logo right here.
That's right. There we go. So big shout out to them. Big thanks to them. We're here talking about churches because this is a church conference. Paul, PTZOptics, of course, is one of the companies that Eastern Shore Broadcasting represents. And they are here with a booth along with Magewell, which we represent. Tomorrow is a big day.
Big giveaway.
No, not really. What is it?
So 2 PTZOptics cameras, NDI enabled.
NDI cams.
NewTek Connect Spark. A Wirecast gear. A LiveView Solo.
Ooh, a LiveView Solo.
And then also the X Keys for Wirecast bundle as well.
Outstanding. Outstanding.
It's going to be a huge win for this
church. And some church is going to win that whole package for their live stream.
Yep. And so all you have to do is enter to win at PTZOptics.com/church-makeover. And that's where we're going to have it.
Church-makeover. PTZOptics.com/church-makeover. It's not too late to enter. And you do have to be present either here in Orlando or online in chat to win. The giveaway is going to be at 2 p.m. tomorrow, 2 p.m. Eastern time. And you can watch that at the Facebook page.
Yeah, PTZOptics Facebook and YouTube pages. You'll be able to tune in for that. And then I quickly wanted to, again, thank you, Tess, for such a great introduction. But I wanted to talk a little bit about how we did that, because it's kind of mind-blowing.
The switch over.
Yeah.
Yeah. Tell us about that, Paul.
So we're using a service called Easy Live that allows you to switch between multiple RTMP streams in the cloud. So that allows us to, we could have, and I've
so
talked
it's a
to,
cloud switcher.
It's a cloud-based switcher. It looks kind of like Wirecast on the interface. And I was talking to different churches about this. It's a good layout. And you can see you can have an overlay on your live view, for example, your live stream. We're using the live view backpack with an action camera.
Did we have an overlay on ours?
We did. We had a little overlay telling people to comment.
Okay, good.
What's going on. So I think it's going to open up so many doors for churches that maybe have a broadcast that they're doing of their sermon, and then switching to a community outreach program within the same stream, for example.
Well, I can tell you for sure sports opportunity. If they've got a live view,
yes,
and they're doing a pregame out in the parking lot for the tailgate, and they're walking around interviewing all the fans, and then they're going to go to the game, and then they're going to switch in the cloud from their live view to their vMix production or their Wirecast production or whatever. And then halftime, they can go back and they can go through the crowd again on live view, so they can literally switch back and forth with, I think, a lot more ease and flexibility than they could if they were trying to do it all with a local camera that was somehow wireless. Because the live view, and for folks that are doing, that are thinking about a full-time gig with live streaming, getting a live view is going to allow you so much flexibility with events, and then be able to switch it in the cloud the way Tess is doing is going to mean you can do, a remote and then bring it back to the studio, just like a for real TV station.
It feels like a real TV studio, and it gives you that confidence as well, because Tess is working with us from the television studio.
That's right.
We're out here as the news reporters, and Tess, I say, hey Tess, do you mind if we cut to you? We're going to have lunch real quick, take a bathroom break, cut to Tess. Tess does a segment, and it's totally scalable because it's in the cloud. So you could have 2 studios, you could have 10 studios, you could have 20 reporters out there. So I know when we first did that this morning, a lot of people were like, wait, how did Tess just get on the screen?
Right.
And it's really interesting technology.
Right. So we'll have more on that, not today, but in shows to come where we talk about that kind of switchover. It's going to be a lot of fun, and I think it also allows you an opportunity to collaborate with people. So you and I could collaborate in a tag team show, you from your studio, me from my studio, and switch it over. In some ways, the same things that the World of Live Streaming guys did with the Streamfest, where they basically just used YouTube and they cut off one YouTube feed and the other one started automatically, which was a little clumsy, but it worked. This is doing it the way it's intended to do, and I think has lots of good possibilities. Much like my Facebook prediction in 2016 for 2017, which I thought Facebook was going to be a total bomb. When Paul showed off Easy Live for the first time, I'm like, what in the world? This is there's nothing to it. And now I'm beginning to see the real value of it. This guy's a visionary. Keep an eye on what's going on with him, because he's figuring out stuff before other people do. Paul, let's talk a little bit about this conference and some of what we've seen today. We did see a young man, Damien, a little while ago from a church in Panama City Beach, Florida, whose church got wiped out. And he was here kind of as a little respite from that. But he was talking about live streaming, and he was talking about churches and how their church all of a sudden has now become mobile. And they're moving from place to place, whereas before, they had a regular church building. And I was just really impressed with his heart and how his church had been impacted by this. And so if you guys have an opportunity to do something for folks in that Panama City Beach, Florida area, they still need your help. They've gone from kind of that emergency thing where we need food and clothes and water to now they're trying to basically tear their houses apart and get all the wet stuff out so they can rebuild. So if your church or community organization is involved in something like that, do what you can to support them. Go to Walmart and buy a dozen tarps and take them down there to donate. Or you know what they need? They need pet food. A lot of times. So anyway, see if you can't get hooked up with that. We also bumped into another young couple that were from Newport Richey, Florida.
Yes, more on this side of Florida.
Down here in central Florida. And they, of course, well, it didn't appear to be affected by the storm, but they were talking about how their church was suffering growing pains.
Yes.
Remember, they were going from 1 to 2 to 3 services on Sunday, and they just couldn't pack any more in. And so they segmented their church, and they started a new church, a satellite, what they're calling now a remote campus, and how they're using video to take the video from what the live presentation at the church, the main church on Sunday morning. They've taped that previously and are having that become the sermon at the campus church. And now they're talking about figuring out how to work live streaming into that, and to see how they're just to see the smiles on their faces when they were talking about
they were
that.
so happy.
They were really, really charged by it. And it was a great opportunity for church growth in a very unusual way, because a lot of times you think, okay, well, if our church is too full on Sunday morning, what should we do? We should build a bigger church, right?
Yeah.
We should add more pews, have a bigger parking lot, so we can push more people in here. But instead they said, we ought to be like an amoeba. You know how an amoeba reproduces?
Yeah.
It splits in half. So you used to have one amoeba, one big one, and now you have 2. And 2 become 4, and 4 becomes 8. And this multiplication takes effect. And it makes much more sense in church growth. That old saying, you can do just about anything if it doesn't matter who gets the credit. You ever heard that? Oh, yeah. I mean, it's amazing the things you can do when it doesn't matter who gets the credit for doing it. Suddenly, people are released to do all sorts of things that they wouldn't otherwise do, or people that would otherwise do it only for the credit. Well, if nobody gets the credit, then who knows what we can do? And I think they're seeing that in that church, is that we can make 1 become 2, and then 2 become 3, and then maybe 3 becomes 5. And from a live streaming segment, they hadn't gotten to this yet, but the idea of each one of their campuses now is tied into the main, and when the main church goes live with the sermon, the campuses can pick that up live as well. And I think that's the bomb.
We're hearing so much about these multi-site streaming places. In fact, here at Stream Monkey, they were telling us many, many hundreds of their customers are using multi-site streaming.
That's right.
And they're using the analytics from the streaming software to say, oh, look, we have a huge pocket of viewers in 45 minutes from our church. Let's set up another site there. Now, with the Trinity Church we were talking about here over on the eastern side of Florida, their new multi-site church is only 10 minutes away.
Isn't that weird?
But you mentioned that you don't want to have your church fill up more than 80%.
80%.
And can you explain the thinking there?
Well, there are folks that actually have done studies on church growth. And what they say is when the church capacity, either for the seating or for the parking lot, reaches 80%, when people visit, the impression they get is they're full. There's no room for me here. There's no space for me. I'm not welcome because there's not a place for me. And so that 80% rule is the point at which churches either expand, or the new thought is we don't do more bricks and mortar. We go out and we get some existing bricks and mortar, and we start a satellite. We started another campus. Campus is sort of the buzzword in our neck of the woods. I mean, I live in Fairhope, Alabama, population 20,000. And there's another city just to the north of us, Daphne, Alabama, population 25,000. And another little city just to the north of that, Spanish Fort, population, 15,000. And between those 3 cities, I can name about 5 churches that are multi-campus churches within that same area.
Yeah, it's definitely a huge trend.
And I think it's a thing.
Yeah.
I think it's a thing.
The other interesting thing that they were mentioning over at the Trinity Church is that at their main church, where they are growing, overgrowing, right, overflowing, where people can't even fit in anymore, they've got a great pastor, great message. And he's a year-round pastor, if you will. And Tom made the joke, anybody's got 2 sermons in them, but can you really go through a full year and grow a church to the point where it's really growing? And that was something where they said, look, we know we're outgrowing our current space. So buying a new space, right? Creating one of these multi-site, multi-campus areas, but now they're on the search for, can they find, and I think they know someone, they've identified a few people, can they find that next pastor that can really help the church grow again? And then, like you said, the amoeba effect, if you will.
Yep. It's just basic biology. All right. They're having difficulty hearing us over the background noise.
I thought that would happen. You really got to project right at it.
Yeah, I'll work it. They said I'm using my inside voice.
Yep.
That's probably it. So we've seen some really cool things here that we saw. It was interesting. We kind of had the battling presentation softwares. We saw Easy Worship.
Yeah. Oh, that was the big one, yeah.
And we saw ProPresenter. And
you want to recall some of the differences that we saw?
Well, yeah. Go ahead.
All right. So now we straight up asked Easy, and both of these are great pieces of software. But we wanted to get to the bottom of this for you guys, and it sounds like either one is a great solution. But we went to Easy Worship and we said, what is the difference between Easy Worship and ProPresenter? They said, well, it's meant to be easy. And I looked at it, and it really does look. It looks very easy to use. Like from
it did.
I mean, it looks like I could be playing with that thing and get slides going up and feel very comfortable. So if you're relying on a volunteer, I think you might want to lean toward the Easy Worship. Try the free demo. On the ProPresenter side, my takeaway was that ProPresenter was a part of 4 other pieces of software. There's a server side. There is they even have like a sports thing. So ProPresenter seems to have, clearly you have to pay for each one of these pieces.
Right.
But a larger suite of products. In fact, it's a whole other company called Renewed Vision. And Easy Worship had NDI in and NDI out.
That's right.
So you could bring an NDI camera directly in. ProPresenter at this point only has NDI out.
And it was an extra module.
And you have to pay an extra $100 for that.
Yeah.
Now they're working on releasing ProPresenter 7, but they wouldn't tell us what's going to be in it. I think that NDI in probably will be. So that's probably not far off if you're a ProPresenter customer. But that's the general, and everybody wanted to see that. Their presentation software, it's beautiful. They import your PowerPoints right in, and they're great.
We also went by the Allen and Heath booth.
Oh yes, right here actually.
And oh yeah, that's right. And they're just right over there. And saw a whole line of audio mixers. And the coolest thing I thought, which I kind of already knew, was that they can export over USB 32 channels of audio.
Yes.
Which for vMix is perfect. This is an ASIO output, and for vMix can accept all 32 channels individually, which would allow you, if you're using one of these Allen and Heath mixers, to actually make a streaming mix of audio as opposed to the house mix. You can make a streaming mix of audio that can be totally controlled inside vMix. That was the beauty and the big takeaway for me. Of course, I'm kind of a big fan of vMix.
Well, I know, and you probably want to use it for all of your audio needs, and most streamers probably can and will. And then we wait ourselves over to the Waves VST3 plugin area, where a lot of the things that Allen and Heath can do built into the mixer, EQing, compression. They have their own plugins that they were calling the deep learning plugin, some ridiculously flamboyant term for a plugin. But we went over to Waves, and that's what vMix recommends.
Yes,
is the VST3 plugins from Waves, and everyone was saying there's a couple plugins that you can't live without. This NS1, you really should get into it. I gotta get it. And then there's C6. Remember we looked at C6, which allows you to do an EQ, but then have bands of compression.
It has compression built into it. That's
very interesting. Well, bands of compressions. It was just interesting. Very interesting. So we looked at all that, and then what about those DPA microphones with all the instrument attachments?
Oh, yeah.
That was incredible. Tom kept on going to the guy, do you have an attachment for a cello? Do you have an attachment for a drum? Do you have an attachment for a violin? Do you have... And it's like, this is the instrument attachment kit. I've got an attachment for everything.
He really did. He really did. It was a cool little mic. Now, you've got the DPI mics.
The DPA, yeah. We love the DPA mics. In fact, John Lindy in the chat room in Denmark was like 10 minutes from that office.
Cool.
And the guy from DPA is 10 minutes from my office. So I'm going to have him into the studio. We're going to play around with some of these mics.
Probably the most interesting visit that we've had so far was with POE Texas.
Yes, I think you're right. I'm glad. I was thinking that in the back of my head. Definitely the most game-changing thing for churches who are doing it themselves, audiovisual integrators, category cable, anybody who wants to install audiovisual technical devices needs to be thinking about power over Ethernet.
Well, here was the thing. It's not just PoE, but it's PoE Plus and PoE Plus Plus.
And apparently PoE Plus Plus Plus.
Apparently. So PoE Plus, everybody's going, what? PoE is going to be up to 15 watts over Ethernet. PoE Plus doubles that to 30. PoE Plus
60. Now let's stop at 60 for a second.
Okay.
Because at 60, what they showed us was an $80 network switch.
$80 switch.
It
and
takes a PoE++, which is 60 watts, and then splits it into 4 15-watt. So that means you could take one PoE++ up to your cameras and have 4 cameras, where he was showing like 4 different devices.
Well, he said that you could take it 250 meters.
Yes, and that was the other
switch.
Big part of it. There's a new
that's almost 800 feet.
The cable's from Page Cable. It's literally called the Game Changer. I mean, because from an electrical standpoint, the amount of money you have to pay for an electrician.
Yes.
Because it's a live wire that they're installing.
Right.
And then someone in the chat room says, "Can you put your tongue on it?" And essentially, you actually can. Because it doesn't send the electricity through the cable until it actually is receiving through all the pins or whatever that needs to be connected.
It negotiates a connection and then powers it. But the possibilities with that are really pretty amazing when you think about LED lighting and how much power LED lighting requires. And he was talking about the infinite controls that you can have in dimming LED lighting. So house lighting now could be all LED, could be all PoE.
Yes, he was talking about that. Even task lighting.
He was talking about powering all-in-one computers.
Yeah.
He was talking about
wayfinding.
laptops.
Think about that for the church.
He had that cool little dongle that was PoE
to light,
converted
PoE to
to
lightning,
Thunderbolt.
PoE to Thunderbolt.
Yes, and would power an iPad.
An iPad.
Not only power it, but give it a hardwired internet connection at the same time. For what was it, like $90 or something like that?
Oh my gosh, I can't remember. I mean, you have to check out PoETexas.com. The pricing, we didn't ask him enough about the pricing.
No.
We were just getting our minds blown. I mean, it was every which direction.
Well, it was always lower than I expected based on what he said it was.
I know. It was always lower than you thought. I'm trying to think of other things he was showing us.
Keep an eye out on Stream Geeks because they're going to have, what was his name? Tim? Brian? John?
No, I've already had him on the show once. Tyler
from PoE Texas. And
in fact, Chris
Stanovitz
mentioned he might go down there and set up a camera system. Really get a nice,
only a couple hours
nice
away.
vMix to vMix call potentially.
Yeah. Yes, and somebody in the chat says, don't forget the 100 watts. That's going to be the PoE plus is the 100 watt equivalent, which he said really ends up being 97 watts.
Yeah, something along those lines.
But
you could actually power a 56-inch television.
Yeah, I think he's watching this.
Is he?
Because he's saying, what about the head counter?
Oh, yeah. Maybe so.
That was somebody that was watching the stream earlier.
Think about that for a church, though. I mean, right? That's...
What they were talking about was a device that looks down and basically counts heads as people walk in. So it becomes an attendance taker, and would be great for trade shows. Could be great for NFL, NBA stadiums.
anytime you need to get a bona fide count of people that are there, and it's just counting heads. Otis says they produce big things in Texas, so there you go. Yes, indeed. Somebody says the lens is dirty, so we may have a fingerprint on it.
Oh, really?
So it's been an exciting day so far. When we did spend a good amount of time at the PTZOptics booth.
Yeah, we did.
Talking about the new Magewell products, the 4K dongle, 4K 60 over USB 3.
Yeah.
No,
NDI.
Over NDI. Yeah. That's right. Over Ethernet. But then they had the regular 1080p over USB 3.
Yeah.
And we got to see the new IP controller, the Gen
IP joystick.
3.
Yeah.
That
we looked at
pretty
that.
sharp.
We were playing around with the speed controls, individual speeds for pan, tilt, zoom, in between camera presets.
Individual cameras, where you can preset a different pan for one camera than another, which really makes it easy, for example, for volunteers. If you're following a pastor, you don't want that zoom to take off, so you set that down to a 3 or a 2 or a 3 for that camera, but another camera you may want faster action because you're moving from point A to point B. I wonder if would the presets on the camera move at that slow speed?
So the presets can be set at their own speeds.
So the presets can be set independently with the camera. That's what you're okay.
So like for example, we were looking at let's say you are following someone on stage. Left to right, you might want to have a comfortable speed to track them. But up and down, you might not want much variation at all.
Right.
So you can go up a little if you have to, but kind of minimize what you can actually do on the tilt side of things. And then if you do need to call a preset, that doesn't have to be limited to your manual PTZ speeds. That's its own level for in between A and B. Let's see.
And apparently we're not allowed to comment on any rumors of any new cameras that might or might not be coming out at some point.
No comments on anything. Tom, you're going to get me in trouble. Don't do that.
We're not commenting on any rumors like that. We're just saying it right up front.
Yeah.
No comment. We have no comment.
I have to get a lot more serious about all that kind of stuff.
We can never confirm. We cannot confirm or deny any active investigations. Whoops. No. Epiphan does not have a booth here, Rich. So we actually looked around for them, couldn't find them. Looked on the list, and they were absent. So perhaps they've got a representative here that's working with somebody else under a different name. We'll keep an eye out on that.
Yeah, there's a possibility. That'd be hard to find, but we could look around.
Yeah. So this afternoon, after this show, we're going to go back out on the floor. I think we've seen maybe a half the show.
Yeah, I mean, we've done so many zigzags that we've covered a lot of ground.
Yeah.
But I feel like there's a couple chunks left that we haven't covered. I know that we haven't stopped by the live view booth that's at the marketer tech area over there. We'd love to know what you guys want to see. We haven't spent a lot of time with the LED walls.
Nope.
So we can take a look at those.
We did see that one that had the dancing LED displays.
Yeah, that was
pretty interesting.
We weren't live when we saw that, though.
Oh, we were?
No, we were.
I think we were.
No, we weren't. We haven't stopped and looked at a lot of the lighting manufacturers.
Yeah.
There's the Blizzard lighting over there.
And these are not studio lights. They're more like stage lighting.
Yeah. Seeing a lot of that. We did see one really interesting lighting company from N-Tech that had the LED tape light. And if you think about it, every LED on that tape has 3 channels of DMX. So I think it's like red, green, blue, on, off, and fadeable. And then they had this great little software that was only $200 for controlling it.
That was amazing.
It was really cool.
I think the base, the controller was the key.
Yeah.
That's where the energy was. But it's really cool. I would encourage anybody that hasn't had an opportunity to go to one of these type shows to do it. Make it a once every 10-year event or whatever. But I think it will really, number one, it'll kind of expand your vision. And number two, it will expand your, what we used to call a Rolodex.
Yeah.
It will give you more people to touch base with in the future, more friends in the industry, more people that can call you and bounce ideas off of you and say, you know, Tom, do you think this is going to work in my industry? There's a lot of value in that. And I also would say that there is a date that everybody needs to have on their calendar, which is April 9th.
Yep.
Which is the Streaming Idiots Meetup at NAB 2019 in Las Vegas. That's a Tuesday night, so if you're making your plans for NAB, make sure you stay over Tuesday night for the Streaming Idiots Meetup. It's going to be the best and biggest one ever. It's going to be amazing. It's going to be worth it probably will be worth the trip to Las Vegas just for that event.
I think so. I mean, you're going to be able to do more. You're going to be able to go to the NAB show. We can help them get free passes to the NAB show.
We can.
So we'll definitely get you in there. So I'm sure if you're going to that event, you'll be stopping by NAB as well. An amazing chance to see all of the latest technology, like you've never seen before. It's the reason why people go to that show every single year is because it's worth it. All the latest stuff, even stuff that's not even out yet, is going to be there. And at this point, there's a demanding thing to be like, it's going to be there and it should be working, right? Because, I mean, everyone's rushing. Every broadcast company pretty much rushes to get their products available for that show. It's like,
or at least
it's
announce.
On the schedule.
At least announce. Yeah.
So?
No, I can think of at least 3 products, one of which I'm not allowed to even comment on, apparently, that we would be able to see at that show. One of which would be vMix 22.
Yeah.
It would be released.
I got a chance
NAB.
to see it at NAB New York.
Did you really?
Played with the graphic title.
Oh, really?
Really nice.
That's going to be so sweet.
10 layers.
10?
Each layer can have its own animation. 10 layers.
Holy cow.
Yeah, like, remember they were showing, like, if you have 10 layers in your title, which I'm just, my head's spinning about what I would do with that. Each one, so one could fly in left, one could fly in right, one could fade, one could spin, different delays, 10 layers, all individually set up in the graphics, and then once you import that into vMix, then when you right-click the title, you can and there's transition in and transition out. So and I think that is a response to what Livestream has. Livestream has some really good features on the title side for pushing in and pushing out with animations.
Is that a new company, Livestream?
But when you import these into vMix now with this new graphics title editor and you right-click the title, you can hit transition in or transition out, as opposed to just using your default transition that's built into layer 1, 2, 3, or 4.
Right. Okay, Otis says he's coming. And yeah, this is actually, we're actually using a flamethrower as a tripod for this device.
You guys will eventually be able to see that. Oh, you want a charger?
I've got one in my pocket. I'll charge it in just a second. So, NAB, it's going to be good. It's going to be good. And what other dates are coming up that are worthwhile mentioning?
Well, we have some really interesting plans for the first quarter of 2019 that are, again, for the House of Worship market.
We do.
Everybody.
But we can't talk about them.
We can't talk about them. But I just want to preface what is going to be yet released.
At least until, like, Friday.
I think we have to wait until, like, officially January 1st. But one of the reasons why
he has to wait till January.
I have to wait, and
I've heard a rumor that
there's some really interesting things, and we're doing it just for churches. I'm also going to do one more specific to education, so Kyle Gunderman, school districts, things of that nature. We're going to have something for you guys too, but I'll just tell a story since there's in the Streaming Idiots thing that you may know this. When I didn't know this until I interviewed Martin Sinclair, but he created vMix for his church.
That's right.
Originally. So they have a big heart for churches.
They do.
That's all I'm going to say. Because nothing is nailed down yet, Tom. We can't talk about it.
Oh, that other thing we can't talk about.
But we got some great plans.
We can't talk about than what we can talk about.
Let's focus on where we are and what we're doing.
I have never ever signed an NDA. You know that with anybody. I'm just always sworn to secrecy, and it really stinks. Really stinks. But we will be able to tell you about some of this stuff really soon, and it's really going to be fun. And
You won't want to miss
This is
out
going to be
on
a
it.
fun one.
And
really fun.
And in some ways, this stuff, every time something like this happens, it breaks some new ground.
Yeah.
And it opens up some new possibilities. And it means that even if you can't take advantage of, for example, if you don't win the giveaway tomorrow, there are some things that happen as a result of this giveaway that are going to benefit everybody down the road. I mean, there were some relationships developed between the different companies involved that are going to mean there's going to be more collaboration in the future on whatever it is. For example, a great example of this is Wirecast and X-Keys getting together on a Wirecast version of X-Keys.
Dan, if you're listening,
way to go, Dan.
Great job.
Martin and Tim, we got to up our games here a little, guys. This is.
You can't just be like drinking beer in cafes in Amsterdam. You got to be getting down to brass tacks here and make a controller.
I'd like a picture of that. Martin and Tim drinking beer in Amsterdam. Oh my goodness.
I'm just kidding.
But this is a great industry to be involved in. It is so much fun and so exciting, and I haven't met a soul yet in the live streaming world. I've met a lot of people in the broadcasting world that were burned out and not happy anymore. But I haven't met anybody in live streaming that really wasn't energized about what they were doing.
Yeah, it's true.
Because it's, what did we say? We did a streaming edit show probably 6 months ago where my premise was that this is the golden age of live streaming. It's like the golden age of the automobile when there were 60 automobile manufacturers in the U.S. Where anybody with a garage could basically start their own car company. And so there were car companies, being created and dying off all the time or beginning to get accumulated under one name. But we are in that time when new products are popping out, when people are taking 3 different concepts and putting them together in one package. POE Texas is coming up with all sorts of amazing ideas. Magewell has got a 4K 60 NDI.
We didn't even talk about, there's so much great, maybe we can go over there again for the Streaming Idiots crew. But you just know what their map is. They're trying to hide it.
Well, I don't know what their map is.
Their roadmap. Look at what they're doing.
Well, I missed it.
4K HDMI in and out NDI encoder with PTZ control. It just released an SDI one. 4K is at the top. Where do you think they're going to go with an entire line?
Is this a trick question?
They've got 4 port. I don't know if Tim's telling us things that we're not supposed to know, but he said they're going to have.
He never told us. Don't say anything.
He didn't say anything. There was quad SDI.
Unlike some other people that said, "Don't tell anybody."
HDMI inputs, outputs. I don't even want to say everything, but you can just tell. They've got this little encoder boxes. That company, you can just see by the things that every show that they're just sprinkling in.
Yes.
That they're just really
innovating.
They're just like waiting. Innovating, figuring out exactly where they want their price points to be, and they're going to have an entire lineup and nobody can beat Magewell in price, generally.
That's amazing.
So that's a company to keep your eye on. But the POE Texas, like you said, I know a lot of us are helping customers integrate cameras, technology. This is a innovation that's going to make just running a couple CAT cables. That's where it's all going.
Yes.
Just running a couple CAT cables, the networking knowledge is going to be way more important.
I was just thinking the same thing.
And that's where we need to help bring everybody up to speed. I get in trouble.
Well, it's not going to be we, meaning me.
It's not even going to be me, because I get in trouble when the things that, I know enough to be dangerous, and that's it. And then every time I talk about networking, Matt Davis is like, Paul, can you please just not do it? It's kind of hard to do my job in this day and age and not talk about networking. But he's like, Paul, you just don't know enough to back it up. So I got to train myself.
Well, if you can't back it up, make it up. That's what I always say. Fake it. Another shout out to Stream Monkey.
Yes, thank you so much,
letting us
guys.
use their booth today. That's been a ton of fun. If you're looking for a CDN, or if you're here's the deal. Everybody's got a CDN.
Yes.
But not everybody has a backup CDN. And that's how your
CDN probably started at one point as they were your backup, and then you bailed to them and said, hey, they're pretty good, I'm going to stay with them. Give StreamMonkey a shot as your backup CDN. Somebody that you've got there just in case Facebook decides not to work one day. And did that happen last week?
Yeah, it happened
this week?
On Monday.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, Facebook disappeared off the
worldwide.
Yes. Yes.
Worldwide. Now, it could have been, I don't think it was planned, because they would have had a better, it just said Facebook doesn't work.
Yeah.
That couldn't have been planned.
And what if you had a paying client that was counting on that?
There were broadcasts that got interrupted.
You needed to have a backup plan in place that you could put in effect just like that. And so consider the monkey. Yes. Consider the monkey. Well, Paul, let's wrap this thing up.
All right. Well, thank you so much for watching, everybody. We're going to take you guys on a little tour.
We are. We are.
Well, the stream, I mean, we can, we're going to be, let's see let's coordinate with Tess here.
Yes.
Tess is leaving. Oh, God.
Well, that's true. She's got...
I can try to log on to Easy Live at my sister's house and end them from the...
Well, we'll just let everything go.
Yeah, but then we would be streaming forever. We need...
Well, Facebook's going to drop us after 4 hours.
Yeah. It'll be fine. We'll end it at 5 o'clock.
Is that what time the show closes?
Tess, our producer, our cloud-based producer, has left the building.
Well, there is one hole in that cloud-based producing process.
You actually need them to be there.
It needs to be more mobile than it is.
I'm trying to think of what to do.
Well, it'll go until it stops.
It'll be all right.
I mean, you've got, is there anybody there that can turn off something?
Oh, Mike just texted me.
Okay.
We might, you know what, Tom? Oh, he's here. I think we might need to, he's logged into Easy Live. Okay, good.
Okay.
All right.
Well, he can...
I'll just say, would you mind hitting the end button? He can end it.
He can end it.
Do you want to end it? You want to walk around? Should I say, hey, Mike, would you mind ending it when we text you in an hour?
Yeah.
Would you mind ending it in
good.
like 1 hour?
So we'll go
if I
for
text
another
you when
hour
we're done?
with some walkarounds. And if you've got something you want to see, pop it into the Eastern Shore Broadcasting chat or the Facebook. Oh no, the
I think
YouTube.
we're still live on YouTube. I can take a look.
Okay.
It's not going to end until he. Look at that. What is the web address for? All right. Well, it's just going to go until.
Is it catching up or is
it's catching up?
Oh, okay. I was
So
going to say, boy, your chat's just zooming along.
I know. Okay, there we go. All right. So Tom says it stinks, but he's smirking as he says it. Okay. So I got the YouTube chat up here, the PTZOptics YouTube chat, and we'll just go until about an hour. I think Mike said he'd be all right with that.
Okay. Okay. So, as you can gather, this is a little bit ad hoc, but that's okay because that makes it real and fun. So, get into the PTZOptics YouTube chat and let us know something that you might like us to see if it's not something we've already looked at. We might take turns taking a little break here.
You want to wear the backpack?
No, well, I didn't mean that, but
You in the bathroom?
Yeah. Okay.
I'll just wander around.
Okay.
And
So
I'll
Paul's
find
going to
you.
wander, and I'm going to find him.
You'll find me. That's
usually great on phone battery.
I've been plugged in. Hi.
Just want to come by and
Bob.
say hi, meet you.
Nice to meet you, Bob.
Watch you guys all the time, so.
Oh, thanks.
Yeah.
We're live now. Welcome to the show. Are you from Florida?
Yeah, we're here in Florida.
Oh, cool. Let me give you my card. There we go. There you go. What do you do, Bob?
We're a AV integrator out of Tampa.
Cool. That's awesome. We should work together.
We do.
Oh, good. Have you seen the PoE Texas booth?
No, I haven't.
Oh, you gotta check it out. What they're doing with PoE for an
Really?
AV integrator.
Okay.
To be able to just put power almost anything with PoE now. It's incredible.
They do plus plus?
Yes.
Because I just heard that this one, I'm like, wait, what?
Plus plus and then plus plus plus. So PoE is 15, PoE plus is 30,
yep.
Plus plus is 60, and then plus plus plus, which was just announced in September, is 100.
Jeez.
I know. It's crazy.
All right, too many watts.
Thanks, Tom. Can you connect these clips for me? My back. It helps my back. I can't do it myself though. Thank you.
That it?
That's it.
Anything else?
I'm good.
Well, I don't know about that, but...
Well, I'm not quite good. All right, we're still live.
Nice.
Cool. So what have you been looking at? You want to check out the show with me for a little bit?
Yeah, I've got a few minutes.
All right, let's take a walk. All right, so this is, have you seen these things? This is the Live View Solo.
I've seen you guys mess with it a little bit, but I haven't gotten to really dig into it.
It's got this super wide field of view camera. We're streaming to the cloud.
Okay.
So we're streaming to Easy Live in the cloud, and we can actually stream to YouTube and Facebook. We can switch to another studio. So like Tom and I went and had lunch.
Yeah.
And then we switched to Tess at the studio. And she cut in.
That's fun.
Look at this. Those are like mobile.
Oh yeah.
What did you come to see specifically? Just to meet
people.
Oh, good. Yeah.
My company's showing across the street at IAPA, so.
IAPA. What's that again?
It's a theme park trade show.
Oh yeah, I've heard about that.
That's actually a giant direct view wall.
Dang, I like it.
On a card.
Oh, look at this, Digital Audio Labs. I wanted to talk to. Are these the people who do Dante? So have you done any Dante projects?
We do Dante all the time.
You do all the time?
All the time. Dante, AES 67, all of it.
Now, what do you prefer as an integrator, Dante or AES 67?
Dante's more stable. AES 67 does work better with the QSys though.
Does it?
Yeah.
You do a lot of QSys work?
We do.
So QSys, in what scenario would you be using Dante with that?
Wall plates.
Oh yeah.
Heterosec wall plates. The Dante is more stable, but the AES67 is native. And it really depends on the customer's network if we get to do our own switches or if we have to run on theirs. If we're running on theirs, Dante is more stable, but again, it's bandwidth.
Yeah.
It's
How much bandwidth is it?
It's little, but when you add up multiple rooms, it does add up on the network.
And they don't like that.
Well, it depends on the customer.
Yeah.
Some of the attraction parks around here are a little more tight than others.
And it must be a great area because I mean they're building stuff like crazy
Central
around
Florida's
here.
great for the AV market.
Everything is just they're building like crazy. What Dante are we looking at here? What do you got for us?
Well, so we have a personal monitor system that works with Dante. So connecting to any Dante network, console, Yamaha, Allen & Heath, Soundcraft, and plugs into your personal monitor system. So each person on the stage is able to get a personalized mix, 24 channels, with EQ and compression on each channel. Allows each person to say, I got more bass,
gotcha.
I want more bass, I want less kick.
Now, can you do sub-mixing in this?
So you could submix at the console and send it over to Dante.
Okay, got it. Perfect.
But this device itself, we can do grouping, but not submixing.
Okay.
So 24 channels that you can do in stereo pair, or there's 5 multi-channel groups.
Very nice.
Actually, let me get your card.
Okay, you bet.
I've got a musician who's wanting to upgrade our personal mixer system, so.
We use Maya's card. She'll answer any questions you have and send demos or.
Awesome.
Thanks a lot.
Cool.
Thank you.
So Bob, I wanted to ask you about it. From an integrator standpoint, what is it like coming into the streaming world of things? Because it's, Infocom is really like the home of.
It is.
You know what I mean? So,
it is.
So what is it like when you come here? What is the opportunity that you see from your perspective?
Every church wants to be streaming.
Okay, churches.
They really do.
Yes.
And for the integrator that I work for, I'm the church specialist. I've been on staff at 3 different churches. So
Great. Did you get a chance to check out our booth?
I did.
Oh, you did? Okay, good.
I did. I went and met Matt and Tim.
Oh, good. Oh, did you work with Magewell at all?
I haven't in the past, but I like some of the new products. The streaming recorder looks really good.
For churches, yeah.
Oh, absolutely.
What are you recommending for churches?
As far as cameras?
Oh, for let's say a streaming setup. Like if they want to start streaming, where do you start the conversation?
What do you have right now? Do you have internet? That's the key.
Really?
that's really the key. My personal church, we don't have internet because we're in a school.
Yes.
So that's really the key.
Is it a setup breakdown?
It is. It's a portable church, using all portable church boxes, setup breakdown, so it needs to be very streamlined.
There's a certain energy to that, though, isn't there?
There really is. It's especially getting the
It's
volunteers
like, it's here,
that
but it's
love
not.
doing it.
Yeah.
It's great.
So, have you heard about the live view boxes?
Live view box.
I gotta show this to you. We'll go over here. So the live view boxes. That's how. So we're streaming RTMV right now with the live view in my backpack.
Yes.
I'm not gonna get it out because if a cable pops out or something, but I'll show you where they are. So if you don't have internet, it uses cellular.
Yes.
But the issue with cellular is if you try to stream from a single cellular system from your phone, it's just not enough oomph, right?
It can. I have worked with Lakeland High School football webcasts. They do a 4-camera college-level production for a high school team, and it's streamed over YouTube.
They're over here. Really? With a phone?
With a Verizon hotspot.
Wow.
We are streaming 720.
Okay.
But it works. It's stable. It's all TriCaster.
Really?
Yeah.
Very interesting. Well, let's take a look at these real quick. So this is what I'm using right now, and I think it's going to be... Oh, are they live? They might actually be live right now. George, here you are. George, come on. I want to introduce you to George. George, this is Bob Parrish. Hey, Bob. He's with George. Local integrator here in the Tampa, Florida area. But he also specializes in the House of Worship market.
Oh, excellent.
And a lot of streaming going on there. And
it sure is.
The first question he asked, one of the smartest questions I've heard actually, is do you have internet or do you not have internet?
That's a great question.
Kind of a good starter, right?
That's a very good opener.
Yes. Because a lot of the churches I deal with are portable. My personal church is portable.
Yep.
And most of them meet at schools, high schools, middle schools, some even elementary schools. Whoever has an auditorium that's big enough.
And not all auditoriums have Ethernet drops or internet available for them, or Wi-Fi.
No, the church we were at, or the school we were at, we actually had a FiOS drop put in. However, we cannot have that put in at the high school we're at now. And their internet's so locked down, it's useful for not even Spotify.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Well, do you know what Solo is?
I've seen it on his show once.
Oh, you've seen it on his show? My gosh. Only once?
Yeah.
Well, it's been on there many times. So.
Well, a lot of times we're using it and we're not showing it.
No, of course not. But yes, but it's part of your show. It helps run your show, right?
It does. I mean, I was just talking to Bob about how here we are live, but then I cut back to test at the studio and go back and forth.
That's right.
So this is not what we're using. This is the LU2. I haven't seen this one.
Yeah, that's the 200. I brought both models down. I brought the 200 down, which is kind of the bigger version of the LiveView Solo. It has 2 internal modems. It has
internal modems.
Yeah, 2 internal modems right here.
So you just pop the SIM cards in?
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, look at that.
So you have failover.
That's right, exactly. So you have failover, redundancy, and then it has 2 USB modems with it. So essentially you have 4 bonded cellular connections, LTE connections, plus it has Wi-Fi and Ethernet built in.
Okay.
So you can have essentially up to 6 bonded connections on the LU200 to make your connection and to get your signal out.
Yeah.
What's nice about the 200 and a little bit different than the Solo is that it allows you to go not only to RTMP and to go to any destination in CDN like the Solo does, it also allows you to go into production to a physical server, a 1RU server we have called the LU2000. So if you had a Blackmagic ATEM or a NewTek TriCaster or a switcher and you wanted to send the signal back to the server and bring it into production and add graphics and lower thirds and do actual production with it, you could.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's the higher end unit, if you will, but I brought my Solo today and I have it connected here.
That's what I'm using now.
Yeah. So that's the unit. Oops, excuse me. So the Solo basically is the same unit as the 200 essentially. It has HDMI connectivity plus SDI connectivity.
Okay.
Wait, what? I don't remember it having SDI and HDMI.
It does. It has both.
Mine doesn't have SDI.
Yeah, you have HDMI only, I think. Yeah, but it has both. You can get HDMI only or a combo unit, HDMI with SDI.
Okay.
And it has room for 2 USB modems that you would get on your own. And it could be any, AT&T, Sprint, T-Mobile, Verizon, whatever you want. And it has a built-in battery that lasts 3 hours. It has power that you can add to it as well, just a power plug-in power. Excuse me. It has this interface here that you can preview the video that you're sending to it. And you can, again, connect it to Wi-Fi, Ethernet if you have it available. And if not, like you said, you're in a school that is locking the internet down really hard, you can just use these 2 USB modems to do the bonded connection and get your signal from the camera or the signal from your switcher to go out to the CDN or the church's website or wherever you want to send it.
So this handles all the RTMP internally?
It does, yeah, exactly. So you can get what we call LRT, which is Live View Reliable Transport. It's our patented technology that allows to do all of the bonding with the different cell carriers plus the Wi-Fi and Ethernet, or you can use it in a non-bonded mode even. So you can do it either way, however you decide that you want to do it. Cool. And so for churches, the list price on this unit, HDMI only, is $9.95, and House of Worship gets 20% discount on that.
Really? I didn't know that.
You didn't know that? Come on, you know everything.
I gotta talk to you about something tomorrow then.
Okay, you gotta
talk. I didn't know you had that, because I have this special thing where I'll tell you about it.
All right, tell me about it tomorrow.
It has to be a discount deal thing.
Okay. And then,
is that the one I'm waiting on too?
Well, the giveaway tomorrow? Well, there's a big giveaway tomorrow, but there's something else. I'm doing a follow-up with all the people who didn't win.
Oh, okay.
And there's just some interesting things. I'll talk to you about tomorrow.
Yeah, sure.
It's supposed to be live now.
But that's the unit, and it really, I mean, this is what a lot of people use. My church does not like yours, but we have an inside program that we use all year round, but then we have a 10-acre field that's right next to the church that the pastor uses during the summer to have outside worship.
Yeah.
And so when we go outside, he just takes the camera and takes the unit and streams the service right from outside when we're out there.
I really like this one too with the built-in, because like I get it. You got these here that works. I had mine plugged directly in and they'd flop out.
Yeah.
That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, you're supposed to tuck them in. This is the way that they're supposed to be mounted, tucked into the bottom.
But those built-in SIM cards, that's awesome.
And that will work with any carrier on the SIM cards.
That's right, yeah. So it comes with the 2 that are built in are AT&T and T-Mobile, and the external are Verizon and Sprint. Okay. That's how it's configured standard from the factory.
Okay.
And then you can add different connections if you want to, and again, Wi-Fi. Some people will tether to their cell phone and use that, and you can use the Wi-Fi in here. They charge you $80 for it, but
use the Wi-Fi to connection.
Yeah, it's crazy. $80
that's probably not
going
to get anything for that. How much is the LU200?
List price is $6,900.
$6,900.
Again, House of Worship nonprofit gets 20% off of that.
That's awesome.
Yep.
Very cool. Well, I just wanted to show him that because he was having some issues with. Oh, I'll take a tweaker. Look at that.
You always got to get the tweakers.
Hey, you got the name right. We've had a couple people come by. Oh, can I have a screwdriver? I'm like, not unless you get the name right.
That's a tweaker.
That's right. There you go.
Oh, and Tom made it back.
Thanks for stopping by.
Quickly, I want to show you this too, Tom.
Oh, did you? Okay, good.
So let's show this to Tom real quick too.
All right, hey Tom, how are you?
You've seen the LiveView Solo.
Yes.
This is the LiveView LU200. Did you know that churches get 20% off?
I didn't know that.
All LiveView products.
That's amazing.
They do.
I didn't know that. And then here's the SIM card. You can actually have a SIM card too.
If you were doing this.
Yeah, it comes with internal SIMs on the LU200. 2 internal and 2 external you get with the unit.
This is like a higher end unit. Yeah, somebody who really need to go run and gun. You're going to come into this, Tom. People are going to want to get out of the studio, out of the church, out of the space. And this is only $1,000. This is $1,600. I had no idea.
$6,900.
$6,900?
Yes.
Oh.
Yes. Sorry. I want to make sure you get your
why is
pricing
this
right.
so much more?
Well, it's more because it has all the modems, right? It has these 2 antennas. That's something that you didn't see here, right? The Solo doesn't have any antennas. These are integrated antennas, so it gets much more distance and capability as far as for reaching out to where the modems are, right? It has the ability to do IFB, so it has some higher end broadcast capabilities that the Solo doesn't have.
IFB?
Yeah, IFB is when you see people like Talent, like when he's on the air and I'm in the back doing the TDing and switching, and I need to tell him we only got 30 seconds left in the show. He's got an earpiece in. And it's called IFB. That's what reporters and newscasters wear in their ears all the time. And if you ever watch Anchorman or any of those TV shows,
this one doesn't have it.
It does not. No.
A lot of them even have a talkback button
So
so
Tess
they can
could
talk
have
back to you.
That's
they
right.
get themselves going.
How
through
did, where
live.
does it come from? The IFB.
The IFB comes from the server.
Is it
the
like a phone?
LU2000. No, it connects to, well, it's kind of like a phone, right, in the layman's terminology, I guess. But this talks to a server called the LU2000, right? So you have this feeding to a server. The server sits in the control room, and the control room, the producer in the control room, or in your case, Tess, would be pushing a button on the comms, right? And would be saying, wrap it up, we only got 30 seconds. And that would be going into your earpiece.
So there would be a separate server
for this unit, yeah.
That would be in Paul's office.
It could be, yeah, exactly.
I have to say, George, it's so funny because you're animated as you're telling us this.
Yeah.
But there's also a light changing colors on you, so it's like you're like blue. Look, now you're blue, and then you get like animated, and then you turn like green, and then like red. I'm like, I'm like,
hey, it's a lighting show, right? And I got a concert going on behind me, so
in the background. But your voice, I think it cut through. It is a little loud, but your voice is loud enough, and it's just so funny. You're changing colors. Oh, it's too funny.
Perfect lighting here.
All right, here we go. One last thing. Actually, we're getting a lot of questions here. If you have the LU2000, do you still need to use the cloud server, or can you send directly to the LU2000?
If you have the LU2000, you don't have to add the cloud server, no, because the LU2000 can do both. It can do SDI out, it can also do NDI out, MPEG-TS, and it can do RTMP. So it can actually kind of do everything at the same time.
So that's... This is the LU2.
That's the LU200, yes. This
okay.
Yeah.
And so that one doesn't require the cloud service at all. So.
Well, the LU200 can be used with the cloud server. If you're only going to an RTMP output like a CDN, Facebook, YouTube, etc., the LU200 can be paired up with our cloud server and go to those destinations, and you don't need an LU2000. The LU2000 comes into play if you have a desire or need for a physical SDI output or a physical like NDI output going into a TriCaster, or if you want that SDI spigot. But if all you're doing is going to a CDN, Facebook, YouTube, Akamai, Bright Cove, right? You can use one of our LiveView cloud servers and not worry about the LU2000 at all.
I want to go straight back to my studio.
Yep.
I'm going to have this in the field and an
LU2000 in your studio, in your control room.
Yeah.
That's a major investment, but it's pretty powerful
stuff. It's well worth it, though.
That's like a television studio.
Right. It is like a television studio, or at-home production type model, where you could be out here in the field sending everything back to somebody in your at-home studio, and they could be adding all the graphics and adding lower thirds, George Clipple, House of Worship Show, WFX, right? Yeah. And you could be actually sending all of that out then to your Facebook Live page, to Twitch, Twitter, wherever you want to send it.
Yep.
How do you bond without a cloud server?
You can bond, well, you have to have the cloud server or a physical server, but you're going to bond through the LRT and the modems on the unit and through either the cloud server or the physical server. So you have to have one or the other. You have to have a unit to start with, that's piece one. Piece two is you have to have a data plan, the modems, or the data plan that comes with the unit, or and then piece three would either be the physical server or the cloud server. So you have to have those three pieces together to make these things work.
And then someone's just asking, give them an estimate of how much it's going to cost for the...
Am I live right now?
Yes.
Without consent? I wasn't even given a consent form here, and I'm live looking at it. I'm sorry, what?
You're with LiveView, George.
I know, of course.
If you see this camera,
I see the camera pointing
know.
at me constantly.
You have one
when
right there.
When I see you, hang on, I should point my camera at you. No.
Are you live?
No. I should be live.
Now just give them an idea.
That's the same
Give them an idea.
Same camera, different lens?
Yeah.
Just because they just want to know operating expenses monthly. What are they looking at? Let's just start here. Two of those, and then the cloud service.
Yeah, so the modems, the USB modems, really depends on the carrier that you go with, and it's very hard to answer for me, because if you have a Verizon cell phone plan and you get a Verizon modem, you're going to get a discount from your carrier already. So it's hard to say. So I can't really give you an answer on that. And cell phone or modem plans start as low as like 2 gigs. You can get 5 gigs, 10 gigs, 50 gigs. So all the carriers have different plans. All that information though is available online. So you could go to the Verizon Verizon.com or T-Mobile, excuse me, Sprint or T-Mobile, and you'll see what their rates are for a USB plan. What was the other part of the question? Sorry.
And then the server side of things, the LiveView server.
Oh, yeah, to get the cloud server for the Solo is $45 a month or $450 for the year. So if you get the year-long package, it's a little bit cheaper for you, or you can just go month to month. So some people aren't doing enough, business or enough streaming that they need the yearly plan, but so you can get kind of like a Netflix subscription.
$45 a month, not bad at all.
$45 a month.
The graphics overlays that you now have, is that an additional cost?
It is, yeah. So we have basic and advanced graphics that you can add, which are cloud graphics, real-time graphics in the cloud. They're amazing. Simple lower thirds, bugs, logos, templates, all that's built into the Solo portal. And you can get those for $750 for the year or $75 a month for the basic plan, $3,500 for the year, or $350 for the a month, I think it is, for the pricing on that. That's on our webpage as well. But amazing what you can do. In addition to creating all your own, you can even import templates or graphics that you might already have. So if you already have some pre-built things, your House of Worship already has some things designed, you can bring those in and import them. So
that's so cool. Can we get a picture together?
Yeah, absolutely.
You can be in it.
I can be in it.
Yeah, AT&T and T-Mobile.
I'll come back. I'll come by.
Let me get this picture done real quick.
All right.
You two guys.
All right, we got it. All right. Thank you. Thank you, Bob.
You're welcome. So actually, I can follow up on the question that was asked. They're asking how much it costs.
Yeah.
Actually, how many gigs is that going to take from your data plan to do an hour worth of stream? And you might actually be able to address that better than anyone.
Yeah, because we're doing a ton of...
Exactly. So at 720 and 1080, how many gigs an hour do you use?
Yeah, so how many gigs per hour? I wish I knew. So what I've luckily been able to do is there is actually a website called unlimitedIRL.com that has solved this issue. And they actually work directly with Verizon and AT&T to create plans that are truly unlimited.
Okay.
And it costs $150 a month per modem.
Okay.
And it's totally unlimited, but unthrottled. When you go to Verizon and AT&T, they'll say, oh yeah, you want unlimited? Sure. But once you go past 2 gigabits or gigabytes, it's throttled down to like unusable data.
It's edge at that point. It's 24 to 26 gigs. Then you hit edge.
Yes. And so that's what you have to be worried about when you're streaming all day. So unlimitedIRL.com, that's what I have in my backpack. 100% unlimited. I know for a fact I've used 1,400 gigabytes on that this month. So yeah.
The 14th? 15th?
Well, yeah. Something like that. I've been doing a lot of streaming. What can I say? I did
a terabyte there.
I know. And if I was trying to do that with my cell phone or a regular data plan, there's no way.
You'd be done. You need that for years.
You do have to think about this stuff. Okay, well that was a very good stop.
That was great.
That was a fun stop.
I'm Tom Sinclair.
Bob Pierce, nice to meet you, Tom.
Hey, Bob. Pleasure.
Bob is an integrator.
All right.
Now, did you stop by the POE Texas booth?
I did not.
We got to take this guy to the POE Texas booth at some point.
Because
I'd like
we
to
do
see your
everything.
Really?
Oh yeah. As an integrator, most of
Are you using Plus or Plus Plus?
It depends on the product being connected to it.
Yeah.
It completely depends on the product. Most of it's just PoE or PoE Plus. However, today I'm like, wait, there's higher? Well, hey, awesome.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting. So we'll take you by there. It's on the way to PTZOptics booth anyway. It's actually right next to it.
Right.
But is there anything else you want to stop by, Tom? Before we... I forgot to look at the chat room. It's actually right there. Guys, this is your last chance, because we're not doing a major stream tomorrow. We're just doing the giveaway stream. Do you want to look at some of this lighting stuff?
I'm good.
All right, you're good?
Yep.
I'm good too.
I can actually walk you through the lighting stuff.
Well, I got to do my buddy over here justice, and we got to go check out the RocoSoft.
I'm game.
Have you seen that?
Who?
The RocoSoft?
No, I haven't.
Very interesting stuff here. We got to take a look at it. Here he is, the man, the myth, the legend, Nick. How are you, buddy?
Hey guys.
Good to see you. We're live streaming, just so you know. Don't tell us about any secret stuff.
I'm Nick. Nice to meet you.
But I wanted to do you justice here and take a look at some of this cool stuff. It always amazes me what you have here.
Thank you very much.
Show us around.
Show us around. We have our
Gotta
visual controller.
Speak up.
Okay, we have our visual controller here that has multiple panels with different features. Like you see this guy, that's a visual controller with preset buttons. Different color for different cameras, so it's very easy. You don't need to memorize presets anymore. Multiple camera control panel where you can call presets directly for each camera. And you see your beautiful geyser there.
Yeah, I see that.
Yeah,
beautiful,
so
beautiful.
We do a lot of automation stuff. We do macros now. As you know, we can control TriCaster, vMix, and a lot of other systems that accept IP control. So practically you can easily press one button and then do multiple things. Like, let's say, move the camera to preset 1 and then switch vMix to input 1 and then add title, set whatever.
I forgot we got to have you back on the show. I forgot you could do all that.
Yeah.
So you can do the macros in the vMix, huh?
Oh yes.
That's cool.
vMix, it's already built in. vMix, TriCaster, Blackmagic, and Telestream.
And Wirecast?
Wirecast, yeah, why not? If they accept the point is if that hardware or software accepts IP control signals from the outside, why not?
We have a giveaway coming up soon, and I should have had you involved in it, but I'll talk to you soon. I have a promotional plan we can talk about.
Okay.
So really cool stuff, and one of the cool things I like about this software is that you get this live view, but then you can drag where click one of those, and you'll see you can click it, and the camera will actually go to that spot. So see how it actually goes to the spot that it is. So there's like a reference camera, but then you can click actually like where on the map.
That's really
you want the
intuitive. I
cameras
haven't
to
seen
go.
anything like that before. That's really fun.
I know. You did a great job on that, Nick. I haven't seen anything like it either.
And one more thing is the software is PTZ layer now. You see, you can move it on top of anything you want. So you can have, let's say, new tech NDI monitor window open and then put our PTZ layer on top of that window and have live video background for anything, practically.
Very cool stuff.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thanks for stopping by. Good to see you.
With you.
Bye. All right. Someone wanted us to stop by here, and I don't know why. 5 Words Media. Hey, how's it going? What do you guys do?
AVL design and integration.
Okay, integration design, very cool. Someone on our live stream wanted us to stop by here. I don't remember what they wanted to see. It was actually a while ago. I'm with PTZOptics. Give you my card.
Yeah, I know you guys.
Oh, cool.
And I'm with an integrator.
Oh, okay.
Let me give you my card.
I'm checking it out.
There you go. It was a while back. They were like, hey, stop by 5 Words Media, check out what they're doing. We love what they're doing in the House of Worship space.
Yeah.
We've been streaming all day, so I can't find it now. But
Awesome. I like your setup. The Sonys, I love those actually.
They're great, aren't they?
I have one of the older ones. I think I bought it like 4 or 5 years ago, and it still looks awesome.
It's so great. These things are awesome. I got that little mic sticker thing, and then I had the protector.
Cool. Yeah.
It's fun. It does a great job.
Yeah, so we actually won.
Are you won the Solomon Award?
Yeah.
Look at that.
The City Station project.
Wow. That's awesome. So churches are coming to you saying, hey, we got a big project. And is that what you're going to put up there?
Yeah. So this is our City Station project.
I'm Stanley Gorley from 5 Words Media, and this is City Station. What is City Station? City Station is a unique center built by Southern Hills Church located in Carrollton, Georgia, with the support of the Solomon Foundation in an effort to change an entire city, and 5 Words Media is pleased to have been a part of it. What intrigued 5 Words Media about this project was the reality that while technically a church 1 day a week, City Station is so much more 6 days a week. City Station houses a church, gymnasium, restaurant, retail shop, multi-room conference center, fitness gym, and 60-unit apartment complex, all under one roof. While birthed from the heart of a church, the focus of this ministry is community in every way, which poses several unique challenges from an audio, video, and lighting perspective. So what about the media? 5 Words Media designed a flexible worship environment that features an amazing electro voice.
What is 5 words? Oh, see,
Yamaha
hear,
digital
feel.
audio console, Elation lighting, and NEC digital projection system. The worship auditorium doubles as a gym, so 5 Words Media went to great lengths to secure and protect all AVL equipment from damage when the space is used 6 days a week as a sporting venue. A major component of the AVL systems installed was a full-featured conference and ballroom space featuring Crestron control, Electro Voice speakers, Elation LED lighting systems, and one of the first Crestron NVX streaming video systems in the state of Georgia. This system ensures that the church can book each room to the community for scheduled events with an automated AVL system that practically runs itself. Custom programming, layouts, and code were provided, including on or off and remote management to the control system for ease of use. An auxiliary audio and digital signage system was provided throughout the facility, allowing broadcasts of program audio from the auditorium events, as well as the City Station radio channel throughout interior and exterior spaces. With future growth in mind, 5 Words Media designed overflow spaces
I like these lights
using
too.
the
What are
Crestron
those?
NVX
Those are the
system
elation
that will allow an additional 7 rooms to be used to broadcast the campus streaming video system as needed.
So what we're running this off of is what we're here really exhibiting is our portable.
Are these portable for portables churches?
Yeah.
Oh.
So this is Church AV Solutions. It's an online store where you can go and you can purchase this system. The one we have here right now is our Model A system. It comes with your choice of mixing consoles. You're going to have a choice between the Behringer X Producer, the Yamaha TF5, or this one, the Allen Heath SQ5. So it comes out of the box, pre-configured, everything ready to go. All you have to do is plug it in, and you're set.
Run Cat 5 to your speakers.
So actually, what it is the Electro Voice, the EVL, or the EVLX powered speakers. So you don't need the amplifier, and then these are the exact ones that it comes with. And then it comes with a truss system for. This one ships with 4 Elation 6-bar 100s, and then 2 channels of Sennheiser G4 wireless microphones. It even comes with a ProPresenter site license.
Wow.
And then the Onyx operating or lighting control system,
Oh,
and an
wow.
M-Touch.
So does it come with those lights too then?
It doesn't come with the darts. It comes with the 6-par 100s.
Just to set the mood.
Yeah, so, and the way we built it is we have add-on options that you can do. You can add on subwoofers for your speakers. You can add on extra lights. Eventually we will have a dark package. We're looking at doing a streaming package, so everything will come pre-installed and ready to go for you guys. Straight out of the box.
No, Howard, I did not pay $1,000 a day to use the internet here. I've done that though.
I've always wondered how you guys do this.
I've done that.
So.
I've straight up paid $2,500 at NAB to have internet for 3 days.
And it was probably
4 days.
terrible.
And it wasn't that bad.
Really?
But I only actually streamed for like an hour each day. So it's like, wow, each hour we stream was like $750. But I would never do that anymore now that I have my live view box. I got a live view solo in my backpack.
Nice.
I got a battery in there charging it. Charging this. It's just a $5 selfie stick and an action cam.
Nice. Now you got to upgrade to the GoPro Hero 7.
Is it worth it?
Oh my gosh, yeah. The Steadicam is amazing.
The steady on this is really good.
Yeah, I know. I was really surprised with Apple put on that Hero 7. It's like having a gimbal. It's awesome.
I've seen the video from it. It's very impressive.
Very, very
Is
impressive.
the audio
And the
good
price
though?
range. I don't know about that.
Because this thing's audio, everyone says is great.
Yes.
GoPro,
it
you
is.
can't get an external mic with.
You can with this too. There's an
Okay.
external mic.
But on
for
that,
it.
you don't need it. But for me, I'm gonna use the Rode like video. What's the Video Mic Mini? The little one. That's what I'm gonna use. So. Yeah,
Well, so nice meeting you, Daniel.
Yeah, nice talking to you guys.
Reach out to me and you got my card.
Yeah, sure thing.
We'll chat sometime. I'd love to do it like a show just on your mobile.
So that would be awesome.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, were you streaming just now?
Yeah. We're streaming right now.
We have guys from Phoenix who are like texting us. You're on live.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I've seen your group. Yeah, and I joined it. Yeah.
Good. Yeah, join our Facebook group. This is
I'm
very
at Bigwood.
interesting.
Just saying, all right.
Join the
At
Facebook
Bigwood,
group, guys.
Fresh Start Church.
Wait, let me see. Tell them to chat. Unlimited IRL is the best thing yet. So with this setup, I'd love to have you on our show and really like show this off to our audience, because we have a lot of churches who are interested in this kind of thing.
We have a lot of interest in having gear that's amazing to work with when we have to integrate it into a permanent venue, and this hopefully helps solve some things. We're seeing some interesting selections of choices.
He's trying to be polite.
I'm trying to be politically correct. No, we just want to give them quality system more.
No, I get you. There's a lot of do-it-yourselfers. There's so many different things out there. Yeah, so I mean...
Do it yourself. Go to the site, churchav.solutions.
Churchav.solutions. Email that to me, so I'm going to forget it.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I'll do that.
Email it to me. I'd like to have you guys on the show, because like what we're doing now essentially is that like, yeah, a lot of churches, like our booth's right over there, the PTZOptics booth. But yeah, a lot of churches are here. There's way more churches that can't get here. You know what I mean? To Orlando. And so we wanted to give everybody not only a tour that'll be online on YouTube for a year, 10 years, a million years. A million.
Until YouTube...
YouTube will be gone at some point. They're not going to last forever. But, you know, so hopefully we gave everybody a good look at your system, and we'll do an even better job, you know, on a follow-up call sometime, all right?
Yeah, awesome. Thanks, guys.
We'll have to look into some of your problems.
Yeah, you got to put some PTZOptics cameras in here somewhere. It doesn't seem like it's ready for streaming. It's more of like an audio in-room experience, right? Oh, what's this?
This is the streaming option.
It is an option that you can purchase. Streaming, we would handle all your service for you. Stream to multiple sites. We can stream all the way from one site to 99 sites, depending on what you're looking for, and obviously what the service per month is.
Very cool. All right, guys, have fun. Have a good show. Okay.
Really great solutions for just...
Very good solutions. Roll it up. There's so many mobile churches.
There are.
Have you been coming into that a lot?
Absolutely. As we talked about earlier, my church is mobile.
Yeah, your church is mobile.
Yeah.
Oh, forgot about that. So yeah, you know that more than any, but more than most of us.
It's a blessing and a curse. It's a blessing because you really get to get all the people involved.
Yes. So here's POE Texas. Tyler is already with somebody else. Paul, where do you get the unlimited? So yeah, everyone's asking about that. So unlimitedIRL.com. That's where you want to go. Unlimited, truly unlimited data plans. And they actually have some really great information about like setting up a backpack like this. Is where I got the idea. Let's let them talk real quick, and we'll come over here and just. You already peeked at this booth, but I just want to check up with the guys. This you got to spend some time with these guys. Actually, I could show it to you. But here's the team. How's it going?
Yeah. So you think of 2K?
Did you see the new joystick?
I did. I love it.
It's really quick.
It's really slick compared to the G2.
Yeah.
It's really
I'm so
slick.
glad they made it so much quicker.
It's so smooth.
And you see how you can change the presets?
Take some pictures. You know, we can help.
So like
I haven't still, so I haven't gotten that deep into it.
Let's see here. See, that's the bane of all.
This is kind of our layout here.
Jeremy, can we bring this one of the cameras up that we can control?
It's not that big. Not as big as something like Lakewood Church.
Yeah, you got some big churches in Texas.
Yeah, that's for sure.
Okay.
There we go.
Yeah, I got you.
All right, so if you want to set a preset, all you got to do
One thing for at least
is literally hold the button.
Over here on the wall, like near that corner of the painting.
That's right. I do remember this now. Actually, my client showed me that.
That guy right here likes to
Zoom in a little.
And
Are we all the way zoomed in? Right there.
Like if
Hold it down too.
Camera's on you, and he's
set. So now you just call in presets just by clicking a button. That's one of my favorite upgrades.
Yeah.
Besides of how like quickly how responsive it is now.
It really is.
It's just so responsive. I mean, adding the cameras.
It's as responsive as the old Sony VRC 300.
I know it's almost as responsive as like serial analog control. It's crazy.
And then, but still keep the one.
Fantastic experience today. Thank you so much. You're welcome, Larry. I'm so glad we could take you on this tour. We're about to wrap. I mean, we're wrapping it up. I'm gonna. You know what? I think maybe we should just wrap it up. Because I mean, me and you are gonna take a look at PoE Texas. Let's look at it. We'll bring you guys along for one last look at PoE Texas because it is pretty incredible what they have. I'm gonna give you a little private tour because Andrew's really the one you want to talk to.
Okay.
But here's one of my favorite pieces right here. Do you want to help us?
Sure.
Thank you. All right, so this is something I wanted to so this is, you got to take a look at this. Now, I know you're on the House of Worship side of things.
Yes.
But this computer is being powered by
One category cable.
Is that a 15 watt?
I think that this one's actually 30.
That's 30?
Yeah, this one's 30. So the one category cable is going into the back of it here. It's getting power and data.
Is that a PoE computer?
Yeah, it's a PoE
Wow.
monitor.
Wow. With a computer in there or just a monitor?
I think it is a computer actually.
I think it is because
it's got the interface in it.
Yeah. So that's a PoE computer.
That's a first.
I know. For me
Pretty
too.
cool.
This is a PoE++, I believe.
Yep, PoE++. Switch/extender. So it takes the power up to 60 watts in the uplink as well as the data, and it can distribute it amongst these ports here. So you can get up to 30 out of 1 or 15 out of 4.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
So you can actually, why would you want to do 30 out of 1?
Because some devices will draw more than 15 watts. So the ones that are on the AT standard, some, like this monitor here, for example, this one's drawing 30 watts, so it needs more than the 15. And this will also boost the data too. So you run 100 meters, your data signal is going to drop out. This guy's going to boost your data signal for you and allow you to go up to another 100 meters.
And how much PoE does this require itself?
Just 60 watts in.
Yeah, okay. So it's 60 watts in, so you can do two 30s or four 15s.
And the unit itself is like less than 1 watt.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah.
Wow. So Andrew, I wanted to introduce you to Bob.
Hey Bob, how you doing? Nice to meet you, Andrew.
Bob's an integrator down here in Tampa. I was telling him how integrators really need to get on board with a lot of this PoE stuff. And
which we use PoE on all our jobs for everything, really. Fantastic. In fact, every camera I've installed of yours is powered PoE.
Oh, wow. Yeah, isn't that great?
It's the best.
It's so great.
Have you used their PTZOptics special adapter?
Oh, yeah, with the special adapter.
Two SKUs that are specially made for PTZOptics cameras.
Well, now, see, so we built in PoE to the cameras.
I know.
So does that render those obsolete then?
You'd be surprised. People are still buying those older cameras.
Restock inventory.
Oh, wow.
People are still people still pick them up.
Interesting. Well, yeah. Well, no, that's good. I agree. I mean, there was a time when we didn't have PoE. And
Correct.
These guys
yes. And you had to have the adapter to break it out and send it into the power port.
And then we still have USB models that don't have PoE.
That's where our Huddle Cam
and the Huddle Cam ones, yeah. So they have a lot of solutions for that. But just the whole thing in general. I mean, just show them a couple of these things.
Okay. Walk me through it. So we'll start with power sourcing, right? You got to get power on.
Yes.
I'm going to give you two options here. One is our simplified managed PoE switch. It's run by an LCD screen. And the reason why that's good is just layer 2. As soon as you plug in, you can see what the power consumption is. You can see the distance of the run. You can adjust. You make a couple quick adjustments if you want. It's really simple, right? You're not trying to solve world hunger with your PoE switch.
But it's a layer 2 PoE that you can get the readouts on the screen.
We're ready to
have my
shut it down
laptop
now.
connected.
Do that for us.
Because all of AV is going over IP now. All the audio is Dante Area 67. All the video is going over IP now.
Yeah, exactly.
In which it requires a layer 2.
Yep. And so this is gigabit, and this will do gigabit. You can have your fiber ports,
SFPs.
2 uplinks. Yep.
Okay.
SFPs.
I know.
So it's a cool little switch.
I love it.
We like it.
I think it's
Now the